Great.
Sorry.
You guys hear me? Small enough group? Cool. Thanks for coming out. I'm going to start by saying, first off, if you guys have any questions at all throughout, we're a small enough group. Raise your hand, shout it out. It's all good. Big thank you to Seth and Teresa and the entire Adorama crew for having me out today. So today I'm going to share with you a quick overview of some of my favorite shots that I've shot over the years. And then we're going to jump into a portrait demo with Justin here. Great model who we're lucky to work with today. And then we're finally going to end with Q&A for any questions left from you guys or the online crowd as well. So the goal of today is to show you examples of how to get the most you possibly can out of one single light source. You don't always need a lot of gear to get the job done. And I hope that this can be a springboard for all of you to start experimenting more with your own lighting. So to start, for the last 10 plus years, I've been working full-time as a portrait photographer here in New York City. I've been incredibly fortunate to work with so many amazing clients like Masterclass, Red Bull, Universal Music Group, the Associated Press, AMC Networks, and so forth. Some of these shoots are really large productions involving lots of pre-production, big crews, and giant studios or sound stages. Lots of others, though, are produced much more simply with either working solely or with one assistant and a really lightweight gear pack. Each type of those shoots has their own challenges, but there's a lot of freedom in working small and being nimble to work quickly with talent in order to create something that looks as elevated as possible. So we're going to start by going through a handful of real-world scenarios that I've shot with one single light source. Here's the great A$AP Rocky. I shot this for Red Bull. This was a quick shoot at a venue in Harlem where we didn't have a lot of space or time for a setup. I knew that he was going to be arriving from the airport. He was flying in from London, and that we needed to grab him before he got to his green room. Otherwise, we weren't going to get him at all. That was just the nature of the task at hand. So we arranged for his publicist to bring him straight to us as soon as he walked in the door. We went with a small light modifier. In this case, it was just a small beauty dish and a Profoto B1 at the time. And we shot a couple of setups in about 5 minutes. Approaching this shoot with a really small handheld setup enabled us to get a lot more done in a short amount of time than if I were to have a ton of gear. Here's Stephen Daldry. He's a British director and producer of the show Billy Elliot. I also shot this with a beauty dish. We were working in a Broadway rehearsal space, and this entire wall was mirrors, which is kind of a nightmare as a photographer, and reflections, and unless you're leaning into that. But there was this blue curtain on the wall. And I taped a piece of black fabric. In the photo industry, it's called duvetine. It's like a black textured fabric that really soaks up light, but I could have grabbed a black tablecloth, a black t-shirt, whatever. I taped it up in front of that mirror, and I asked Steven to hide behind the curtain and peek through. I added a grid to the beauty dish, which basically created a more dramatic fall off of the light, and really draws the eye into the center of the frame. Legendary producer and band leader Quincy Jones, who I had the honor of spending about 15 minutes with. Rest in peace, Quincy. I shot this for the Associated Press. This was shot with a medium octabank to camera right. So one quick note about photos that I've shot for the Associated Press, the New York Times, and some other editorial outlets. I'm allowed to retouch images for my own purposes, but nothing that I submit that gets syndicated all over the world is allowed to be retouched whatsoever because of their really strict journalistic integrity guidelines. It's the same with National Geographic and several other publications. So in other words, the photo has to be pretty damn good right out of camera. I'm able to make minor adjustments like, brightness, contrast, color temperature, but I can't retouch any skin. I can't take anything out of the background that might be there. So I need to be really conscious of the light modifiers that I'm using and know who might look better with a particular type of light. All these considerations have definitely forced me to work on the fly and certainly to become a better photographer over the years. Here's Mick Jenkins. I shot this at Bowery Ballroom in Manhattan for Red Bull. I shot this with a medium strip bank, like a 1x3 foot strip bank, oriented horizontally just to light his face. There was this amazing late afternoon sunlight blasting through the window behind him, and using a strip bank enabled me to control the light in a really specific way without throwing light all over the face. All over the place, rather. Here's a favorite of mine that I shot of David Byrne. I shot this in his studio in Soho. David is a true icon of the music industry. And I did a lot of research to know what I was going to be getting into for this shoot. Yep.
You already have a question.
Question.
So you said there's no retouching, but is dodging and burning allowed?
Dodging and burning is allowed, yes. That's a good question. Somebody had asked if dodging and burning is allowed when I shoot for those publications. And yes, that's fine. Essentially anything that you could do back in the day in a classic traditional darkroom, you're able to do. So I did my research on David Byrne, and I knew that I wanted to lean into something a little bit weird. And I brought this mannequin arm with me, and I sold David on the idea. There's my assistant standing in before the shoot. And that was the entirety of our setup, right? It was one 5-foot Octabank, a backdrop similar to the one that I have with us here today. And that was it. Dominique Ansel, the French pastry chef and creator of the Cronut. This was shot with a medium Octabank to camera right. Pusha T, I shot this backstage in LA with one strip bank and a grid. Again, just right in front of him, just one small strip. Using this type of light gave me a lot of control to specifically light one area of the frame while keeping drama in the rest of the frame. Misty Copeland, I shot this with a medium Octabank to camera left. Thriller author David Baldacci, I shot this for Masterclass in Washington, D.C. The lights on this film set that I was shooting on were overhead and really dramatic, but really cool. I placed a strip bank just out of frame to camera left, just to light his face without sort of spoiling the drama of the rest of the scene. Kendrick Lamar, I shot this at the Dream Hotel downtown in Manhattan. It was like the junior presidential suite. I was tasked to basically spend a day with him for the client, the release of a product, and essentially photograph sort of behind the scenes while he was being interviewed by press that was flying in all over the world to interview him at this suite. I really wanted to get a portrait with him. They had already shot the main campaign, but I pushed and pushed, and like the day before the shoot, they finally kind of caved and were like, sure, you can do like a 2 to 4 minute portrait of him if he's willing. And it was like 15 degrees outside. It was a December, January. This is the balcony of the suite. There's a hot tub right behind us. And he was so cool. I spent the entire day with him. But you know, I talked him out there, and it was overcast and it was really cold. We weren't going to spend a lot of time out there. All he needed to do in an overcast day was just give a little pop of light in his face. In this case, I used a beauty dish as well, but it wasn't really about, oh, I'm using a beauty dish for this specific look. Sometimes the modifier isn't really just about the quality of light. In this case, it was a really windy day, and I knew that a softbox or an umbrella would be a real pain in the butt to control, especially with a small crew. Safety has to always be top of mind on any set, especially with celebrities. So I went with the safest option that I knew wasn't going to blow over with one assistant holding it, and you know, something that would still give me the desired result that I was going after. This was a personal shoot in my studio in Brooklyn. This frame was lit with one flash through a narrow beam reflector, essentially a long reflector that really collimates the light in a really direct way. And then I put up some flags, basically like a big black piece of fabric on a rectangular frame, 2 of those, and shot the light from far away, and it basically cast these triangular shadows. Here's Bob Odenkirk. Photographed on the street just outside of his apartment in Manhattan. It might look like a studio setup, and it is, but that was the entirety of the setup. Literally taped a piece of black and a piece of white seamless paper to the side of a bodega because we had to shoot outside. It was this or a park that had this dappled light, and we were shooting at like 12 noon or something like that, which is never an ideal time to shoot on a bright sunny day. This was my assistant Andrew hand holding a light, just overpowering the midday sun. What was cool about this setup was I was able to have both kind of a high key white setup, a really dramatic black setup, and I can also have them stand in between and have kind of a mix of those two. So, but just a really quick, gritty way to get something that like if you took a guess, you'd say that that was done in a studio, but it's cool to be able to do something like that on the street. I really love playing with color and motion whenever I have the opportunity. This frame in particular was shot with a single light again into a softbox, but I had the modeling light turned on, and I dragged the shutter. In other words, I shot with a really low shutter speed, something like a 1 second exposure, and basically held the camera. I don't recall whether I was handheld or on a tripod, but basically had my talent just move. So at the start of the exposure, I'm like, okay, action, and he moved to his final place, and that modeling light gives that little drag, that little motion blur there in the shadows. Here's Alicia Keys. I shot this on the rooftop of her recording studio in Soho. Shot this in 2020, which was really difficult time to be on big productions. It was a big film production for Masterclass. I really pushed to get Alicia outside on the rooftop for dusk and managed to get there. I had a platform set up with her or for her, had the skyline right behind her. And I also had, you can see that white tent back there. That was a daylight studio that I had set up because we were doing various setups with her on the roof. But managed to shoot her against the skyline, and that ended up becoming a billboard campaign. This was on the Sunset Strip in LA. Yahya Abdul-Mateen, also shot in 2020. Because of COVID, we needed to shoot outdoors and really close to his home. I think he was just wrapping up a production for a film he was working on, but nonetheless, like the last thing I want to do is get an A-list actor sick, right? So everybody's safety is top of mind in those situations. We scouted the surrounding blocks around his apartment, and I ended up taping a background to a closed storefront literally across the street from his apartment. And that is a light shaper that we're going to be using today that I have with us here. Here's Gino Auriemma, the UConn women's basketball coach. Shot this on a soundstage just outside of Boston. This frame and this frame were both shot with the same one light setup. The only difference is I had the talent move just a foot here or there. So those two frames were shot with this setup. It's one hard light shot between two V-flats. It could also be two black curtains. It could be anything that lets you control the light in sort of a column type of situation. And that created that hard line of light right there, as well as this shadow. There was also this amazing vintage light in the studio, and I had to use it. It really caught my eye. The sheer scale and beautiful quality of the light really drew me in, so we decided to set it up, and I shot this frame. Here's George Stephanopoulos. I shot this here in Manhattan. I'd planned on using warm window light, but by the time we got the talent onto our set, the light was, of course, gone. Story of our lives. So I used one hard light with barn doors and a warm gel in it to emulate that feeling of warm late afternoon daylight, and I shot this. I really tried to get as much out of a shoot as I can, as you probably saw earlier with Bob Odenkirk on the street. So you'll often see me using two different setups, or as many as I can in one small space, like you can see here with Carlos Santana. So that setup resulted in this frame and this frame in a matter of just a couple of short minutes. Everyone keeping up? Any questions so far? Y'all doing well? Cool. All right. Here's Sam Hugan and Catriona Balfe from the show Outlander. This was shot in the tiniest of hotel rooms you've ever seen. Here's Sam solo leaning into a tabletop that I brought with me that I put a piece of white plexiglass on. Might look like a production, but it's really simple. Here's Catriona solo, and all three of these setups were shot in this tiny little space. I had one large umbrella, which I also have with me today, and I rotated that umbrella for each of the two setups just to maximize the amount of space that we had to work with. Here's RuPaul. He is standing inside of a V-flat. A V-flat is essentially, we have one over here. See if I can grab it out. Maybe, maybe not. We're gonna leave that right there. But a V-flat is essentially two large pieces of foam core. You can buy them in any art supply store. You know, the thicker the better for stability, but these are 4 by 8 feet pieces of foam core. One side is white, one side is black, and you tape them in the middle. So this is literally RuPaul. I have the V-flat set up like so. RuPaul is standing inside of said V-flat. My assistant is holding this umbrella overhead of him. And you can see that catch light if you look in the top of his eyes. That's just one umbrella. It's lit so richly and beautifully, A, because it's a really nice light source, but B, because he's surrounded by this white V-flat. So light is kind of bouncing around and filling in everywhere. So it ends up being a really beautiful, flattering light. Here's actor Joshua Boone. I shot this in my studio with a 3-foot Octabank. Hassan Minaj shot this for an ad with one large umbrella. Simone Ashley from Bridgerton. I shot this in a hotel room with one beauty dish. Richard Branson, I shot this on his island in the Caribbean with one medium umbrella. Dua Lipa, this was at a high school for the performing arts in Manhattan. A few days before her last album release, Dua and Drew Barrymore were scheduled to do a sit-down talk about her new album. I was asked to shoot the two of them together as well as solo portraits. I wanted to lean into the look of the high school, so I scouted this hallway that had these blue lockers that were really classic and timeless to me. This was shot with one single flash through a magnum reflector, which really throws light a long way. I gelled it warm with an orange gel, and I shot it through the window of a classroom door back into the hallway. So I set up the light in a classroom, shot it through that little strip window on a classroom door back towards the lockers, which created this really dramatic sunset look. I also had a large umbrella with me, and I used it to shoot this of Drew standing in the hallway. The entire shoot, to give you some perspective on how some of these celebrity shoots go, the entire shoot was 8 minutes, and I was given 2 minutes with Dua. So like you gotta, it's go time when it's go time, and there's no messing around. So you gotta know what you're doing and have a pretty good plan and backups and make it work. The highlight of this day was introducing myself to Drew. She asked if I was a birth certificate Drew, and when I told her that I was, she gave me the biggest hug, and it was great.
So Joe McNally's in the chat, and Joe's saying, I think working with me has scared Drew that he resolutely only uses one light.
That's true. For those of you familiar with the amazing Joe McNally, I was his assistant for quite a number of years, and Joe is joining us in the chat today. Thank you, Joe. Oh man. I'm going to end here with a shoot that I had with world-renowned cellist Yo-Yo Ma. When we were wrapping the shoot, I asked Yo-Yo if I could step in for a quick photo with him, and he told me to hold his cello. I'm sure you can imagine the look on my face, realizing that he was handing me a priceless Stradivarius from like the 1700s. Incredible moments like these really do stick with me and certainly are not something to be taken for granted. To me, photography isn't about the lighting, the technical know-how, the shutter speed. At the end of the day, it's really about human connection. It's about being let into the doorway of someone's life who I wouldn't otherwise get to meet and hopefully create something magical with them. In order to get to that place, though, there's obviously a lot of technical know-how that you need to have, and I'm here to share some of that insight with you today. We're here to talk about lighting, and with that said, we're going to take a second to get set up and jump into a quick demo. Before we do that, any questions from the audience or online? Everyone following along?
So someone's asking, how do you get that blue ring light, that blue light right there?
The blue light. This was shot with this blue light reflection. This was a 2-light setup. I know everything else today was 1 light.
Oh.
That's why I didn't show the photo that we shot of Yo-Yo here.
We only book lies here. I don't know.
But this was a hot light, which is called a Lico. This was a hot light that has basically, it's like a theatrical light that they use for like a follow spot on stage, or back there on the floor you can see there's a pattern on the floor over there. That's essentially one of these hard lights with a gobo, go-between optic. It's essentially a little thing that they make, little shapes and stuff you can put in there. So this is a Lico, which is a hot light that I have, dialed into a little spotlight type of feel. So that's what's providing that white light sort of spotlight. And then I had a large Octa with a cool gel in it, a blue gel, which is just filling in the shadows a little bit. Because what I've found with experimenting with this type of spotlight effect is that if I don't add something like that, it can feel a little bit like a comedy stage. Something like it can just be very much like this is a spotlight, this is the person, and like they're there performing, which of course Yo-Yo is a performer, but I wanted to fill it in just with something to add a little bit of detail into those shadows. But one of my favorite on-set photos. So yeah, pretty special moment. There's my info. Feel free to check out my website, Instagram, all that stuff. But now, Justin, how are you? Everyone give Justin a round of applause. We are going to jump into a demo. So today we're just going to use 1 light. That's what we're here to talk about, right? Are any of you familiar with umbrellas? Okay, so this is an umbrella. This in particular is a Pro Photo umbrella, but this is essentially a medium-sized umbrella. It's a great light source because it's really lightweight. It packs down really small. It doesn't take up a lot of space. And if I'm working by myself, it's just really easy to control. I have a sock over this umbrella. So there's different variations of umbrellas. There's shoot-through umbrellas that can be essentially a diffusion fabric that the flash is firing through. There are silver umbrellas. There are white umbrellas. In this case, this is a white umbrella inside. I'm just going to take this off. This is a white umbrella inside, and it's an indirect umbrella. So the light fires into this and then comes back. So what that does, the light fires back this direction, sort of hits this white. I call it like it marinades the light, but basically it hits this. The size of this light is really small, and therefore it's going to be predictably really hard. So when the light hits this, it bounces around here and creates a really soft, beautiful light. But what I like to do is go for a classic, even softer look, and I put this sock over it, which is like a one-stop diffusion, which makes it even softer. This is Pro Photo, as I said, but there's lots of different brands that make a similar product. This is a fun little trick. If you guys ever buy any of these sorts of umbrellas, put this diffuser on while the umbrella is closed. And it's way easier to do that way than trying to stretch it out around after the fact. So cool thing about this, as I said, is it's a really flattering light. If there's a downside to umbrellas compared to, say, a softbox or a Magnum reflector or a beauty dish, something like that, it's that umbrellas aren't as rigid and don't do as well, say, out in the wind or something like that. So if I'm working outside, I'm probably going to use a softbox for that reason, unless it's a really calm day. Also, generally speaking, softboxes have an edge to them. Don't think we have any around here, but, well, here's a softbox. Yeah. A softbox has this little edge, which doesn't look like much, but the fact that the front panel is recessed gives you a little bit more control. So if I were to turn this away, you do have a little bit more of an extreme fall off. So umbrellas can be a little bit tough to control. They can kind of go everywhere, but we're gonna play with that and see how we do. So lighting is entirely situational. You never completely know what you're getting into. We've never worked together. I don't know how you're gonna look. I'm sure you're gonna look great.
I hope.
I hope too. but you never know, right? It's like you don't know. You put up one light source and you don't know how that's going to look with somebody's face. So we have this umbrella with us, and I have a much larger one with us as well. We're gonna start here. Where does anybody want to start? Where would you like me to put the umbrella? Any guesses? Where would you start with it? Anyone wanna give an opinion?
You guys can all take seats too, or take chairs if you want. You don't got to be weirdos back there. Right?
What are you gonna say, sir? Diagonal? Sure. How far away do you think? All right, so that's a good inclination. Let's start there. This is called a C-stand for those of you who may or may not be familiar with it. The cool thing about a C-stand compared to a normal light stand, A, they're a lot more durable. B, if you buy a C-stand, it generally has this arm, which lets you get the light out in certain ways, which is much more beneficial than just having a straight stand where you cannot do any of this. They're very heavy. C-stands are, what does a C-stand weigh? 30 pounds, 40 pounds?
Yes.
30 pounds? I don't know. No. They're not light. But if you're putting a light that can cost several $1,000s on a stand, it's probably best if it doesn't fall over. So like invest in proper stands. Buy something that is a little bit weighty. Also, if I was out in the field, I always have sand with me, sandbags. And we have a whole pile right here. Sand is your friend. The last thing that we want is for a light to go down and break or a light to fall on talent. Never a good day. I had one experience a very long time ago where things could have gone very badly, and I had 2 famous dogs on my set, and I had an assistant who let go of a C-stand without properly bagging it, and a light just like this fell just a couple of feet from 2 well-known dogs. And that could have been a horrible day for me. Luckily it wasn't, and all was fine, but here we are. So lesson learned, bag your lights.
That might have tools in it, actually.
What's up?
There's probably tools in that one.
Oh.
That's why it sounds like metal.
Oh.
Metal sand.
Interesting.
It just has to be weight. If you're out there, you can take blank sandbags and fill them with water bottles you get from a bodega. Just make sure you have something that can hold weight to put weight in.
So, sir, what was your name? You were saying about a meter away, right? What was your name? Jules. Cool. Nice to meet you. So, a meter away, and you were saying what? Kind of striking across his face a little bit, something like that. All right, let's start there. Let me get this up. Just gonna get this with no light. 1 second. I guess so. Just a second.
We'll get there, Drew. We'll get there. While he's doing that, you guys in the chat, there's like 150 and only 40 likes. What are you doing? This guy's tap dancing for you. He feeds his kids on likes.
Wow.
No kids? No kids? And hit subscribe.
Cool. Actually, I'm going to have you scoot this way for me. I'm actually going to rotate this whole thing like right there. One thing I always do whenever I'm setting up a light, I don't just set it up and then take a photo. Generally speaking, I try to go towards the talent and get a sense of the direction of the light, how it's angled, how it's pitched, all that stuff. This is pitched a little bit too far down, I think. I'm going to bring that up a little bit. I'm going to raise it up a touch. And we're gonna start there. When I'm working in a studio environment like this, I'm not blending in ambient light. There's really nothing in this beautiful environment that I want in my exposure. So I'm at ISO 100 right now, f5.6 at 1/25th of a second, which with no flash gives me predictably a black frame. There's nothing there. And what that enables me to do in a studio environment is sort of build up the exposure with flash. So the only thing that is influencing the exposure whatsoever is whatever's coming out of this light. Just going to skew this a tiny bit. We're at 6.5. We'll see what that looks like. Have you rotate a little bit that way. Turn for me a little bit. All right. Not a bad starting place. I'm just going to adjust my white balance real fast. 1 second. There we go. I'm shooting with a Fuji GFX 100S. This is a 45-100 lens. It's a medium format system, which is my go-to for my portrait work. 45-100 is if you went to 35, it's something like a 24-70-ish, something like that. This radio is a Profoto Air Remote, and this is a Profoto monolight as well, the B30. That's not a bad start. What do you guys think of that? Little yellow, a little warm, but actually like pretty nice start. So that's, we're gonna do one more and just get this white balance right. That's great. Cool, a little bit cooler. All right, we're done. No, that's not bad at all. What do you guys think of that? Any inclinations there? Anything that you guys would like to see different? We can go any direction with this. I mean, for his face, that actually is, it's a pretty like brooding actor portrait. It's pretty cool.
I'm known to be a broody actor.
There you go. I'm gonna come in closer just to see. How much more kind of rich we can get this light. Good question, Andrew. I'm looking for, the question was, what am I looking for in this type of scenario? So it's interesting. If I'm shooting for a client, there's of course a certain directive there. There's, say, mood boards. There's things that we've dreamt up before the shoot that I'm trying to achieve. In this situation, we're kind of just playing with light. So what am I going for here? Right now, I actually like that very first exposure. I'm pretty happy with that. There's not a whole lot that I would change there. And I didn't actually test any frames with him beforehand. I turned down the light. I knew the exposure that I wanted in this room from shooting a blank frame earlier, but like this is the first frame that we've shot of him. And if anything there, I would say you could maybe say that it's a little bit too shadowy, or that there's not a lot that I would change about it. I know we're here to learn and to move forward, so we're going to try a handful of different scenarios, but I just want to give you all a sense of the different possibilities you can get out of a single light.
So someone's asking, how much is it the light? How much is it the pose?
Good question. How much is, wait, what was it? How much?
They're basically asking how much of your shots are the pose and how much is the light.
Depends on who you're working with in terms of, yeah, posing versus lighting. Both are important. Today we're here talking about lighting more than anything. That's what this particular presentation is about. But it really comes down to, at a certain point in your career, getting to a place where the lighting almost becomes secondary, right? You know what you need to do, and then the technical stuff kind of takes the back seat. You get that set up, and then it's like you actually get to dive in with the talent and like create something together. And that's when you get to the place that you're moving beyond like a headshot or beyond something that is just very surface level. So it's a mix of those. And also in terms of posing, it really depends on who you're working with. You're great right off the bat. Not everybody is comfortable being in front of a camera. I've photographed many, a CEO and corporate exec who you really have to kind of like push and coach along the way. But, Alicia Keys, like, kind of like, what am I going to tell her to do? Like she looked incredible. She showed up and had like all the magic right there. And in that case, it's like, all right, move a little bit this way or that way, but she just like looked so good because she had it, right? So it just really depends on who you're working with. Of course, folks who are used to being in front of the camera are easier in a certain way, because they're just more natural, but it's also more difficult to get something different out of them because they've done it so much. So they each have their own challenges, but yeah.
So someone's asking, would you consider a reflector to be a second light?
Would I consider a reflector to be a second light? So that's a good question. One thing that we could do if we didn't like those shadows was say, bring in a reflector over here on the shadow side. If we wanted to. It's a passive light. If I were to consider it a second light, it's a passive light. In other words, yeah, this is silver and white piece of foam core. This is the same material that a V-flat that I was talking about earlier is made of. This is a passive light source, if you want to call this a light source. In other words, the only thing that I can't dial up and down the power with this, I can move it closer and further away, which is going to make it more powerful. But that's about it. The power of this is entirely dependent upon the power of the actual light that we're using. So that's a good idea, though. Why don't we see what this looks like? So let's turn that way a little bit.
Back here.
Yeah, let's see. Would somebody mind holding a reflector for me? You wouldn't mind? Yeah, same thing. We're gonna bring this like right over here. Flatten that out a little bit, and let's come in a little bit tighter right there. Perfect. Let's see how that changes things up. Quite a bit different, right? Quite a bit different. So if we look at those two, why am I not able to go back here? I feel like I'm freezing up.
Man.
Nope. Uh-oh. I'm frozen. Hang on one second. We are going to restart capture real fast.
You can chill out.
Yeah,
You guys can clap for her though. She did a great job holding that phone core.
Fantastic. Thank you. Let's try this again. Okay. So pretty big difference between those two frames, yeah. The exposure is exactly the same. That is without the reflector. That's with. I think two things are happening here. One, that reflector is filling that shadow side of the face significantly, but you also notice on the highlight side of his face, compared to that, it's significantly brighter. You all see that? So I didn't change anything in my camera settings. What I believe is actually happening is the reflector is not only filling the shadow side, but it's also bouncing back off of this and then to the front side of his face. So it's inherently kind of killing the drama that we had in the first place. You could say you like this, you could say you don't like it. It's all subjective, right? My personal preference is kind of back towards the first frame, if I'm being completely honest. It's maybe a little bit dark, but this kind of like it loses a lot of feeling to me. I also tend to light a little bit darker, I would say, but I think we can find somewhere between those two frames that could work well. What I'm going to do, I'm going to bring this in a little bit tighter.
Sweet.
And we're going to come overhead and see how that changes things up. Nice. The cool thing about an umbrella is, generally speaking, it's one of the first light shapers that most photographers buy. It tends to be a fairly inexpensive light shaper compared to lots of bigger soft boxes and reflectors, things of that sort. So it's a good starting place. So I think that's one of the reasons I wanted to start with this today. And it's something that comes with me on every shoot, and more often than not, I end up using. Actually, gonna have you stand up
Let's do it.
for a couple. Let's get this guy out here.
Yeah. School porch fan.
Try this. Just watch here. Off there.
Not the money maker.
Cool. Let's try this. Actually, I'm gonna skeet you out a little bit. A little step forward if you could. Perfect. Nice. Chin down a little bit. See how that looks. Very different feel, right? I like that too. I'm going to make it a touch darker. I'm just going to dial down like 0.4 of a stop. Actually back up a touch, but somewhere in there. That's quite nice. I'm going to have you just hold this right under here, right in front of you.
I'm doing the work.
Yeah, you are. That's great. Bring your hands in a little bit tighter. So hold them closer. Bring your arms in like here.
Oh, I
So
see.
your arms aren't out all the way. Yep. Perfect. So double duty here, but that's a pretty nice headshot. And pretty simple setup, right? One light with a reflector that my talent is also assisting to make look so good. But that's pretty nice.
What do you think of the necklace? Maybe too tragic.
Yeah, let's put the necklace underneath. That's a good call. Nice. Cool, chin up into that light a little bit. Nice. Once again, just for sake of argument. Actually, let's switch to silver just to show you the difference there. So subtle, but if you look between those two, you can see the silver is predictably a little more kind of glossy, a little bit cooler compared to that. I prefer the white personally, but if you were going for something that was a little more like fashion forward, silver may be the way to go. But pretty simple, pretty quick. Not bad.
What's your white balance? And since you're using Fujifilm, what film simulation are you set to?
I'm on auto white balance and I'm on standard mode. So just essentially, I'm shooting raw right now. Yeah. So I'm not shooting raw plus JPEG. So there's no simulation that you're really seeing on the computer at this point. Let me grab this from you.
Yes, sir.
Do you guys have a preference for the white or the silver? Anyone? White? Cool. All right. Yeah. Have you scoot out for 1 second. We're going to try another thing. So scoot out that way for me. Yeah, I'm just going to move this down.
New IMDb shot.
Cool.
Listen, I love you, Justin. I do. All right. I gave Drew a deer in a cage tonight to shoot with. Okay.
So now I just removed part of the sock off of here to see if we can get a different feel out of this. So I'm going to have you stand right dead center there again.
Right here.
That's perfect. Yep.
Right.
I haven't changed any settings. Just want to see what this looks like. Okay. So the shadow side got quite moody. Yeah, I mean, I could even pull that out a little bit more.
Could be even broodier if you like.
Ooh, yeah, let's do it. Broody works.
Mad.
Cool, I'm just gonna rotate this even a little bit more. In that direction, how you just kind of were. Yep. Same things, just eyes back to me. Yep. So that's quite a bit harder, right? You notice the difference there? It's a little bit harder. If you see there's a little bit more glare on his nose, on his forehead, compared to where we were earlier, which is this classic, super soft. The difference there is I took off the sock of the umbrella. So if you see inside of here, that flash is no longer being diffused by this. It's hitting off the umbrella, but then literally he's getting some hard flash directly towards him. So that's what's creating that, which is also a cool way to be able to use an umbrella like this. So you can kind of get a couple of different looks out of it. If we were to have an umbrella with a silver interior, it would be even much more kind of glossy, brassy of a look. But that's also a cool way to play with that. That looks great on that screen too. Nice. Not bad, not bad. And you also see the shadow in the background there, which we didn't have here at all. But what I did there was essentially I rotated this light away from him. So he's kind of just being lit by this area of the light, and then it's not really lighting that side of the backdrop at all. So let me put this back on and I'll show you.
I don't know what you're brooding about. You're getting free actor shots. Like, don't even start.
I have to really act.
That's great. Seeing how far we can essentially rotate this light while still getting it, you know, as I mentioned, a softbox, you have those edges to it. The light is going to spread that way, but oftentimes the most beautiful part of a light is right at the edge of it. It's away from where the hard head is hitting the softbox. Turn towards that light a little bit. Yep. Cool, that's great. Nice, eyes back to me. That's great. And now it's much more dramatic, right? Where we almost don't even see the background anymore, just a little hint of it. So just by rotating the softbox, I mean, if you look at it, you'd kind of think that it's not even lighting him anymore, but it still clearly is. So another pretty cool way to use it. Where do you guys want to go from here? Any thoughts? You happy with where this is looking? Do you want to try a larger umbrella? See what the difference is? Yeah? Okay, cool.
You guys need to calm down, all of you.
It's hot out today.
I don't want to hear it. No. I don't
It's
want
100 degrees here.
We're the ones frying up here. I don't
This is a much larger umbrella.
We call those a mothership.
Oops, other way. Little unwieldy, but same trick. I put the diffuser on the outside first. And try not to hit anyone. Much larger umbrella.
It's the get out of jail free light.
Mhm.
Just giant, soft pointed.
Oops. See if I can actually get this in here. There we go. So the great thing about a small or medium-sized umbrella like I was using earlier is it's great for something like a headshot. If I were to shoot a full-length photo with an umbrella of that size, it's not going to be large enough to light a full-length photo, really. So this is where something larger comes in. You could say this is a little bit overkill, but you saw how small it folds down. It's really lightweight. It weighs a couple of pounds, and something like this is always in my bag as well. I can get by in just about any photo shoot with a small and a large umbrella and a light or two. I certainly am used to going on sets with a lot more gear than that. But when it comes down to it, if I'm working solo or with one assistant, I can get by with a very, very basic lighting setup and really cover all the bases that I need to. Yes.
Flash setting, just a camera around it. Flash setting.
Good question. The question was, do I adjust my flash settings or do I leave that the same and adjust my camera settings?
Yeah.
Depends on the shoot. If I have multiple setups going at one time, so if I have an actor on a shoot and there's a real big time crunch, I'll basically have different lights for different setups. That way I don't really need to mess with too much along the way. But generally speaking, I'm adjusting my flash settings more than my camera settings. So I know that, okay, for this shoot, I'm going to be at 125th at f8 at ISO 400, for instance. And I don't need to mess with those buttons and dials as I go from one setup to the next. All I need to do is say, change the flash from 6.5 to 8.5. You know, that makes it much, much easier. So yeah, otherwise it can get pretty confusing, especially when it's a very high pressure situation. Another trick that I always do is Apple boxes. These guys I keep all over my sets, at least one of them, but preferably a couple. And I always have a piece of paper on here. Myself or my assistant has, sometimes I have 4 or 5 different setups, and it's like, look 1, look 2, look 3, look 4, look 5. Each of those I have my camera settings and my flash settings written down because it's all planned out ahead of time. That way, if I only have one camera, as I'm walking from one setup to the next, I can see what the next settings are, and I'm literally changing it while I'm on the fly. That way, like, talent's walking with me, and it's go time as soon as we get there. And I'm not keeping them waiting. So it's a lot of multitasking in a very short amount of time, especially, like, as I mentioned, sometimes it's 2 minutes. I had to shoot with Ed Sheeran once that was like 90 seconds. So these things happen. So yeah, there's not a lot of time to do a lot of change ups. So it's either I stick with something incredibly simple and I have one setup because I know there's no time to mess around, or if I have a few, it's all planned out. Cool. So for this, I'm gonna show just what a straight on look can be here because it's such a giant light source. Such a giant light source that I need to raise it up high enough for me to actually fit in front of it.
Such a giant light source. Everyone online, I'm sorry if I can only get like half a camera angle out of this.
I'm gonna have you lose the denim shirt for this. We'll just stick with black tee.
I don't see the cats I was.
Oh man, no, it's all good.
Okay. Down the wrong tube. Take a picture.
We definitely picked the hottest day of the, one of the hottest days of the year to do this. Whew. Happy to be inside. I'm happy we're not doing like a photo walk today.
I'd be glistening.
Oh, this way a little bit. Cool. Just to see how this looks. Same settings here. Oops, did we? That was probably my fault. It's usually my fault. But just, there we go. Cool. Let's try that again. Gonna add a little more power. The light is hitting the back of this umbrella and spreading quite a bit more. It's a much larger light source, so therefore I'm gonna come up like 2 stops in power, see what that looks like. So this can work really well for something that you need to be really beautifully lit in a broader way, a more commercial way. This is the type of light that I may use on, say, a high key white setup, where I want something that's just very clean and commercial. It's not bad here either, but this is, if you remember earlier, I was showing you the Outlander cast. It was Catriona Balfe and Sam. This is the light that I used for that on white, because it's something that I knew would just be flattering and super simple. Come straight on to me. Let's go a little more upbeat for this one, a little less brooding. Nice. You got the brooding face down really well. That's awesome. Cool. It works. It's not what I would necessarily choose for this. You look great, but I prefer more shadowy light for you, to be honest. However, this light, like the other, we can also use in that sort of fashion where I'm going to have you come profile towards this light for me.
I can also smile too.
Let's see. Oh, teeth. Wow. Let's see how this looks. That's a tether cable in front of the lens. Probably going to be a little bright, and it is. We're going to come down a bit. Look at those choppers. Yeah. Cool. And I'm going to meet somewhere in the middle. So that's a really, really beautiful, rich light that is definitely different than back here or when we were back in here. It's much more kind of creamy, if you will. So because it's such a large light source, the fall off from highlight to shadow is much smoother. You can see that. And this really is a game of inches. It's one of those things where I think initially, thinking back a bunch of years when I bought my first softbox, I would indiscriminately put it up 10 feet from somebody and not know the difference, and take a photo and they were lit. I was able to get the exposure right, but it didn't actually, it wasn't crafted in any sort of way at all. So the more you do it, the more you learn that, you know, there are a lot of subtleties to the light. I mean, if I were to, this light is, I believe, this is silver on the inside. So this is going to be quite a bit different if we do that same sort of thing. So face that direction again for me, if you could.
What kind of vibe you want?
Let's see.
Zoolander vibe?
we This I'm curious to see. It's actually not that much different. I thought that would be. That surprised me, actually. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. You have a little, perfect. Thank you. I'm gonna pull this back to make sure we get. Mm-hmm. Let's go that way. Actually, maybe take a step back towards the backdrop if you wouldn't mind. And I'm going to move this forward a little bit. It's a large light. It can get in the way. And I'm going to turn it even a little bit more. See if we can get a little bit more of like a hard line on the background. The background kind of goes away there, but it's much harder now because I'm now using essentially just the silver. And that's hitting the backdrop, and the fall off is much more dramatic. Cool. Come forward for me if you don't mind. That's great. Good stuff. Now straight on to me. Good stuff. And just gonna, I accidentally opened up a tiny bit to 4.5, so we're going back to 5.6.
They're asking what color painted backdrop would you recommend?
What color painted backdrop would I recommend? That's entirely dependent upon the shoot and
No,
your
I need an answer.
personal
No.
taste.
No.
I love a classic gray. I love a blue. I love a green. There's a million different colors that you can buy online. There's companies that make hand painted backdrops. It really depends on your personal vision, you know. But that is a good question. Anyone else have any questions? Yes.
I know the one lighting, but
Uh-huh.
if you wanted more texture on the hair,
Yep.
you don't have like the extra light for the grid effect. Is there a way to kind of like make your own grid effect within that one light, or some sort of like?
The question is, this is a one light class, but if I wanted to create sort of a hair light, how could I go about doing that?
Yeah.
If we wanted, we could, as an option. Would you mind holding this for me? Let's see what we can do.
That's the question.
I'm gonna, yeah,
Participate.
I'm gonna have you face this way. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a hair light, actually.
Sure.
We're gonna hold that kind of right up here. Come a little bit higher with that. Yep. Let's see if we can get a little glimmer off there. There. Boom. That did change the drama of the front quite a bit, but let's see if we can come down like that. Let's try that again. So it's not like adding a light with a grid or something, but you definitely have a lot more glimmer on the hair than we had earlier. Before, the hair sort of blended into the background a bit. Now it definitely has more of that feeling. So something like a simple reflector could do for sure. I'm sorry.
It could be like a compromise.
Totally. Yeah. Any other questions offhand? Yes, sir. How do I manage glare with glasses? It depends upon the lenses in the glasses. It depends on the size of the light source and the hardness or softness of the light source. So it's generally, and playing with the angle, if I didn't already say that. So oftentimes it's literally just having them like chin down. It could be a couple of degrees that gets that glare out of the glasses. It can be bringing the glasses down on the bridge of the nose a tiny bit more. I'm okay. Yeah, I don't think we have time to jump into that now. But and the size of the light source as well. So yeah, angle of incidence, angle of reflection. It can be a challenge. The thicker the lenses, sometimes it can be really challenging, but you work your way through it. Anyone else?
Number when you're doing like a portrait shoot, stable light.
Is there, the question is working through the technicalities of your first shoot.
Of a
And-
lighting,
oh.
like using like a remote control or versus lighting.
Are you talking about the light, the power of the light itself?
Yeah.
Good question. Yeah, the question is essentially how to know if there's a particular number setting, like we're at 7.2 right now on this light. That's going to be the right amount of power for like a family portrait shoot. Not an easy answer to that, unfortunately, because every flash system that you use is going to have a different power output. So like this is 500 watt seconds of power. Another unit could be 750 or 1,000. So if you're on 10 out of 10, it's going to be completely different on any of those. So it's if you're doing a shoot in a studio, I would say find out the gear that they have and look online to figure out like what the kind of specs are for that before you go into it. Yeah. Cool. Anyone else? Any questions from online? All right. Thank you all so much for coming out. Appreciate it. Hope you learned something, and thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys.
Wonderful.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you to Seth for that very nice series of words that made me super uncomfortable. I don't do well with compliments, but thank you. So today, as Seth mentioned, I kind of want to take you through some of my approaches for how I handle kind of classic portraiture, which doesn't always necessarily need a particularly large space. So I want to kind of take you through what that looks like, how I build that out. Sometimes what I'm working with is very, very minimal gear. Sometimes it's one light, maybe two, or one light and a reflector. Other times I'm able to kind of really cram a lot into a small space. And I want to kind of show you what that brings me in terms of kind of visuals of the image and why I would go through all of the effort if sometimes it becomes quite a bit more complicated and more tight to kind of work in. So why would I even want to go through that effort? I want to show you what that kind of brings to the table. I'm going to be working with a variety of tools today. My camera that I'm going to be using, I'm on the Fuji GFX system, so it's a larger format system. I'll explain what lenses I'm using as I go, but I'm going to give you a full frame equivalent as we go through that, just so you kind of can keep up to that. The lights that I'm mostly going to be using today are the Pro Photo heads. I believe we have the B30s today as our primary lights. So they function pretty similar to, you know, most of the ones in the Pro Photo ecosystem, if you're familiar with it, in the same way as we're going to be using a lot of their modifiers as well. For the background, we've got this is a Westcott pop-up. Manfrotto, thank you. It's just a simple textured backdrop. I oftentimes like to bring in textured backdrops, whether they be something printed like this or a canvas or a muslin, just to kind of break up and give a little bit of texture to the images that I make. But again, it totally depends on what your needs are. I would use this for more of a traditional, kind of that classic portrait setting, or if you want like a headshot, you might be dealing with something a little bit cleaner. I typically gravitate towards something that's got a little bit of feel to it. I love the idea of texture. And so whether it be the background, the clothing they wear, the way that hair gets messy, or the scruff on the face, all those little things I think start to inject a little bit of that that feeling into the image that I'm usually always after, and kind of gets me away from things that feel a little too perfect or pristine, which isn't usually my flavor. I'm going to be tethering into Capture One today. If you're unfamiliar with that as a tether program, that is what we're looking at, as opposed to a Lightroom. And yeah, that's pretty much it. All right. So with that being said, we're going to kind of build these lights in one at a time. I'm going to kind of take you through what I'm thinking about as we do this. Now, the idea of like classic portraiture or timeless portraiture, what I'm talking about when I refer to that are kind of the greats who have established a lot of these really classically, almost like Mount Rushmorean ideas of what the portrait is. We're talking like the Avedons and the Pens. If you think of a white portrait, it's because of Avedon. Not that he necessarily created it, but he was the one who kind of made it that iconic thing. Or the Pen window portrait, or the Pen corner portrait, or the carpet portraits. Pen had several different things that he kind of really defined. Or we look at like the work of Karsh doing that very classic formal style of portraiture. And so for me, a lot of these things are cemented into the DNA of how most people approach portraiture, whether or not they're always consciously thinking about it or not. And so these ideas, like the shooting on a textured background with a big soft light, it's not a new idea. It's been done. And so we kind of want to think about how we can pay respect to those ideas and create it using these newer tools, because we're not using the same things they were using before. One of my favorite types of portraiture is like the classic pen portrait, the window portrait, where you'd have like this really beautiful contrast, that checkerboarding of light, where it'd go like light, dark, and you go kind of explore a lot of his portraits. The Picasso portrait was kind of tucked over and stuff. They all kind of have a very similar structure in that way. And it took me a really long time to kind of really wrap my head around what he was doing. And eventually I learned it was just a window. It was a window, if he wanted the background to look a certain way, he'd angle the background, he'd angle them with the light. It was really kind of simple. He would really modify the window in some pretty unique ways, but it was just this idea of a complex big soft light. And so it's all about kind of paying attention to the finesse. It's paying attention to the really simple ideas we're familiar with and kind of doing something a little more nuanced with it. Now, we're also not using a window. We're not using that dusty, dirty window. So we have to kind of create something that feels like it with more modern tools. So that's what we're going to be doing today. For my main light, we're going to start with something simple here. I've got this B30 head. And how I usually like to configure it is I like to put my A's, or my key light on A. I usually do my fill on B. I usually do a background on C. It's just a normal formula that I always typically gravitate toward. I know some people like to have their different little quirks of that, but that's usually my move. And then I kind of go from there with additional lights. So this is going to be my main light. We're going to call this A. I've already got it set up for A. And I'm going to be using a modeling light here just so that I can help point it a little bit and make my life a little bit easier. We're going to start it over here. Okay. For my main light, I'm looking for just a big soft light source. I am a big fan of the ProPhoto pop-up softboxes. This is a 4-foot octa. I like these just because they're pretty quick to get up and going. Get up and going. Yeah. Those words there. One of the things that I'll also change this out with all the time is like a big umbrella with diffusion. The thing about this is this going to give me a little bit of a punchier light, something with a little bit more of an edge, a little more shape to it. And I can kind of angle it a little more off the background. Sometimes if I don't want this necessarily to light everything super evenly, this can help me kind of contour the light in a small space a little more effectively. This one's new, it's stuck. There we go. Okay. And there is, making sure there was no grid on that. Cool. So we're going to put the modeling light on so we can see here. Maybe it's bright enough. That's pretty good. Yeah. That's fine. Now, what am I going to set my settings to? Well, my camera has a sync speed of 1/125th, so I'm going to be using that as a shutter speed. I'm going to stick with a relatively low ISO to start, maybe somewhere around 100 or so. For my aperture, this is where I decide what I want this to feel like. Do I want the background totally in focus? Do I want some soft edges? A lot of times in studio, these things don't really matter that much unless I'm really skewing one way or the other. So, you know, you might find that you want to shoot somewhere around a mid-level aperture for something like this, and then it just becomes a matter of getting it approximately there. Other times where maybe I want to introduce a lower aperture because I want it to feel a certain way with those softer edges, I might intentionally aim to go a little softer. So I think that's probably what I'm going to do. I'm going to aim for something relatively soft. Maybe we'll stick around a 4 or so. Oftentimes when I'm dealing with exposure, because I'm thinking about relative power between the different lights in my head, I would say that I more often than not tend to set my lights, especially my main lights, around full stops, just because it makes it easier for me to do the math in my head. So like if I'm putting this at like an F4, for example, and I know that I want my fill light to be 2 stops below, that's an easy thing I can get to in my head, right? So I go, okay, well, this is where I want the fill at 2. So just, it helps me kind of work the math out. Same with like, you know, anything higher or lower. That just, I find to be really, really helpful. So I'm going to set this, guess. What's that? So you don't want me to, you want me to? Well, you know, you said I wasn't going to be a problem. I'm going to move this to the other side because Seth said, don't block the audience.
Would you guys like to not see anything? Is that the goal you would like? Chris, by all means, do the demo.
But I like a left side. I've got a light meter here. I am using the 858. I regularly like to use meters just sometimes for speediness, and also it helps in the demonstration. So I'm using ISO 100, 1/125th. Basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to trigger this using my my remote.
So you just see them all.
Sure. Yeah, that'd be fine. I want to make this read about 4. It's kind of what I'm going for. Maybe a little over 4, maybe like a 4, 4.5. If I want to slightly overexpose, but we're going to start. That was actually, that was a really good guess.
Oh man, that's within 1/10.
I got it was a 1 to the. It was purely luck. I'm going to change this to a 4 just so that we're even, and I'm going to kind of show you where that starts. Lens that I'm using here is an 80 millimeter, so full frame equivalent is 70, 68, 72-ish. Sure. I'm going to be at f4, so 1/125th ISO 100 f4, just to kind of show you what this looks like. There's nothing. This is just a straight, flat out light. Okay. Perfect. No, it's like it's exposed, fine, right? It's kind of painting with a big brush, meaning it's lighting him, it's lighting the background, relatively dim, but you're like, it does feel a little darker than you might like it, even though it's there. You're going to get certain variances between lenses with how that aperture maps out. I would probably say more often than not on lighter skin tones, especially when I'm doing kind of a more classic portraiture, I'm more likely to kind of overexpose anywhere between 1/3 and 1/2 of a stop, especially if I'm going to crank the contrast up. Okay, so I put this at 4, like just to kind of prove a point. I'm going to turn it up 1/2 a stop, so 0.5. This is not going to look as bright as it seems at being about 1/2 a stop overexposed. Actually, it looks pretty good. And the nice thing about this is when I kind of crank this up in terms of contrast, the skin kind of gets pushed into that brighter tone that I think works in that more kind of classic portraiture, which you get here. You can actually see, even if I push it another 1/2 a stop or so, it still works, right? So you can, suppose you can shoot it there as well. I can also turn it up another 1/2 a stop, just to get it about where it was. And so even though I metered it at 4 originally, I'm still shooting it at 4. This is overexposed by almost a stop. And you actually see that it looks pretty good. So sometimes the meter is a starting point, but again, depending upon how you're shooting it, the way you're processing it, sometimes you have to kind of be prepared to make those adjustments to exposure to make it render how you want it to be.
Question in the chat. They're saying that they've seen a lot of your work have a lot of negative space on the top of the portrait. They're wondering, when is it best to break the rules effectively for that?
I probably think I break the rule of cutting the top of the head off way more than I do leaving negative. I got a few images that have negative space, but I love to cut the top of the head off. The reason why I typically do that is because it's a type of shot you see in film. It's the ECU, the extreme close-up, where they pop in and they're going really, really close to the face. So I pop into that every once in a while, and it just puts all the attention on the face and the expression, as opposed to kind of the top of the head, where sometimes there's not a whole lot of interesting stuff happening up there. I think with composition in general, it's always great to learn. It's great to kind of learn the mechanics and the theories and all that kind of stuff that goes into it. But at the end of the day, I think composition really is an extension of balance. And so sometimes balance is the point, other times imbalance is the point. And it really kind of falls on what you want the image to feel like. And if you want the negative space because the weirdness or the sense of rest is what works for you in the image, then I think you can make that thing. But there's no rule. It really is kind of more intuition than anything else. Okay. This is pretty direct, yeah? So it's a relatively dark background, and he's got dark hair and a dark shirt, so you're not getting a ton of separation between the two. We're going to come back to that later. For now, I only want to look at kind of what the main light is doing here. In this small space, the bigger your model, in any space, the larger the light source is relative to the subject, the softer it will be. This is pretty soft, okay? But I can also, because of this edge, taper it off of him a little bit. This is going to lower the exposure a little bit, which I'd probably have to compensate for. But it's going to start to bring a little bit of light off the background, even though he's only, I don't know, maybe 2 feet off the background. This will actually give you even more control. Depends on what's happening over here. In this case, there's not a wall or anything to bounce off of, but you'll actually see that this will change it even more. So you can kind of see the background just in that small space. I lost a little bit of light, yeah? So even if I were to bring that back up a little bit more, you're still going to get a tiny bit of fall off. So you're going to get a better fall off of light there between this and this, right? So that's one simple way to control. A grid would be another way that you can kind of control that too. But I think this has given me a really nice quality of light on his face. Yeah. There is basically a 3-light setup I use all the time. That is like my de facto standard, which is kind of what I'm showing you here. I've got some kind of a main light, oftentimes umbrella, it's an octabox, something like this. Then I've got something for a fill light. This is what's going to be controlling my shadows in the image. Sometimes it's a big umbrella back here. Other times I'll just take a light and I'll bounce it off the room just to kind of lighten the shadows of everything. And then a lot of times what I'll do, I'm not usually one for a rim light. I'll usually throw a little splash of light on the background for separation. This is just kind of helping to create a little bit of form. Now, if you're familiar with the pen portrait, I talked about the checkerboard lighting. So it's going light, dark, light, dark. So basically what that means is, let's say the light's coming from this side over here on camera right. This is going to be dark. Then this is going to be light. Then his face goes dark. And then this needs to be light over here. Okay. You can sometimes do this if you really want to sit there and refine it a lot with your main light. This can kind of rake across and you can basically like find the edge of it. It's a little hard in here with all the lights being on, but you can kind of create that effect. It almost looks like the light's going in 2 different directions. You can do it with one light. It's a pain, but you can. I oftentimes find what I will regularly do is I'll just throw an extra light back on there to create that effect. And it just helps me to control it a little bit more. For that, I'm going to use one of these. I've got one more light on a small stand, okay? And in an ideal world, I'd probably have an extra, even an extra foot probably makes a little bit of a difference. So I'm going to move this just a hair back, just a tiny, tiny bit. Like this makes all the difference in the world. And on this light, you can see that it's going kind of everywhere, right? So my go-to for this, more often than not, is I use a grid on a zoom reflector. They make these for a great number of different types of modifiers. The grid's just going to be restricting the light. This is a 10-degree grid, so it's a pretty tight beam of light. They make all different degrees for these, 10, 20, 30, so you can get kind of different size spreads. It's just basically, this is in here, a little honeycomb thing. You can kind of see, it's almost like tiny little tunnels. This won't change the quality of light. So this is a hard light source. It's going to be a hard light source. It's just going to take it from this big thing to that. The bigger the degree, the bigger the beam. So this is 10. This is pretty small. It's usually 5, 10, 20. But if you need this to be a little bit bigger, just back it out a little bit, okay? And you can kind of see I'm not getting any light here. So it's just control, okay? I'll give you a technical and a practical thing when it comes to how bright should this be. Different surfaces reflect light differently. Different brightnesses reflect light differently. Technically, if you'd like to measure this, you need a reflected light meter, which is a different mode on one of these, and you measure the light bouncing off the surface. You can also measure the light at the exposure by just metering it there at the wall, but it's always going to be different because materials are different, colors, reflections, so forth and so on. So you have to use a reflected light meter. That's a whole other thing. More often than not, I eye this. I just find that it's a little bit faster in practical application. So I'm going to stick this right here, and I'm just going to raise and lower it until I'm happy. It's on C. I also like the modeling light here because I can move around and I know exactly what it's going to look like. So for example, if I go here, I know kind of where it's going to be positioned. Right? And if I want to make it brighter, I'm going to turn it up, let's say 2 stops. I can make it brighter, right? If I want to make it somewhere in between, I'm going to turn it down a stop, maybe I'll back it out a little bit just to spread that out a little more. You'll notice that I was kind of shooting from a little bit of a higher angle just because I had it angled a little low. So let's just raise it up a little bit based on how I want to shoot it. But it's not spilling onto the face, right? Which is great. Now I can go a little lower with my background. Cool. Really beautiful separation. And if you were to see this in a pure black and white, all I've got is a little punch of contrast here. I think you can go back a little bit brighter where it was. I still think once we see it in black and white. Yeah, it's actually purple in person. It's just showing up blue. Yeah, probably a little bit. But you can kind of see how we're getting into that dark light, right? That's the checkerboard. This is kind of your pen-ish version of that window. Ish, right? What's that? Sure.
Melanie's saying she notices that the camera's a little above the model. When do you shoot from above, and when do you shoot at eye level or below?
Not really a right or wrong for that. I think a lot of times with portrait work, I tend to favor a more creative approach in terms of angle and lens versus something being straightforward. Like with a headshot, for example, which is fundamentally this, right? He is the center of this, trying to make it look good and flattering. And a lot of times the choices we make in a lens or light is to kind of be invisible, right? The lens choice being long or close to how we see distortion, or the perspective, maybe just finding that right angle of flattering balance. And that's fine, there's nothing wrong with that. But a lot of times if you like, especially if you look at the pen work, sometimes he'd shoot it a little wide, he'd get a little low for a hero shot or a little high to put more contact to the eyes. And so it really depends on what you want to project in your subject. Do you want to shoot them low to make them feel powerful? Do you want to shoot them a little high where I feel like it connects more on the eyes? It's really all about preference and projection. So for example, you can look at those. That was nice. So if I wanted to kind of shoot him this way and go for a more traditional hero angle, this is eyes. This makes me feel very differently. And it's not that one is right or wrong, it's just about the opinion, right? Another thing that I regularly like to do is I like to shoot with something that's just a little bit wider than you probably are used to doing. This is a 55mm lens, so about a 40-42 on a full frame. And as an environmental portrait, that feels usually pretty mid or you know, relatively balanced. But when you get really close with it, it's fine. You can look up that way. That was nice. You can create something a little more dynamic, which I like. It's got a little bit of a distortion to it, but I'm kind of into it, right? So fundamentally, these two aren't that different, like in terms of his pose and it being a low angle, but I think something with that wider lens, when you get close to it, really makes you feel involved and close and almost uncomfortably close. And I think that's kind of one of my favorite things about portraiture is that it lets you, it almost acts as a shield to be able to get closer than we're often getting with people in normal interactions. I think that becomes kind of interesting. It's a real like entering of a personal space, and I think it lets us psychologically feel closer and more intimate with the subject. I think that's a very, very cool thing. So there's a lot I could kind of play around with here. So for example, can we do the cool teacher shot here really quick?
Of course.
Great. So I do like, often I regularly use a posing table so that I can bring hands in, right? When that is not, when you don't have one around, back of a chair works really well. And so try this for me. Yeah, let's throw that on. And let's roll the sleeves up too. Yeah. Yeah. Everybody loves a rolled sleeve.
Now it's an after-school program. Look at this.
Mhm.
All right.
Smoking's bad.
Hello, fellow kids. Drinking and driving's bad.
Great. Cool. Awesome. Let's turn you a little bit more. Yep, great. Cool. And then since he lowered, I'm going to lower this down a little bit. Cool. And then what you can kind of do here is just kind of lean across and maybe almost don't like hand here, but it's almost like you can bring it a little lower and you're going to bring it next to the face, but not press into it. So it's almost like a here. Bring the head up just a little bit. Turn your face out that way a little bit more. Good. Furrow the brow a little bit for me. Open the mouth just a little bit. And then just your eye, look at me. Okay. And so like, I think this starts to do something really fun. Right? Now, I think because I'm using the wider lens, it makes my spot look a little smaller. So I'm going to back this up a little bit. And I do think my shadow is a little dark for my taste. Okay. So let's make this a little taller. Put it a little, since I'm shooting it a little low, I'm just going to make it about right there. Let's try that again. And then
Mimic what we just did.
oh, that's great. Don't worry. So even though like I'm not including a table, like you kind of get a sense that there's one there. I think it works, right? But I think the shadows are a little dark. Now I could do this in post, like you can. Well, we have a light, so let's do it here. I'm gonna just take this light. I'm gonna bounce it off the room, okay? Just to lighten everything up a little bit. This is on B, so I keep this separate. I'm just gonna take a test fire on it just to see. It's pretty dark still, wow. Yeah, I know. I was hoping it would. I was at 7. I thought it would do something. Turn that up about 2.5 stops. Still nothing, huh? I know, but there's not a space, man. What do you want from me?
You want to get it to here?
It'll reach, yeah.
Yeah. Put a zoom reflector.
Yeah, I mean, it's lightening up a little bit, but honestly, I for it being at the end of the power, it's just, we're bouncing it off black, which is pretty much the worst case scenario. It is, I was learning a little bit, but not really enough. Hopefully directionally that works. Let's just see. A little bit. It's just down a little. So I'm just basically trying to lighten up a little bit of the overall shadows. Let's see.
Bounce off the projections.
Let's see. We were about here. Got it to here. Like it's definitely a little brighter. It's kind of brightening up my main a little bit more than I'd have liked, but
If I can move this way, move this over, you'll get more on
it's fine. Let's kind of do something like that. I'll play with it in the dynamic range a little bit. Okay. So I think like this is a really nice starting point for fundamentally the 3-light setup, right? If I wanted to make that a little bigger, spread a little more, could use a like a 30 degree, 20, 30 degree grid. I could also take the reflector off. I think this is fine. I think this works. And so now that I have something like this, I'm actually going to turn my main light down a hair. Now that I have something like this, I can move. It's actually pretty forgiving. So I don't want to be afraid of shadows. So I'll move around. He can move around. And sometimes you'll get these less traditional lighting patterns that I think lend themselves to a more interesting image. And so I'd want to like work with him to try to find different expressions and kind of different micro pose of the face, and then always be quick, because sometimes it's the in-between shot that is the interesting thing. And then just kind of don't be afraid to you know, get up in there, right? And you'll get some really cool, nice stuff like this. That's great. Yep, I'll look off right here. And just at me. And so I kind of I bounce around, right? And lift that up. Yeah, that's good. Lift that up a little bit. Good. Open the mouth just a little bit for me. Good. Good. And kind of like try that. There's, you know, the sniff the knuckles thing. Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly. And then bring it down a little lower off the face. Good. And look up this way for me. Good. And a little more serious. There we go. Cool. And so you can kind of see like I'm bouncing around, right? Give him a second to come in. Cool, right? Just out of curiosity, let's see what this spread works. Man, this is a little bit. Where'd you get this from? I know, I can say.
I bought it off of Joe McNally, so odds are it's been through a war.
Also, when it gets hot.
Yeah. They get ovalized, and then the round doesn't fit in the oval, and then this happens. So it survived me and Joe. Okay.
I'm going to turn it down a little bit because this does tend to kill a little bit of light. Let's just see if I want this to be a little bigger, what that's going to look like.
So question in the chat, is the camera set to monochrome or is capture one?
I have capture doing the desaturation. So it was just spilling a little bit and getting a little on his face. So you can kind of see it lift up a little bit there, spilling, hence the grid, but that looks a little better there. Cool. Great. And there's your negative space. Cool. And so there's a lot of play you can have with this. It's incredibly flexible going left or right with kind of whatever you're after. But I think like there's some really, really cool, interesting, like this is what I mean when I say that it's close. It's almost like uncomfortably close, but I'm into it. I think it's very, very cool. And like you get this kind of stuff, which is really fun. Just good personality character portraits. And it feels like you're kind of almost, he's telling a story. You're in the middle of a conversation. And you're just kind of right there. That's kind of what I like about it. It feels like a visual conversation. Questions? How are we doing?
All right. You guys all right? No one's got a question.
No one's got questions?
He's this amazing. All right, pop quiz. No, I was kidding.
No? All right. You can also do a lot here, like with color. So I think this really works nicely in black and white. But for those of you that are kind of curious about it, you know, you can definitely do something color-wise in here that totally works too. So cool. Yeah, cool. Cool. Okay. All right. So sometimes I want to make life intentionally more challenging. And this is where I start to introduce.
Someone's asking.
Right, I love it.
Why are desaturing? Is it see the balance of light and shadow better? Like why people black and white?
I mean, it's two reasons. Yeah, I think it's easier to see tonality better in black and white, but I know that there's always the argument about color in black and white, and I know that color oftentimes gets pointed to be antiquated or out of date, and color feels more modern. I understand that. But I think getting into the does this image work better in black and white's the wrong approach. If I'm shooting black and white, it's usually with intention. If I'm shooting color, it's with intention. There should be a reason for each choice. And so here, when it's black and white, you notice that I change the power of the background exposure because the exposure was different when it went into black and white. And so I'm thinking about tone and contrast more when it's a black and white image. It's all about deliberate choices. And when I first started getting into photography, the first images that I ever fell in love with were black and white images. And so they've always really resonated more with me than color. I think sometimes people use black and white as a crutch, but I think it can be really, really beautiful when it's done correctly. I compare it to like cooking or music. It's, you know, there's something to be said for a really elaborate, complicated, unusual dish where you're doing all kinds of new and creative, complicated things. There's also something to be said for roasting a chicken really well. It's easy to cook chicken. It's hard to do it really well. Or it's using color when it's done well is like an orchestra. But I also really love the pianist sitting alone by themselves. Sometimes that has more of an emotional resonance to me. And so I think it's not about one being current or antiquated. I think it's really more about intent and feeling and what you want to achieve with the images. And so the black and white isn't so much a technical thing as it is like a stripping down all of the extra stuff and just kind of getting to the core of what you're going after. And I kind of like the romanticism that black and white affords the image a little bit.
Lou in the chat's asking, how about using a reflector to add light on the left?
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of my choice for adding the fill light into the room. You definitely could do that. If you favor a more well-lit image, by all means. I also sometimes really loves me a deep, dark shadow. And so, you know, if that's what you're into, go for it.
And then someone else is asking, what is your go-to method for avoiding unwanted shadows in a compact setup?
Shadows in what way? Like on a background?
You're asking me like it's my question. I don't know.
So a lot of times it's position of light to the camera or quality of light. So a hard shadow is going to create more of a shadow. A hard light's going to create more of a shadow. Or if you're really close to the subject and you see it, if you're really close to your subject is close to the background, sometimes that will cast a shadow. So you can kind of see that I've got a little bit of an angle on it. That can help kind of create more distance between the two to kind of hide that shadow, or how you frame it or angle yourself. All of those things kind of can help you shoot around it. Yes.
I noticed you only metered once.
Sure. So he said that he noticed I only metered once. How important is it to use a meter? So I am a big fan of learning with the meter. I will be totally honest. A lot of times I don't use a meter. Sometimes I do. Depends on what I need it for. So if I need to create something quickly and it's really about speed, I walk in with a meter and I go, this is what I'm going to do. Boom, 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 boom. And I can actually set the whole thing up without taking a picture. Other times, I kind of want to go in and paint it a little bit. I'm like, a little light here, a little light here, a little light here, a little light here, right? And I'm doing it a little more by feel. If you are trying to repeat and you're trying to learn, I think understanding the meter and understanding measurements of light is really, really helpful. Because you're like, all right, I'm watching somebody bake a cake. And if you watch a video of somebody baking a cake and they never tell you, you're like, okay, there's flour and sugar, and so, but they never tell you how much, it's hard for you to duplicate it, right? The meter is what helps you measure it. It helps you know how much, which is why I said in the beginning, I go, okay, it started with a 4, but I'm going to intentionally bump it up half of a stop, full stop, right? And you learn those tricks. But it's hard to learn that by eye. It's helpful if you learn it with a measurement. Second time I use it is if I have to duplicate something. So sometimes I'm doing a pre-light day and I have to go in, I set the whole thing up, and then I have to measure it, break it all down, and then set it up the next day. Helps measure the light, right? Or if I'm doing an advertisement where I'm shooting 2 different people and they have to be comped together, but it's got to look like the same light, even though it's in 2 different spaces on 2 different days. I got to measure it, right? Otherwise, you can never repeat the exact same setup. So if you've got something that you use on a regular basis, or you want to repeat something, meter is indispensable, right? But what is at the core of whenever I'm moving lights around is measurement of light. Because once you use a meter a lot, once you get really comfortable with exposure, you go, okay, I know what a stop's going to look like. I know what 2 stops going to look like. I know what half stop's going to look like. When I'm changing my light, I'm changing it with those things in my head. But it's only because you kind of learn how measurements of light look visually. And that's just the more you do it, the easier it becomes. So do you need it in the digital age? No. Does it make it easier in some capacity for certain things? Absolutely. Is it necessary in certain types of work? Absolutely. I also think it's really good in learning. But, you know, everybody's, like when I first started, I'm like flipping lights on, I'm turning it up and down. And then when I got a meter, I got better at it. So, you know, that's always the trade-off. But I'm a fan. Cool. Yes.
Light setup, would you consider it more a masculine light, or you think you could shoot a woman the same way?
I've used it for both. It depends on the person. So he said, is it a masculine setup? Would you use it for men and women? I use it for both all the time. It's more about how I want to portray the person than anything else. If I want to create a really glowy, flattering light, then I'm going to have a much brighter fill light, right? If I want more texture to the face, I might show more shadow. I think some people get too obsessed with the idea of needing to not show age or wrinkles. And I don't feel that way. I love texture on the face. I love the character. I love the story, the history. I love all of those things. I don't think it's necessarily something to be afraid of. One of my favorite quotes, it was an Henri Cartier-Bresson quote, and he said, he goes, I think at some age you get the face you deserve. I always like that idea. You get the face you deserve. I think that's a great quote. But I also like that's the person, you know? And so it's not really about it being masculine or feminine. It's more about how you choose to show the subject, flattering or not. or, you know, bright, light and bright or not. It totally depends on what you're after.
I completely agree. Texture and loving it.
Yeah.
But the person, a lot of times, the older woman that you're taking.
So that's a different question. So that gets to intent. So he had said that sometimes certain people want to look more even. They want Photoshop, right? So it comes to the why you're making the portrait. Are you pleasing yourself? Are you pleasing the sitter? Or are you pleasing someone else? If you are pleasing the sitter because they hired you, I'd do whatever you want me to do. You want more light? Sure. Fine. But it's all about intent. Still, it's like, how do you want to show them? Who's the boss? Sometimes you're not the boss. You know? This is what it is, you know? Yeah, provide a service, exactly. So if that's what they want, I give you what you want. It's fine. Yeah. All right. I'm going to show you one other cool thing. So every once in a while, I want to make a more complicated light. Can I get another battery for this? This is, oh, never mind, it's working. It was showing 0 and then it turned back on. Okay. So back in the day, and I mean like long time ago, when they were using continuous lights a lot more than strobes, there were a great number of types of continuous lights, and you'll still see some of these pop up in film and TV every once in a while. The Mole Richardsons have a pretty wide range of different types of stuff. I love shooting with those, the Fresnels and all those sorts of things. They had this one light that was really unique. It was called a scoop. It kind of looked like this a little bit, but it was a bit deeper, kind of more of like a telezoom reflector, if you're ever familiar with those. And it had a very smooth interior, and it was pretty big. And the light inside of it was a long tube. It's important because of how it filled the dish. It filled the dish, which was silver, in a way that was just this really, it was a hard light, but it was smooth and polished. It was just this really beautifully unique quality of light. And I always loved that quality of light. You'd see it in a lot of, you know, if you go back and look at Karsh's work and Penn to a degree, you'd see the use of these lights. And so they're very hot to be in front of. They're big, they're unwieldy. And so I was looking for a way that I could find a similar look to it with strobes. And so I basically figured out a couple of different solutions. I would start with a Magnum light, which is just this, just a big reflector. This is a white dish, so it's going to soften it up a little bit. And what I would do is I would put like a beauty dish sock over the end just to alleviate the harshness a little bit. Still hard, still a relatively small light source, but just a little bit softer. The white helps to alleviate that a little bit. And if I stagger something like this with a larger light source, I can kind of get some of the characteristics of each. The benefit of the grid, just like there, is it's going to give me a little bit more of a concentrated beam. So yeah, there's a black grid and a white grid. My understanding of the two, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the white grid is going to slightly soften the quality of light a little bit. Is that kind of its intention a little?
The white grid softens is the edge of the light.
Yeah.
So it's not creating such a definition. So it's got a certain subtle
Softer
bleed.
gradation of hard
Right.
fall off. Yeah. Yeah. And so it just gives you a little bit more of a directionality on this. I'll kind of show you. Let me flip off the modeling light here, what it's doing. Can you flip the overheads off for just a second? Is that okay? Just so we can see it. Sure. Okay. So I'll show you just the dish. Okay, right? It's, if you can kind of see by the edge, it's hard, but it's not super crisp. There's just a little softness to it, which is nice, which I like. But if I throw this on it, you can see that it's across the whole background. This creates a much tighter beam of light, right? So you get what is effectively a hard-ish quality, right? The size of it makes it a little softer, and the grid restricts it back down. So it's like you're making it big to make it a little smaller in spread, right? So it's an interesting, like, kind of mix of characteristics. Now, by default, if I were to just use this alone, let's actually test my exposure here. It's fine. Let's just see. So it's giving me 5, 6, 8. So I'm going to turn it down a stop and an 8. Okay. And so this is it by, let me turn the other ones off so you can kind of see what it's doing by itself. I'll turn everything else off. That's where the light's going. It's a tiny bit. Okay. Now what's cool about this is you can kind of see there's a little bit of specularity to it. I'm going to turn it up just a hair, maybe like, I don't know, a third or a fourth stop of light, just a tiny bit. I'm just putting a tiny little pocket of light on the face. Okay. I could actually do something really cool with this. I could throw the background light on. I could put a little bit more fill into it. I could actually turn this into something kind of interesting and cool if I wanted to. And I really don't hate the quality of light on him. I think it's pretty nice. Okay. But watch what happens when I turn everything back on. You're going to notice a couple of different things. So I had this exposed at about 4.5 on an f4 exposure. I think I had this at about a 5, 6, so about a stop overexposed. And so when you add something that's already exposed, and you're actually going to get an even more overexposed. So overall, it's a little bright. So to get some of that, because they're kind of, this is washing out that hardness specularity that I had. So I don't actually want to keep this as my main light. Instead, I'm actually going to turn it down, maybe about a stop or so, to offset the difference. Because I want this to show up a little bit more, and I want this to show up a little bit less. I'll bring it down even more, I think. Say another half a stop. And so the more I turn this up and the more I turn this down, you're going to kind of mix and match some of these characteristics, which I think is pretty cool. I'll turn this back one more time. Cool. I'm just going to turn it a little more to the side. Just give it a little more drama. And so I'm kind of mixing and matching these little things.
I'm sorry, I keep looking at you. I don't like resetting.
Turn it down just a little bit more. I'm just kind of finessing and balancing it a little bit. The more I turn my main soft light down, the harder the characteristics are going to be. And you can kind of see the lights shifted a little bit more to the front from where we started, which was kind of more to the right side, right? Something kind of there. Versus this is putting it a little more to the front. You can kind of see this is the more powerful light, right? Cool. It's pretty close, which makes it a little softer, but you're still going to get kind of that punchy specularity that I think is pretty cool. So I'm going to bring it around a little bit just so I can put a little more sparkle in the eyes. And then we'll let that be kind of the shift to the side. And this is how I start to create kind of that more complex lighting, which I think looks really pretty. Cool, cool, cool. I'm going to bring it down a little bit. Nice. Yeah. So you get that little sparkle kind of in the eyes right there. Like that. And let's just see, just out of curiosity, we turn off the main light. What's that doing? What's that look like? Yeah, see that's without, and that's with. Kind of see that little layering that it's bringing in? Just a little. Turn it up just a hair. that way. Just turn it up a little bit. And I'm now going to shoot it a little more to the side. Cool. I'm going to flip that modeling light on so I can see it a little more. Cool, great. You don't happen to have a flag, do you? I don't know, I just want to put a little shadow on the side. Or cinefoil. Can I put cinefoil? Great. I'm gonna.
I know how big this is.
That's great. That's fine. So that's perfect. So at the moment, looks great. So this is really nice. I upped the power just a little bit on that main, but that's great. Put the eyes right where they were. Perfect. Yeah, no, that was good. Very pensive. I'm going to put a little shadow on the face from that main light. Sorry, the harder light. It's going to give me a little bit of that shadow. Cool. Just cast a little bit of a shadow. And then let's make that go a little brighter. What's that?
Just check out of the way.
Ah, that's fine. Just casting a little bit of an intentional shadow. Cool. That's great right there.
That's cool.
And then drop that hand for me. Nice. Yeah.
Someone in the chat is asking, would you get a similar effect if you remove the baffle of diffusion from the softbox? So I'm guessing they're saying.
No, it's different. The Magnum's going to be a little punchier, which is still kind of my preference. But that's nice right there. It's hardish. It's a fun quality of light. A little bit, just with your eyes. There you go, right there. But it is a little different than just your eyes that make good. Cool. And then if I come this way, go here. Cool. Yeah, I think we got some really, really beautiful stuff. Like this all looks really nice. And kind of once you have it, it really just boils down to kind of how you want to play. And that's it, you know. I'm going to move this a little closer to the background. And I'll just sit there and I'll kind of tweak some things and move them around and, you know, see what works. That's good right there. Perfect. And then just your eyes at me. Great. Cool. Super cool. Cool. Yeah, that's kind of it. Yeah. I know. It's professionally good looking. The thing is like with this kind of stuff, oftentimes you're given sometimes a minute or two. You come in, you knock this out, and you kind of come in with something of a safety approach. And you just kind of like having 20 minutes of this is way more than I would ever need to kind of run through this. Come in, you kind of just hang out and talk to the person, and that really becomes a big part of it. Yeah, but you know, you can kind of see there's a ton of flexibility kind of within the space, and adding in some shadows, taking it away. You can kind of do all kinds of cool things. How do you want to, you know, draw personality of the sitter? And that's kind of it. Yeah. Super, super cool. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Any other last couple of questions we've got?
How about a hand for Justin for just sitting there?
He's doing the Lord's work today. Yeah. Cool.
He had to bring a shirt. I mean,
Yeah. Excellent. Yeah.
you guys are good. No questions.
Anybody have any other questions?
All right, cool. I want to thank Chris for coming through. I want to thank Justin for sitting down. I want to thank you guys
Good
for
job.
showing up.
Good sit.
If you're watching this on playback, hit like, smash, subscribe, and there's plenty of classes, including another one from this guy from a little while ago. So you can check out more Chris on this channel. Thank you guys for coming out. We appreciate you, and enjoy the rest of your day, guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. I'm on. Okay, cool. So thank you guys for coming. This is an area that's really near and dear to my heart because I did work as a curator in the art world for a long time before I became a lawyer. And a lot of what I was doing was trying to help artists really think about not only what they created, but how then to protect the work that they made once it was out in the world, which I think for a lot of artists doesn't come as a natural inclination because you just assume that people have the kind of goodwill that you do when it comes to making and sharing art. And that just isn't always the case, not necessarily from a bad faith perspective, just because people sometimes don't understand what rights mean and they don't understand what the difference is between something being publicly available online versus in the public domain, meaning no longer under copyright. So we're going to talk about kind of what that framework looks like. And generally speaking, both, we'll talk about what copyright looks like for your work, but also how this new AI landscape may be impacting your ability to protect your work and how you also might use it as an additional revenue stream for your work if you haven't yet sort of considered that and integrated that into your workflow. So to start, these are all very basic slides, by the way. So the basic foundations of copyright are that copyright protects your expression of your idea. So if you're sitting around with your friends and you're like, I have this amazing concept that I want to capture at some point, and it's going to look like this, and it's going to feel like this, and it's going to be, reminiscent of that. That is a great idea. That is not necessarily, that idea cannot be protected. As soon as that idea is what we call fixed in a tangible medium, that's the legal language of what actually constitutes a copyrightable work, then it becomes protected by copyright the moment in which it's fixed. So as soon as you capture it with your camera, as soon as you draw a picture on a piece of paper, as soon as you type up a letter on the computer, it becomes fixed in a tangible medium and it becomes protectable by copyright. Once you have that copyright, you have exclusive rights to do a variety of things with that work. You have this bundle of rights, I like to call it, and it includes the right to copy and reproduce and distribute and display and perform and create derivative works. So for instance, if you've made a color photograph and somebody makes a black and white photograph of that same photograph, that's a derivative of your original photograph that you own the rights to. And derivative works can be a variety of things. If you create a photograph that tells a story and somebody maybe takes components of that photograph and turns it into a short story, there's a question there of whether and to what extent that constitutes a derivative work. So there's a whole universe of what could be derivative, but it's important to remember that you don't just own the initial work that you create, you also own versions of that work that are derived from that initial work. And the reason copyright exists is so that you have the ability to monetize and control what you make. Otherwise, you would not be incentivized to put your work out into the world. If anybody could just take your work and do whatever they wanted with it, how could you make a living? How could you ensure that your work is seeing the light of day? So it's an incredibly important framework. And it's one that a lot of artists know that they have access to, but don't necessarily know how to make the best use of it for their benefit. So one of the major, boring but super important components of you being a copyright holder is registering your work for copyright with the US Copyright Office. I know we talked about copyright automatically existing, and it does the moment that it's created, but until and unless you actually have a registration for that work, you cannot legally enforce that copyright. What that means is a registration essentially says to the world, I own this copyright. I can sue now on this copyright for copyright infringement or for potential copyright infringement, and I can claim something called statutory damages. So under the law, there are two frameworks for your damages calculations. There's something called statutory damages, which basically means there's a minimum to a maximum that you can get for each infringement. In the US, it's a very, very wide range for willful. It can go up to $150,000 for willful infringement for a single infringement, or down to $300 for a non-willful single infringement. And a court will evaluate the degree of infringement and how many infringements occurred. So for instance, photographers who take many, many photos at once, and many photographers have hundreds, if not thousands of photographs that they've taken, even of a single shoot, and you register those in bulk, and there are various bulk registration options, and somebody takes all those photographs, that is an infringement of each individual photograph. If your photographs are registered for copyright, you could potentially obtain statutory damages for each one of those infringements, which can be huge awards. If you don't have a registration, or if you register your copyright only after the infringement occurs, in order to bring your claim, you are only eligible for actual damages, which is something that you have to prove through expert testimony and a lot of paperwork and a lot of discovery into your books. And it's a much more complicated, much more expensive process. So statutory damages really provides this kind of cut-through framework for establishing a range that you can almost be guaranteed, if you win, to get as an award for infringement. So just to recap quickly, registration, you have to have a registered copyright to be able to sue, and that registration has to have been in place before the infringement to sue for statutory damages, which is why a lot of artists say, well, why can't I just file registration if and when I see that an infringement has occurred, which is it's a perfectly reasonable approach. I don't expect there to be an infringement. If an infringement happens, I'll then register for copyright. And the response is you then won't be eligible for statutory damages if they occurred prior to the registration. So registration generally, it's one of these, before we move on to AI enters the frame, I just want to emphasize the importance of this and how accessible it is for artists to register their copyright. It's a $60 application fee. It's a very simple framework. It's a very simple interface. You can, ask a friend if you don't feel comfortable using a computer to help you. And it is one of those investment tools that you reap benefits from sort of down the line. And it's something that the first thing that I say to anybody who's ever concerned about their work and protecting their work and ensuring that they can maintain protection of their work is registration. All right, so the concept of AI is very broad, as a lot of people are very, curious about, I think now. There are two major streams of thought that, as photographers and artists generally, you should be keeping in mind when it comes to AI. There is the generative tools that train on data sets. Some of those data sets may include visual content like photographs, which raises a lot of questions about consent and whether and to what extent you have the ability to enforce the use of works, what that means. Is that copyright infringement? Is that fair use? We'll get to that in much more detail. And then the other component is using AI tools yourself as a supplement to the work that you're making on the back end. So you have taken this photograph, you maybe upload it to Photoshop, which is an AI tool. It's not a generative AI tool, but it is an AI tool nevertheless. And you ask yourself, I'm enhancing the colors here, or I am filtering something in the background, I'm erasing something from the background. Are these AI tools that somehow impact the ownership of my art? And then taking it one step further in the generative AI space, if you're using any sort of AI tool to create a new work and not just supplement a new work or improve a new work, that may also have implications on your ownership that you have to keep in mind with respect to registration and also enforcement. So I want to address each of those separately. So first is the question of you are somebody who uses AI, generative AI tools to create work. What does the law currently say about ownership over AI generated content? So we talked about the fact that if you as an individual are clicking the camera and you have created the image in front of you, you own the copyright in that work, whether or not it's registered. What the Copyright Office has now put guidance out for is how you can take a work that has been created using a generative AI tool, whether that's eligible for registration and therefore protection. The Copyright Office currently requires, and US law requires, human authorship. That's the number one foundation, is the requirement of human authorship in order for there to be ownership of a work. So anything that's purely AI generated, the Copyright Office currently is saying that that is not something that can be registered and therefore not something that can be protected through the courts, essentially. So there's this question of what is purely AI generated, what is something that has human authorship. There's a lot of real gray area. If, for instance, you're using a Photoshop tool, which arguably is AI, but you can very much, show sort of the human authorship that goes into that tool versus putting in a textual prompt into a generative AI LLM and asking it to create some image that you have in your head but haven't actually captured. Those are two very different use cases. What the Copyright Office currently says is if you have included a textual prompt, even many textual prompts, even hundreds of textual prompts to create an image using an AI platform, that is not human generated insofar as it cannot be registered as a human authored work and cannot therefore be protected. So it's a really, it's in my sort of experience and opinion with the US Copyright Office, this is a very quick response to a very scary system that is changing the way artists are functioning. There is a high likelihood, I think, that the US Copyright Office may adjust its approach as these tools become more integrated into our daily working lives. But as it currently stands, if you are using one of these tools and inputting textual prompts for a visual creation, the Copyright Office will not register that. And it essentially considers that kind of work to be unprotectable or to have no author, which creates a lot of issues if you are using those kinds of prompts and creating works that you're then delivering to a client, or using those prompts and putting those works on your Instagram page or on your website and assuming that you have protection over those works. What the platforms currently say and what the Copyright Office currently says is no, actually, you don't have protection over those works because they are not human authored. Now, the Copyright Office has been a little bit, not inconsistent, but they have been establishing new rules and guidelines as this technology has developed. The more we learn about the technology, the more these rules have had to progress accordingly. And it is plausible, I think, that once we get a better sense of, again, how to integrate these into our day-to-day, there may be adjustments made to these protocols in the Copyright Office that would allow a registration of a certain type of work, even if it does have AI assistance in this way. But as of now, what the Copyright Office requires is a disclaimer, essentially, of all of the elements of the work that were AI generated as opposed to the elements that were human authored, which, as you know, is one of the most difficult things to extricate. It's really difficult to look at a photograph that you have improved using any kind of tool and pull apart what was yours initially versus what has been improved upon by that tool. So what the Copyright Office currently requires is some sort of tracking of the aspects of the work that were AI generated versus the aspects of the work that were human authored. That's a very difficult process for most artists to comply with. My advice in this sense is whatever your standard practice is as of now, continue doing that standard practice. Don't change your practice. We'll have questions at the end if that's okay. But I know that this is a topic that there's a lot of questions on. So that's just something to keep in mind when you are making works. If you click the trigger and you are the ones who are creating the work and you have something that is improved or emphasized on by an AI tool and you try to register that work, currently you do have to disclaim, you have to tell the Copyright Office which of the aspects of the work are AI generated or human generated in order to get registration. And the registration will be solely on the human authored aspects of that work. So there's a lot of moving parts in there, but that is the current state of the law. So, I mean, you know, we kind of discussed this, but who holds the rights to an AI-assisted work? Again, the human contributor will own the rights to the aspects that were contributed by that human. Terms of service on these generative AI tools often grant the rights to the creator. So the terms of service do not typically hold the rights to the service, but the service does retain the right, oftentimes, to use that work and reintegrate it as a training tool back into its training data sets. There's a lot of complexity in the collaboration of AI versus human, and you do have to be conscious of which tools you're using, what the terms of service of those tools say, and how you're using those tools to create a final product. One thing that is sometimes helpful in this regard, and something that has been sort of percolating in our industry, is contracts often. If you are, for instance, delivering work to a commercial client, if you have a contract with that commercial client that says, you know, you can use AI tools, but as between you and the commercial client, you can own the work, so that you can at least try and enforce your rights over that work, even if you don't have registrations over that work or the components of the work that you have been able to register. That's a way that we've sometimes managed to create a framework of ownership that that takes into account that sometimes it's a little tricky to determine where ownership actually lies with AI-assisted creations. So. So just to recap sort of that component, you have the creation of your work. As soon as you create your work, you want to try and register your work. Even if you have used AI tools to create that work, you can disclaim the elements of that work that were used and created using AI, and that helps you then protect your work moving forward. The protection component, so before we hit on fair use, I just want to say a word about the use of works in data sets. So one of the big questions right now in this space is, you know, I'm an artist, I put my work out into the world, I have it available on my website, I have it available on Getty, I license it to a bunch of different people. What is stopping any sort of LLM, any big data company, from scraping that work, taking those images and putting it into a training data set to train one of their models? Well, currently the state of the law is it's up in the air. I'm actually working right now on a lawsuit where we are working on behalf of a publisher suing OpenAI for copyright infringement for that very thing. And these decisions are still coming out, and there's a lot indicating where it might go. But at present, we don't yet know exactly whether the use of works in training, if those works then generate outputs that are substantially similar, whether that is considered copyright infringement or not. As of now, though, it is vitally important for anybody who is working in this space and who has visual work to ensure that you are taking a look at what the terms of service are for any platform that you upload your works onto. So for instance, if you are using Getty, make sure that you are looking to see what kind of rights Getty has, whether they have the right to then take your work and license it to a third party for use in training data sets. It's very difficult to know for a fact right now whether and to what extent your works are being used, but if you can generate outputs in some of these systems to see works that are visually similar to the works that you have, it may be possible to infer that your works have been used in training data sets. But it's really important now, as you enter into new agreements with clients or whomever you're delivering content to make sure that you have in those agreements that you are not, if you are in fact interested in not having your works in these data sets, you can create contractual restrictions to ensure that your works aren't used in training data moving forward. And that's something that you would have in contract. So that's just something to keep in mind moving forward. One of the big questions right now that is that's basically at the heart of all of these lawsuits is this use, this taking of works that are on the internet and publicly available but still protected by copyright, and using them in training data sets, is this use something called fair use. So under the Copyright Act, you have that bundle of rights that we talked about. And one of the exceptions to that bundle of rights is somebody can use a relatively reasonable portion of your work for a purpose that is commentary or criticism or is transformative of that work to create something completely new. And if it is transformative enough, if it has created something so new that it has in fact created a whole new product or a whole new work that doesn't sort of supersede the market for the initial work, then it's something that's considered fair use. And there's been a lot of case law around how fair use is determined. But the big question that is pending in these lawsuits right now that have been brought by both artists and authors against these large language models is the act of taking this content that exists on the internet and putting it into these training data sets in order to train these models to be smart and to create output that mimics human creativity, is that use fair? So there have been some recent cases that have given us a little bit of a direction on how courts are looking at this. There was a decision recently, Bart's v. Anthropic, where the court determined that the taking and the creation of that training data is potentially transformative, but if there is output from those models that essentially replace the need for the original work, it might not actually be fair use. So there are factors that are considered in determining whether something is fair use. One of them is the work transformative? One of them is how much of the work is being taken. One of them is how much is the market being impacted by the taking of this work. So when courts have been considering the four factors of fair use, they've been holding thus far that fair use for training, if the acquisition of the work is lawful, could be considered transformative and could be considered fair use. But we are still very much in the heart of these cases, and we do not yet have we don't know yet how the courts are going to rule on this and how that's going to impact how people use training data moving forward.
Chat.
Yeah.
Someone's asking if this pertains to the entire country or is this region specific?
So U.S. Copyright is a federal statute, which means that it applies equally across the entire country. Each state has different interpretations under the specific state law of fair use factors and copyright infringement, but by and large, we're talking about federal all across the United States. There's very little deviation when it comes to these kinds of cases. I will say that the cases that there have been decisions on were in California. There are a lot of cases pending in New York. California and New York tend to be the two jurisdictions that are most likely to hear these cases because they are the two jurisdictions that deal most heavily in creativity and productions and entertainment. But you can pretty much, if one court rules that this is fair use, it's very unlikely that another federal court rule that it is not on similar facts. So upcoming legislation, court decisions, what it could mean for you guys. So again, the US Copyright Office is constantly putting out AI-related registration guidance. I would not recommend you read it, as it is incredibly dense. But I will tell you that it is, if you are sort of creating a bulk registration mechanism for yourself, which you very, very well should, then you should keep in mind that if the Copyright Office sees in your application that you have disclaimed certain portions of your work because it was AI generated, that will impact your registration of the work. And it will also impact your ability to enforce your rights over that work as a whole. That's something to consider anytime that you use an AI tool to improve or create a new work from scratch. And it's important to keep in mind also that sometimes, again, improving a work is very different from creating a new work from a textual prompt. So as long as you are still maintaining the human authorship component of the visual creation, meaning you are behind the camera, you are setting up the scene, you are determining the aperture and the lighting, you are choosing which lens to use, all of those decisions lend themselves to human authorship and are really important for your registration. And as we move forward into this increasing landscape, there are going to be a lot of new definitions of authorship and derivative works and how that impacts how you can enforce your rights. And it's something that we're just going to have to continue to pay attention to. And unfortunately, because this is so new and this technology is so, it's sort of undermining and also increasing and emphasizing everything that we already know, we don't yet have sort of direct guidance on how we can apply it to our work, other than to say you have to pay attention to it. You have to start paying attention to things like terms of service that probably never really struck you as something that you should read. It's sort of, now is the time that if you want to really get the most out of your work, these are the things that you need to start paying attention to. Yeah, the takeaways, as I said, you know, AI is a phenomenal tool. You want to use it as much as you can if that helps with your work. You do not have to use it. I think there's this misconception that if you don't use AI, you're going to be left behind. I don't know when that will become true or if it will become true, but for artists, I think it's really important to keep making your work and using AI only insofar as it increases or improves your creativity, but not as a replacement of your authorship if your goal is to really, you know, enforce your rights and protect your work. Questions. I wanted to leave as much time as possible for questions because I know that this is a particularly question-oriented area. Yes.
If you input text and you're guiding it as to, I want it to be brighter, darker.
So the question is, I'm just going to paraphrase it, and obviously you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the question is, isn't it as creative to input every aspect of a work into an LLM, every texture component, every formatting component, every lighting component, every composition component? Isn't that more or the same creativity as pressing a button that is potentially capturing whatever is just happening out in the world, even if you haven't created the scene that you're capturing? That's a fair. So I think the answer, and most of us could say that the fact that lawyers are determining what creativity is a real problem. Like the US Copyright Office and the courts should not be determining the extent to which a particular creation is enough creativity to justify protection of that work. And that's been a concern of copyright lawyers for a long time, not just with respect to AI creations, but also with respect to fair use decisions, because a lot of the fair use decisions are a judge determining whether something is transformative enough as an artwork to make it not an infringing work. And that's a dangerous world to live in when that is the case. And it's something that a lot of lawyers are very conscientious of. And as a result, there's a lot of work to do, and a lot of work that people are doing to talk to the Copyright Office and try and influence the guidance in a way that that takes into account exactly what you're saying. How is it possible that if somebody is inputting 500 prompts or even a single prompt that is so detailed that it is creating a new product that they envisioned, and they are tweaking it, and you're sort of collaborating with the machine to create a final product? How is that not enough creativity to justify authorship? Whereas if I were walking down the street and picked up my camera and just, you know, pressed a button and happened to capture whatever I happened to capture in front of me, that would be. It's a great question, and it's one that is not answered right now, I think, sufficiently by the guidance that we have in the Copyright Office. But it's one that I think will have to be addressed as this technology develops and as artists incorporate the technology more into their work.
And the follow-up to that is, how different is music sampling, which is taking another artist's work, making it transformative, and using data training sets in that field the same or different than doing it with AI, where, again, you're the author, you're in control, you're the captain of the ship. How is it different?
Right. So the question is, how is music sampling different from what we were just describing? And the answer is, fundamentally, it isn't. It isn't different. I think what we are talking about is a little bit of a fear of technology and a little bit of a fear of what could potentially happen if we don't step very gingerly into this new evolution of how these tools are going to integrate into the world. One of the most historic lawsuits that ever was a lawsuit about a photograph of Oscar Wilde, where Oscar Wilde was essentially, the question was, can this photograph, which is merely somebody pressing a button of a technology, of a new device, which happens to be a camera, could this photograph be copyrightable? Is this something that is capable of copyright protection because the language in the statute is so antiquated and it doesn't cover photographs? So how possibly could this photograph be protectable by copyright? And ultimately, the court decided, you know, when the Copyright Act was being written, nobody knew how technology was going to evolve. Nobody intended for it to remain confined to only paintings or only you know, drawings or portraits or things that were being created at the time before technology existed. And that was a really seminal lawsuit in this journey towards expanding the definition of what is art and what is copyrightable art, because that was before we knew that cameras existed. And now we know that it's obvious that that anything that you take as a photograph, more or less, is copyrightable. We have no question that that photography is art. So I think similarly, there are going to be, and I see a lot of similarities between the cases that we're currently litigating about whether, you know, sort of these ownership questions of whether certain works can be considered authored by humans if they were created in the way that you described, with all of these prompts and with a very clear vision. It's also not dissimilar from how a director creates a film. I mean, they, you know, have an idea in their mind and they direct different people and entities to bring that idea to life. And so I think there's going to be a lot of evolution on this topic, but I agree very much with the analogies that you're making. Yeah. Yes.
Can you comment on enforcement of copyright and use of AI? In the past, we had takedown notices, and now AI is being used almost preventatively to be embedded into video and maybe not necessarily in photography yet. But can you talk about that?
So the question was, can I talk about the use of AI and takedown notices? Are you specifically referring to DMCA takedown notices? Yeah. So the question is about DMCA, which I think a lot of people are probably familiar with in this room, but just as a quick recap, the DMCA is, or these takedown notices, is a protocol that websites have where if you identify some of your work that is infringed on YouTube or on any website, really, most websites have a DMCA takedown protocol. You can notify the website operator and they will take that work down. The next step of that process, though, is that whomever is notified, whoever put the infringing work up, is then notified that it was taken down because there was a claim of copyright infringement. And if they disagree that it's copyright infringement for whatever reason, they own the work, or they claim that they have a license, or they claim that it's not infringement at all because of the way that they're using it, they claim it's fair use, then they can notify the same copyright website operator, and the work can be put back up, or they have the option of suing to enforce the rights. So unfortunately, any integration of AI tools into that kind of space will, at least in the beginning stages, probably make things a lot less efficient, because people are going to have to find a way to get to a human being to actually do what they have been asking that human being to do, which is either address the problem or refer the problem. And the DMCA has a lot of issues in and of itself, even before the integration of AI tools. But I would continue using DMCA takedown notices as a tool, as a mechanism. And, you know, and it becomes this question of how and when do I enforce my rights? And if you are not getting a response, or, you know, and the work is put back on, you might be in a position where you have to then enforce your rights. To that point, I do want to say that I know that it's tricky to enforce your rights when you're dealing with a single photograph, maybe, where it's going to be more expensive to consult with a lawyer for an hour than it would be to get what you are owed on that license. You know, maybe it's $500 or whatever it is, but that's real money. That's money that belongs to you. There's a small claims copyright court that actually does deal with sort of smaller damages claims that we can also talk about, just so you're aware. Yes.
Yeah, I actually wanted to talk about that because we're having some radio station in LA.
So the question, so this was, do you mind if I repeat the situation? So you're a photographer,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So you're a photographer who's had his work taken from you and used in different ways in which you haven't
And I have no
authorized.
protection. I don't know what to do. I don't know
Right.
where to go to about it. And I feel like everybody made something of it except for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, what you are talking about. So just for those who are listening, the question is, you know, if your work is taken from Instagram, for instance, or from YouTube, and the response, if you bring it up to the person who took the work, is, oh, yes, but it's publicly available, and therefore I'm entitled to take it, that's wrong. That's not what the law says.
Yeah.
Just because a work is publicly available, which if you're an artist, hopefully your work is publicly available. That's how you get your work out into the world.
Yeah.
Keeping it in a drawer at home is not going to get you anywhere.
You got
So no, but it's a really frustrating reality, and I think it happens to a lot of artists where you don't. And I think it also happens with a lot of people who acquire work where they don't realize that just because something is publicly available on YouTube or on Instagram, that doesn't make it free for the taking. A situation like that is really tricky because if you haven't registered your work, for instance, then any savvy lawyer on the other side will say, well, you really don't have any recourse. You can't really do anything about this because you can't bring a lawsuit. All you can do is, you know, claim that we infringed on your work and try and negotiate some sort of settlement. And that does happen. And sometimes, especially in a case where somebody is unwilling to remove the work that you claim to be infringing, and then you register your work and they continue using the work, the infringement continues to occur even after the registration. You could still then be eligible for statutory damages after the fact. As soon as you kind of start communicating to people who have taken your work without your permission that you're serious about enforcing your rights, that you are willing to negotiate a reasonable license agreement, that's a post hoc license agreement, or you will enforce your rights and potentially bring a claim against them, that might be something that you have to do in order to get people to listen to you. But I have found that in situations like that, especially in artist-to-artist situations, most people have some empathy and sympathy towards their fellow artist. And oftentimes if you reach out and sort of explain your position and explain your rights as it sounds like you did, it can lead to some sort of settlement agreement or license agreement or payment. And if that doesn't happen, then you might have to look into more serious ways of enforcing your copyright. But I understand that it's extremely frustrating and difficult.
It's very difficult just to see your work out
there. Yeah, absolutely. But to that point also, when you put your work online, use watermarking, you know.
I did that. That's
yeah.
That was the thing.
Yeah.
You got a lot of questions online, so let's just take a few of those
sure.
really quick. They're asking if small edits or removal isn't transformative enough to share copyright with AI. Does Warhol versus Goldsmith come into play? Because we have a guy who listens to a lot of law podcasts, so he's a lawyer now.
So if small edits or removal isn't transformative enough to share copyright, I'm not sure I understand the question. So let me break it down according to what I do understand. So typically, transformative, in order for a derivative work to be considered transformative enough for it to be considered fair use and not infringing, the changes have to be quite significant. And I'm not just saying visual changes. So small edits or removal of a certain aspect of the work will typically not qualify as transformative. Transformative is this a completely different work than what it was when it was first created? Does it have a completely different message? Is it conveying something that wasn't conveyed by the original work? If somebody were to think of this work, would they find the original? It's almost like, is this more of is it more inspired by, or does it completely change the meaning of the original work? This is where it becomes a little bit tricky when courts are the ones determining the meaning of an original work versus a transformative work or potentially transformative work. But you need the difference needs to be very, very big. So for instance, in the data set cases, what courts have been finding thus far is that taking works as they are and turning them into a data set that can train an LLM, that can train a large language model, is what one judge has called quintessentially transformative, in that it has created a completely different product from what the original product was. The original product was a photograph, let's say, for the purpose of selling a commercial product. And now the new product is an LLM that is a completely different use case to that original use. So courts have found it to be a transformative tool. The question now, which still remains open, is whether the fact that that transformative tool can still create what essentially amount to copies when you use the right prompts, if that is an infringement on the output side. And hold on, there was one more question of does Goldstein, it was the question I was just looking at. Does Warhol and Goldstein come into play? It does come into play. So Warhol and Goldstein was a case of, it's the biggest fair use case we've had over the past 5 years, a Supreme Court case. And it was a photograph that Goldsmith had taken of Warhol, that Goldsmith had taken of prints that Andy Warhol had taken and turned into a screen print. Thank you, still screen print. And visually, the pieces were quite similar. Of course, it was a Warhol piece, and it looked very Warhol-esque, and there were a lot of changes in the work, and it looked, different. But the judge ultimately determined that it was not transformative because the underlying purpose of the work, which is to be a beautiful visual work to convey to the world, was the same, and because it was also sold commercially. So it does come into play with this, with these new lawsuits.
I think you answered a couple of these. So someone's asking if a company trained their AI and sells it for $100 billion, and 100 of those photos that were theirs, do you have any claim to that value? I think you just said it's transformative, right?
Well, so it's a really, really good question, because right now the transformative analysis, and I'm sorry to get technical or boring on this because I know it can be a little annoying, but the transformative analysis is on two sides of the AI training ecosystem. There's the input side, that the creation of the training data sets, which actually train the models. That is what courts have currently determined is transformative, although that remains still a litigated question. And then there's the output. So there's, when you input, let's say, a prompt into ChatGPT or Stable Diffusion or really any of these tools, and you say, I would like a mouse with big ears and a long nose, and it outputs something that looks like Mickey Mouse, then, not that this actually happened, this is just an example, then there is a potential there that is a substantially similar, so that is a copy of a copyrighted work that's coming out on the other side of the machine. So you've created the training data set. We've sort of, the courts are leaning towards the creation of the training data set being transformative use, but on the other side of the training data set, it's outputting certain things that could still potentially be infringing. So if, for instance, a company's value comes from its training data set or model, and let's say that means that it comes from its outputs, because it's not just the model, right? It's what the model can do. So let's say the company's value comes from the outputs of its model, and it sells $100 billion, and your photos are 100 of those $100 billion. First, it's quite complicated to determine whether and to what extent your photos are part of that training data set, but assuming you have, that's what these lawsuits are, essentially, where a lot of these lawsuits are saying our content comprises X amount of the training data set that made this tool excellent. This tool is excellent because the underlying work that trained this tool is excellent. You couldn't have as good of a tool if you hadn't trained on as good of products. So the claims that are currently pending are, we need to be paid for the work that you took and used to train your models. I mean, that's really that's the gist of these lawsuits right now.
One more online. So they're asking if you've altered, there's AI-based features in Photoshop and things we all use as photographers. So how should these sophisticated tools be addressed during registration for copyright?
Yeah, it's such an excellent question because this guidance of disclaiming what you've used, what is AI generated from your work, is so vague and so very government insofar as it doesn't. It kind of, you're the one who's supposed to make the decision of how to disclaim your work, and the Copyright Office also it is they put it on the register, the author's responsibility to determine what to include in the registration. So I think this is a call that you have to make as an artist independently. If you created something and uploaded it into Photoshop and you used sophisticated tools to amend it, adjust it, revise it, edit it, make it into the final product that you've envisioned, but you know that you created the image itself, the core of the image, the underlying image was your creation, then during registration, you could probably, in the disclaimer, say something like, refining tools in Photoshop as your disclaimed AI use, and you will probably still get most, if not the entire work registered for copyright.
You got a couple more in here if you want to keep going with them. It's up to you.
Yeah, sure.
Right.
I think there's another question. Yeah. So question 1 is, can you register your YouTube channel as a compilation? Question 2 is, where's the Supreme Court in all of this? So question 1, there are a lot of different ways that you can use the registration system to register different types of works. Compilations are one of them. Collections are one of them. Websites are a little tricky with respect to registration. You can't register a website per se, nor can you register kind of a channel per se. You do have to register, if your channel contains 50 videos, you can register all of those videos as a collective. But it wouldn't be necessarily limited to, nor would you necessarily want it to be limited to, only your YouTube channel, because you would own those videos regardless of where they were being published. So yes, it is, the short answer is there are mechanisms to register various different kinds of works in bulk at the Copyright Office, and one of them is registering bulk collections. And the second question is no. The Supreme Court has not yet weighed in on any of this. So the cases currently are pending in the district court level. After the district court level, they will almost certainly go to the Court of Appeals level. And after that, they will almost certainly go up to the Supreme Court. So we have some time before these cases are ultimately decided. And by ultimately decided, I mean really when we have a sort of a solid framework for how to approach this going forward from a legal perspective. I will say the Copyright Office it's a government agency, so they have a lot of persuasive impact, but they are not the be-all, end-all of copyright analysis. So their guidance on registration is but one data point of how different entities are thinking about this problem. There have been lawsuits, one in particular that stands out, of people who essentially tried to create a work using an AI tool, tried to register it with the Copyright Office. The Copyright Office has refused to register the work on the grounds that it was not human authored, and that person has now brought a lawsuit against the Copyright Office to make the determination that the work is in fact protectable. So it's a pending issue, and there are a lot of people who are trying to get to the bottom of it exactly because of these open questions that remain. But no, there has not been any definitive guidance on it just yet. Yep.
Photographers, videographers incorporate their work stream, whether it's in the pre-production or post-production, post-production. I guess, like, what are you shocked at?
Yeah, it's such a good question. So the question is, what is number one piece of advice for content creators? And what is sort of a shocking thing that we keep dealing with, that if content creators just did this one thing, then maybe they could be protected. So it's two things, really. The first is contracts. Enter into good, solid contracts. Create one template contract where your work is protected, where it's clear what the ownership status is, where your licensing is very narrow and explicit, and it includes all of the things that you are authorizing the whoever you're delivering your work to do. That if that includes some reference to AI training data and the fact that you don't want or do want that data to be included or not included in any data sets that are licensed out. Contracts right now are really the most important tool that a creator can have, because as between you and whomever you're delivering your content to, if you're a commercial creator, you are ultimately delivering to some end distributor or some commercial client. And the best way you can protect yourself is making sure that you are contractually protected. And then, of course, I always tell, and I know that I'm a broken record here, but I always tell my clients to, first and foremost, when they create works, especially if they create them in bulk, because there are cheaper registration options in bulk, register your work. Create a monthly system where you automatically register your work every month, or whatever the situation might be, whatever the frequency is of your creation. Make sure that you are the kind of creator who has a record, because people don't want to fuck with people who have good records. Like, if you have, I'm so sorry.
I thought you were such a nice lady. Let's go. Don't strike me, YouTube.
I mean, if you are the kind of person who registers your work and enforces your copyright, people aren't going to take your work, or they're going to be less inclined to take your work, because a lot of the risk analysis that somebody thinks about when they don't have a large licensing budget, they want to make a cool film, they have found this cool image on the internet, they don't really know who the owner is, they don't really know how much it's going to cost, and they're like, well, this guy's probably not going to sue me. That's a big consideration, right? This guy probably doesn't have his works registered. This guy probably isn't sophisticated enough. This guy's not going to sue me. But if you're the kind of creator who has a registration system, you're signaling to the world that you are sophisticated and that you will enforce your rights. And it's such an easy way of just establishing that little edge for yourself as a creator in the world. Otherwise, and because the economy, the digital economy right now sort of forces you to put your works out there and make them as accessible as possible, sometimes to your own detriment, you are in a position where you kind of have to just hope that people are going to treat your works with the respect that you treat your works. And that's really hard to rely on.
So should you, like we use copyright symbols, should we do that on our YouTube channels? Put the language in there?
Yeah, the question is one of the ways to signal to the world that you are protecting your copyright by literally putting on your website or on your YouTube channel, this is protected by copyright. The answer is absolutely yes. It used to be a requirement for creators to put the copyright, once they registered, to have a copyright notice on works. That's no longer a requirement, but it's still good practice. So yes, I would recommend doing that. Yeah.
No issue at that time?
So the question is, if you use watermarking consistently, does it establish ownership? Is that a way to signal to the world that you have ownership? So it certainly helps. I mean, it's definitely something that should be incorporated into your work, and any sort of consistent signaling to the world that you are the owner of your work is key. It does not, in and of itself, have any legal enforceability. So just because you have watermarked your work, it doesn't give you any more or less rights than if you hadn't watermarked your work. It just signals to the world that this is the person who owns the work. And what's more is, if you have your work registered and you are eligible for statutory damages, there are two regimes in that statutory damages framework. There's willful infringement and there's non-willful infringement. And if your work is watermarked and it's very clear that you own the work, and it's very clear that it's under copyright, and somebody has taken it and incorporated it into another project or taken it for another reason without your permission, there's an argument to be made that it's willful infringement, and that increases your potential award exponentially. So there are benefits to it, but unfortunately, nothing prevents people carte blanche from potentially taking your work. These are all methods to, almost like, if that happens, this is then what you can do about it. Yes.
That leads to the most important question.
Okay.
If you get into trouble with somebody stealing your work.
Yeah. So the question really is, is the juice worth the squeeze when it comes to filing a lawsuit? If you know you've been wronged and you're up against, typically these are big companies who have deep pockets, who maybe don't even realize that they are taking work that is unauthorized because they've gained access to it through some other way. The The answer is very lawyerly. It really depends. But no lawsuit is quick and easy. It doesn't exist. Lawsuits are long and hard and arduous and exhausting and expensive. However, there are a lot of law firms who take on these kinds of mass copyright infringement claims on contingency because there are very high rewards that could be gained from a potential award. So, for instance, if you're a photographer who has hundreds of works that are registered for copyright, or thousands of works that are registered for copyright, and you see all of those works on some online marketplace that sells a lot of products, and your works are being used to sell those products, and you hadn't authorized that use, and you trace it back to a license that you had given to some third party who apparently breached that license and has now provided those images in an unauthorized way to a third party, you have a potentially very lucrative lawsuit on your hands. And it's a very case specific sort of analysis, but a lawyer could tell you this will yield a high settlement. And if you bring a lawsuit, it's very likely that the question of liability is obvious. The work has clearly been stolen and there was no authorization. And so the question just becomes one of damages. Most third parties, or most defendants in that case, will not want to go through the pain and suffering and the financial insanity of a lawsuit to get to a damages analysis. They will say, okay, we'll pay you this much. So a lot of times those lawsuits settle before they go to trial. A lawsuit that goes to trial is typically one where the question of liability is unclear. So maybe somebody claims that they did have a license, or that their use is within the scope of a license that that the author is claiming it isn't. When the question is liability, it's much more complicated. When the question is damages, the amount owed, it can settle long before it goes to trial.
This is my last question. So should we be scared to put out content, or just protect ourselves by protecting our content and still put out content?
You should definitely put out content. You're artists. You can't not put out content. It's like you breathe content, right? Like you create things, and you should, the copyright regime it exists to protect you. It exists to help you make content, to incentivize you to make content, to show the world all of the amazing things that people can make from their minds. It's something that, if anything, I really do think that this era of AI, it's a little bit of a blip in what's going to be a very long history of a lot more creativity and a lot more authorship generation. I really think that this moment that we're finding ourselves in, when people are kind of tiptoeing around what is human authorship, what is machine authored, that's going to, I think, my prediction is that that's going to change the more we see people using these tools to enhance their creativity.
So we should play into it.
I mean, if that's what your creative mind is leading you to do, then yeah, I think you should embrace, in the same way that, when cameras were being created, anybody who felt compelled to use a camera should have embraced using a camera as this new amazing creative tool. These are new amazing creative tools. And I think one of the issues that currently is that people are questioning is, are they going to replace human authorship? And because there's this fear of replacing human authorship, the Copyright Office and other agencies are putting these rules down to ensure that they don't replace human authorship. That's why there are these strict guidance, that's why you can't register a work that's been created by an AI, because they are concerned that means that we're not going to be that people are not going to be incentivized to create. I think it's up to artists to show that that's not the case at all, that in fact these tools are only increasing the creation, that that we're making even cooler things, that there's even more sort of out there in the world, that innovation is not dead, but it's actually been reborn. That, I think, is the kind of thing that will change the guidance, because one thing begets another.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Is a tool that many filmmakers use.
Yeah, so the question is about different tools in their terms of use, and whether those tools own the material that you create using those tools. The companies, if the companies own the material that you upload into their systems. Sometimes it really depends on the company. There are certainly companies that their terms of service will very clearly say, if you use our service, to record your story or whatever it is that you're doing, we will own the content and can do whatever we want with it. Or even if they say you will own the content, but we can still do whatever we want with it, that's also very common. In a lot of cases, because these companies are now also trying to use their repository of content to license it out to third parties and to these, AI companies and make extra money for themselves. They cannot do that if artists are not agreeing to their terms of service. If artists are agreeing to their terms of service, which essentially just means using their product, then yeah, some of them have very, very, tough language to get around. So I would recommend that you read the terms of service before you use a tool. For the most part, though, the generative AI LLMs do not own their terms of service. Do not state that they own the material. The output, that is, the output is transferred usually back to the owner or back to the author.
So online, there's just a bunch of questions basically asking about if something was taken in another country. So if you did something from the US and it's used in Canada, or just worldwide in general, how any of this applies, just like very broad stroke.
Yeah, so I can really only speak to this in broad strokes because I'm a US lawyer. But if your work is created in the US and then it's used abroad, it's difficult to enforce. You would have to find a way for it to have been used in the US. So it could be anything from, if a Canadian broadcaster broadcast a show out of the country, but you can access that on YouTube in the US, that could be enough to bring them into the US. So this day and age, it's actually a little easier to get international infringements into the US, but it is something that it does add some complications, yes.
You guys good? So if you guys want, you can watch this one back. I know it was a lot. She said a lot.
I'm sorry.
That's good. She's a lawyer, right? Listen, we want to thank Gili for being part of this. Give her a nice round of applause, guys. All right. Make sure you hit subscribe if you're watching this online, and we'll catch you guys on the next one. All right. Later, guys. Bye, Gili.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you guys for coming. Like Seth said, I am Chloe Ramirez, and I have been photographing weddings, portraits, families for about 15 years now. And I wore the title natural light photographer like a badge of honor, but really I was just super scared to use strobes. I had this preconceived idea that strobes, you had to be a very technical person. See, I'm a romantic. I photograph love and connection. I'm really good at connecting with people. Like, it's maybe my superpower. It's okay to say that. When we notice something about ourselves that we're good at, it's okay to say, right? And I noticed that I wasn't so great with lighting. I was relying on just the emotion, getting the emotion out of people to carry the image. And that will carry you pretty far, right? I was getting bookings, I was booking weddings, and my clients were really happy. But once that sun set, especially at weddings, I was in trouble. I mean, cameras are amazing nowadays, right? You can crank that ISO, but you better hope that reception lighting has like a ton of candlelight or you're in trouble. So about a few years in, I realized that I really did need to learn artificial light, but did I pick up a flash? No, I was still completely terrified. I really felt like I just did not belong. And part of it is I have ADHD. Is anybody here ADHD? Okay, hi friend, hello. Yeah, hello, yeah, I do. I feel like a lot of creatives do. So the way I learn is not like the technical. I learn by doing and I learn by playing. And I would say probably a lot of us are that way. So when I would watch the YouTube videos and hear all the mumbo jumbo, I was just like, I don't get it. This is not for me. But I've always really enjoyed like dark and moody images with a like nice high contrast. So I was like, I'm going to challenge myself, Chloe. I'm going to challenge myself to only use available light no matter the time of day, right? Because light is light. It just, the intensity changes, right? I could use a flashlight and add some sort of modifier to it, and then bam, we're in action. You can really get pretty scrappy with it. So the image here on the screen is an engagement session. And I was using strobes at this point. This was only a few years ago, and he needed to change, they both needed to change into formal wear. And so there was a bar across the street. I'm like, let's go in and ask them. We'll buy you guys a drink. They were a little bit nervous. And we saw the photo booth. And I'm like, oh man, we got to try and use that, right? So I put them in the photo booth, and there is not a lot of light unless you're completely facing the direction where the flash comes on, right? When it's time to take the photo. So I had my phone, I just propped it up in there, had the flashlight on it, and that was great, but it was like this. They're posed over here, so there's a huge shadow on her. So I had to pose them in a way to make sure that her head was back catching that light. You can use any sort of available light like this. I use the 35 with this so I can include the photo booth and the get loose sign. I felt like it really added to the image there. And it feels fun. Like it feels like they're young and carefree, about to get married. So this was pretty early on in my career of teaching. I was a new baby educator in the industry, and I had a live class of 12 people, and that felt like so intimate. I don't know what it is, like speaking to bigger amounts of people, you can just like look over their heads. When it's 12 people, you're like, oh my gosh, they're looking at me. And we were in a tiny little hotel room because I was teaching how to get like in-home photos, okay? And we were running through everything, and it was not the cutest hotel room you've ever seen, all right? It was not cute, I'm not gonna lie. So I was really trying to be creative with the lighting. I saw her standing next to the blackout curtain, and I saw that beautiful highlight on her face, and I thought, might be cool to do like a yin and yang kind of situation. So I had him stand, I opened up the other blackout curtain, so we're just seeing outside. It was an overcast day. You can kind of see where his beard is at the bottom. You can see a little bit of the city. It's not completely blown out. I don't think we would have been able to unless it was like a really bright day. All I did is I kind of got their faces pretty close together, and I exposed for that highlight on her face, causing him, we turned off all the lights inside, causing him to go silhouetted. And it's such a cool image. And because I took the time to play and actually just try something new while 12 people were watching me, and I was like, let's just see if it works out, right? I'm able to do things like this with strobes and flash and with natural light at my paying shoots. So the one on the left with the smoke, all that is a strobe high up, pointed down. I think we might have had like no, we didn't. I think it was bare bulb actually. And we had a CTO filter. I'm gonna get that wrong. And I had them come in, and we didn't have the smoke at first. I felt like that added a little atmosphere, a little something extra. And I was able to get that photo. And then on the right, it's that same, I'm gonna flip back here. It's this, except for they're both on the blackout curtain. So you can really just experiment and play and try new things. This was a really happy accident. And man, when I say I'm not a technical person, believe me, like Seth believes me, believe me. So I bought a projector, and I had this great idea. I took all these cool images, and I'm like, I'm gonna project city scenes on their bodies, and it's gonna be so cool. And I was mentoring 2 photographers, okay? And this was the last setup. It wasn't the main mentoring session, right? And I was like hyping it up all day. I'm like, yeah, we're gonna do this really cool thing. And I was like so excited. Make sure you read the manual and learn how to use your equipment before trying it for the very first time. So for some reason, I could not get it off the menu screen. You know, the menu screen that like never quite hits the corner, like ever. Yeah, that's what was going on. And I was a little panicked at that point, you know, especially 12 people going down to 2 people staring at you, like, what are we doing here? And I'm like, you guys, like, this is going to happen sometimes. Not if you check your gear and try it, but like, you know, for teaching purposes, it's going to happen sometimes. So all I did is I flipped it around because it's just a light source, right? You can use any light source. I just flipped it around. You can see there's variation in the color. There's like a little gold. That was probably the menu part that was bouncing around. The background was blue. I just took a little smoke, sprayed it in the air, and we were able to get this beautiful photo. People ask about this pose. I know this is a lighting class, but I'll tell you about the pose. He's just sitting on the edge of a bed, and she's just putting, like, she's straddling him. And with a silhouette, you want to be very careful not to like smush them too close. I love romantic images, and this can be just as romantic without them touching, right? It's all about the attitude. So all I told him is to look up at her adoringly, which he did. She looked down at him, and then we included that little twist, or it might have been a braid, hanging down just to give it a little context. Because my happy little accident, I was able to do this at a class with about 50 people with strobe and a gel. I mean, light is light. You can use anything and everything, okay? That's my daughter. Isn't she cute? She's so cute. I'm going to show you my gear list. It's not exactly what I'm using today because I have my travel stuff. Eric from ProPhoto was so gracious to let me borrow some stuff today, which is amazing. So I'm going to show you what I normally have because as a student myself, we're always learning, right? I like to see what people are using. It's helpful for me. So I have a lot more cameras and lenses, but that would have been like a couple slides too many. It's a problem and addiction that I have. These are my favorites. So today I'm shooting with the Z8 and the Nikkor Z35 1.2S. It is amazing. Let me tell you, it is very amazing. Giselle was on the campaign for that. She was, you guys should go look at it. Yeah, she deserves a round of applause. When they told me I was getting Giselle, I was like, I'm so excited. I was a little nervous. Not a singer. She was playing a singer, like the most emotive, amazing model. So we're really happy to have her today. And then my main workhorse is my D9. That's my travel guy. It's big, but I mean, it's a beast for a reason. It's amazing. My 85 usually lives on the Z8, so it's not too heavy. A D9 with that 85 is heavy. And if you're shooting a wedding, man, it's gonna tip over. All right, these are the strobes that I personally use. I have a few of each. So the B10X, do we have that? I don't think we have that. We do somewhere. Yeah, it's about this big. It's about the size of a pint is what they say. So really portable, really easy to use. Has a really strong modeling light. So if you switch between video and stills, that's your guy. My favorite, because I travel so much for work, is my ProPhoto A2. This right here, this is how big it is. It's the size of like a soda can. It's so tiny, it's so light, it's amazing. And then my A10, that goes directly on my camera. You can also use it off camera as well. I love softboxes. I'm a softbox girl. These are the ones I have. I have the ProPhoto Softbox 3x4 Silver, ProPhoto Softbox 3 Octa White, which we have the silver, but it looks exactly like this. It's great. And then the Click Softbox 1x3. So these go on the A2s and they're magnetic. So it's a pretty strong magnet, actually. I couldn't even get it off. So you just pop it on. So if you shoot on location, it's such a nice setup. And then the ProPhoto Click Softbox 2.7, I'm like a run and gun girl. Like I'll just get an idea. I'm like, we should go. And then I'll have my assistant with the softbox and we're like literally running, you know? Yeah, it's chaos. It's chaos, organized chaos. These are all my favorite Click. So that goes on the A2s and the A10s. These are my favorite light shaping tools for the Click. We're going to use, not all of them today. We'll use the Click Magnum reflector. Eric, how many stops does that give? Do you know?
It's 1.7. So
That's actually so much. Let's say 2. Yeah, that's incredible, actually. Yeah, that's just going to give you a lot more output. It's going to be a lot brighter. I think I don't know, it feels a little more dramatic to me. It's like a silver on the inside. It's really good light. It also has a grid here. Let me show you too. It has a grid that pops on and off. So if you want just like a more narrow beam of light, I'm a control freak. Like I want it to be exactly how I see in my head. So I often put this on here. And then we're probably going to use this snoot as well. This, you just pop on there, it's magnetic, and it just shoots like a beam of light. Going back to that photo of my daughter, we'll just kind of break it down. That back light is the Magnum reflector, no grid on it, little atmosphere. And then this, if we were looking at Giselle and she was here, if she's turning this way, it's just like that, okay? That's all it is. And it gives it kind of like that old Hollywood feel, which I really like. I keep looking at you in the front because you're so affirming. He's like, yeah, high five. Yes, thank you so much. I'll be staring at you all night. That's so funny. Okay, perfect. So let's get this going on Lightroom here.
it's George Well.
What is it?
The old Hollywood light is George Well.
Oh, there's a name for it. Thank you so much. Yeah, he's like, I'll be here all night. So because of the way I learn, I teach the same way. Okay, so I want to create some cool things with you guys. And I'm going to show you exactly how I would do it with a client present. We're going to pretend Giselle's my client. She's so cute. So right now I'm going to use the Softbox 3-foot Octa Silver. I'm going to show you guys what it looks like with just the diffusion panel on it, and then we'll add a grid. Sound good? All right, cool. So I don't use a light meter. I feel like everyone's probably like, what? Where am I? What am I doing? I don't use a light meter because I trust my eye and I can just change it really, really quickly. We're going to feather that slightly. All right, Giselle, Can you turn this way? Perfect. I trust you. Can you just like do your thing? I feel like she's gonna do a better job than me being like, okay, girl, yeah, yeah. Can you do this? So on here, on the arrow mode, I have turned off, this is light B, this is light C, okay? Because we're gonna just show what we can do with one light. So right now I'm at ISO 200, shutter speed 200, f5. This light is at like 6.8. Let's see what we're looking at. Yeah, let's do it. She's so pretty. Oh my God. All right. Oh, there's way too much light. Do we see it? Wow. We need to turn it so much down. So we're going to do that. I'm actually going to put it at half power. Let's try that. Much better, right? We can see her features. We can see her pores. I am not the kind of photographer that's going to smooth out every single little pore. We don't like it. I do feel like it's slightly dark. What do we think? Yeah? Hey, fam. You're going to be a fam today. Hey, fam. What do we think? I want it up slightly higher, pointed down as well, so I get a little more shadow under her chin, okay? So we are going to turn this guy down. We might not need to... Get it a little closer to her too. How's that looking? Yeah. All right. Gorgeous. I love that. So you just do it. Okay. Do you see how her skin is popping now? We can see the detail on her so much better. Okay. We love the eyebrow raise. She did apparently I do that sometimes and they're like, oh, I'm like, oh, I didn't know I did that. That's great. Let's put a grid on this just to show you how we can even direct the light even more. Luckily right now, I mean, you can kind of see it a little bit. You can kind of see the background, but it is a black background, right? If I had a white or a gray one, you would really be able to see like the background a little bit more. I like dark and moody, so I picked black. I don't want to have to keep changing it all night, but let's throw a grid on here. So these soft grids are great. They're just going to direct the light where you want it to go. He's like, please don't. Yeah. Yes. With Joe. Well, if Joe McNally can do it, then I can. So this is pretty easy. It just goes on like Velcro. I'm going to go ahead and Velcro it up pretty quickly. I love grids because it gives me a little bit more control. And you can see it's so quick. Pop this guy up a little bit more. Great. And just to compare, let's take a good look at the image up there. We lost a little light. Do you see that? But do you see the background? Do you see the fall off on her hand that's dangling down? I am really excited about that. I want to push this light in even more and crank it up a little bit, okay? When I say it's okay to play, I mean it, all right? Do a test shoot if you got a big client and you're like, I can't be doing this all day. I 100% use my kid for everything. She's 16. She's gonna be so excited that I mentioned her on this live stream. She's gonna be like, oh my gosh. She will be, yeah. She'll be like, Mom. But use a friend, use a neighbor, use somebody, right? Because you probably don't want to be playing so much, but what you can do is you'll see those images and you'll go, that works, that doesn't, right? And that's very, very helpful, especially if you learn like I do. All right, Giselle. Can you hit that same pose just so we can see the difference? Yeah. Close enough, yeah. Ah, look at that. Look at how, okay, let's flip back. Do you see just like such a subtle change? Let's go back. Not that one. Okay, so that was with just the diffusion panel, right? It's pretty, like it's great. We got a dark background, but I want you to imagine if it was like a white background and a gray one, you're gonna see all that spill on the background, which is good, it's fine. And then we punched it up a little bit, maybe a little bit bright on her face, but we can change that later if we want to. So cool. All right, so I'm gonna turn this off and I'm gonna turn on my strip boxes so you can see how amazing these like little lights are, okay? So I'm gonna turn it off on here which is an amazing feature. Really quickly, I didn't mention it before. I love questions. If you have questions as I'm going, just like pop a little hand up, okay? Yes. Yes. Okay, so he's asking about hotspots on the face. Like, what's the best method for that? It would be quickly just changing the output of your light, okay? So it's a quick switch on here. You could go manually over, just switch it. Takes 2 seconds. To me, on her forehead there, it does look a little hot. I would just quickly switch just the output of the light. You could even change your aperture too if you're like really pressed for time, just like, yep. But let's say you didn't notice, okay? You're shooting, you're having the time of your life. You didn't notice that hot spot. Pull it into Lightroom, pull it into Photoshop, doctor it up a little bit. You shooting raw? You're fine. You're good to go. Yeah. But if you notice it, and we should be looking at our images as we go, shooting tethered's great. I don't normally shoot tethered, mostly because I shoot with 2 bodies and I found shooting it just is clunky. It's a lot going on. But that's a really great question. Yeah, absolutely. So let's turn on these strip boxes here. So we've got, oops, I just turned them all on. There we go. Okay, actually, let's just turn on B. Okay, so I have B on there. I'm going to pull this grid off. We can always just pop it back on. I found with these like little strip boxes, sometimes you don't even need the grid. Sometimes. You can always feather it. Put this back here. Okay, so I want this light slightly behind her, okay? So I'm going to have you aim just to be, do you want to stand for a little bit? Okay. Let's move. Yeah, thanks, Giselle. So I want to have this. Perfect. How tall are you? 5'6". Okay. I might turn it down a little bit more. Let's go like this. Oh. It wants to be there forever. That's where it wants to be. That's just laughing at me. Perfect. Scooch this way. No, you're fine. You're fine. Turn this way. Okay, cool. Can you hit like a kind of like dramatic pose? We're not going to see your face at all. It's going to be just highlighting the edge. Okay. I think so. Yeah, I think that's going to be cool. So communicate with your models, right? If you have a model or just a person who's not a model, say like, this is your light source, you know, and keep looking this way. Tell them exactly what to do. I love working with professional models because you can just be like, and they're like, yeah, I got it, you know, and she's obviously amazing. But clue them into the process, okay? The best way to make people comfortable is just to sit there and chat with them. Don't be a weirdo, like open your mouth, say, like compliment them, talk to them, right? We met like 5 seconds ago and we're already like talking about each other's outfits and whatnot and the weather, and it just gets people feeling comfortable, okay? I think as photographers, we find that if we don't move from pose to pose to lighting setup to lighting setup, that like somehow they're gonna find out that we don't know what we're doing. We don't, we're artists, we're playing, right? It's okay, take your time, talk to them. All right, Giselle, go ahead and hit that pose. I'm already obsessed with her. We're all obsessed with you. I'm trying not to, she wants to laugh. Oh my gosh, look at that. I love that so much. Okay, already I feel like I want, let me look at this on my screen a little bit. I want a little light on her hair. I want this other light on, right? This is cool. Like, I feel like this would make a really cool black and white, right? Really cool directional lighting. So let's turn on that one. I'm also going to take the grid off. I feel like we don't need it. Poor Eric from Pro Photo put all these grids on for me, and I'm just like, we're not using them. Not today. He's like, I can't work with Chloe anymore. Okay, I'm gonna punch this in a little closer. You can go to the same side. Yeah, that's fine. Basically, I just want this to be a hair light and then lighting her shoulder on this side, okay? Like, how did I get over here? Let's find my way. Does anyone like leave their camera down and like forget where they put it at a shoot? Yeah? Oh, you guys are professionals. You guys should be up here. I do. Constantly. I love that, Giselle. Go ahead and close the eyes too. Oh yeah, that's gorgeous. Let's take a look. Go ahead and straighten the shoulders for this one. Let's see. Yes, there we go. I love how she's tilting her chin up there. Let's take a peek. Lovely. Okay, now we can see a little more detail, right? We got detail on her shoulder, on her skirt. We can see her outfit. I love being able to see her neckline as well. She's a beautiful long neck. So, so stunning. Awesome. All right. I'm going to switch these modifiers out because I think it'd be fun to show you guys the reflector. Yes, you have a question.
One more shot.
Oh, do you want? Yeah. Please. Yes. I love this guy. Yeah. See? Yes. You absolutely can have that one. He's like, I'm just curious now.
Walter's a plant. Don't.
Is he a plant?
Yeah, he's a plant.
Is that why he's like very affirming and wonderful? Okay. Oh, good. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for coming. Gorgeous. Do you see how professional is? She knew to look over here because she knows her main light source. Can I just keep you? She's like, sure. Let's do one more. Let's get that power up a little bit. Turn towards me. Yes, like straight on. Hit some sort of pose, some way, somehow, Giselle. Yes. See, if I would never know to pose her like that. Look how pretty, nice and filled in. You could crank this up. Do we have the grid on? Yeah, like I like it, but I feel like I like the drama a little more. Yeah. He wants me to lower the power on this one. Oh, from this way as a fill. Okay, yes. I got you, my man. All right, turn this way. What's your name again?
Seth.
That's not Seth. I know who Seth is.
That's Walter.
This is Walter. Walter's my friend. Oh, okay. With this on too, it's not gonna. He wants you to turn it down a little bit. Okay, so let's do like a full profile, okay? For our friend Walter.
Well, can you explain to Elijah what happened?
Yes,
Okay.
my very good friend Walter. Yes, we go way back as of like 20 minutes ago. He wants me to turn my main down. Well, first he wanted to see what it looked like on, right? And then he wanted, and we're keeping these at the same power, the Click Softbox 1.3s, just to see what kind of fill we can get on her. Yes. Pretty good, Walter.
That's you.
Yeah, he's like, it's you. I love a collaboration. Oh, I just turned this off like a dummy. Do I need to? No, we're good. Okay. Sometimes it'll kick me off my tether. So I'm going to set this up. That photo I did of my daughter, we're going to do something really similar. Seth, do we have the atmosphere? I won't spray very much. We don't want to like set off the fire alarms, or we could for fun. We could for fun. All right. As I'm taking this down, does anyone have some questions for me? Does anyone just want to say anything nice to me?
For all you people in the chat, Chloe is getting paid in likes. So you guys have to smash likes so that she feels affirmed in her existence. Also hit subscribe, might help out. The only subscriber I have is Walter over here.
Walter's the art director. My wife told, Walter said his wife told him to be quiet. Yeah. She's watching. She's like, oh, Walter. Walter's wife, we love Walter. Don't you worry. I actually love a collaborative crowd, so let's go. Yeah, I sure do. He knows. All right. So basically, we're going to get this up nice and high. We're going to point it like a little bit down like this, okay? And I want to include it in the frame. I want it to feel like a stage light. I need to do this actually. It's already kind of tilted. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Seth.
How high do you want to go?
Oh, can I put a gel on it? My bad. Not Walter. Okay, my ADHD friend. What's your favorite color? Please don't say black because I don't have that gel. Blue. Okay. I was like, what if he says like cream or something?
Clear is my favorite color.
Yeah, clear. Clear's the way to go. You'd be surprised how many people like blue.
I heard your favorite color is CTO.
But also I want to show you guys how you can stack these, okay? So this is purple. This is not the right color. Please hold. Wait, is it purple? It's lavender, light lavender. Okay, so these are the creative, what are they called? The creative gels? That sounds right to me. Profoto's like, what is happening? I like these too because if you lose things, and I certainly do, they just are magnet. Pretty hard to lose that when they're stuck together. So you could put this on first and you can stack any of these modifiers. Probably not a soft box over that. Probably wouldn't work that well. Okay, so we're gonna get this up nice and high. So I'm gonna have you come forward a little bit. So remember, I want this light to be included in the frame. Oh.
You come over here, tell me where you want it.
Okay, I want it up, pointed down at her. So it's gonna be in the frame. I got a 35 so we can go up a little higher. Pointed down slightly, just so, yeah. No, that feels good. Yeah. Cool. I am gonna scooch it in, just so it's the backdrop. What do we think, fam? Is that pointed at our head? A little bit? Yeah, okay. Giselle, I'm gonna have you turn this way, okay? Perfect, yep. And I'm gonna turn off the other lights so we can see what this is doing. I think in layers, I used to be a musician. Is anybody here a musician? Be recorded before? Okay, the recording process is like very much like creating anything with strobes. You add layers, you add vocals, you add drums, and then you listen to it. And then once you record, you can't ever listen to music the same. It's a nightmare. I'm like, I kind of wish I never did that. But it's pretty cool. And that's how I think of lighting as well. So that is light B. I'm gonna turn off light A from my remote over here. And C, we don't need them. If C will let me turn it off, it did, perfect. And I'm gonna punch up this power just a little bit. All right, Giselle. Now that I'm looking at you, it's me, not you. We're gonna go this way. If the light stand is in there, I don't care. I just wanna see the light. Great. All right, Giselle. Perfect. All right, turn your face this way. We are gonna crank up that light even more. And I just wanna show you the layers we're gonna create here, okay? And then let me go. Cool, right? This is not our final image. This is not what we'll be creating, but just to show you where that light is going. Yes, I can see a little bit of that C-stand in the background. I'm not worried. I can fix that in Photoshop. You could black out everything and crank the power up on that, but we're not going to do that right now. I'm going to add a snoot on this side to show you that one setup. It's really easy. It's super fun. I feel like it gives a good impact, which is great. Am I killing you moving all these light stands around? Giselle, I'm going to have you pop over this way. Actually, I can do it from... Let me think about this. I think I can do it from this side. So yeah, let me take this off. Yeah, I do. Yeah. See, he's like, why did we have Chloe out here? I know. I'll lay this right here. Any questions while Seth is being amazing? You guys are great. Yep. Yeah, it's my only choice. So his question was, what's your first choice for a camera company? I've only ever used Nikon. Did not want to be a photographer at all. My mom was like, you should really be a photographer, Chloe. And I was like, I'm going to be a rock star, Mom. Like, that's the plan. It was not the plan. So regardless, she gifted me at my high school graduation a Nikon D50, and she like looked me like dead in the eye and goes, the guy at the camera store said it's a nice brand. And I was like, okay. And man, I had the 18 to 55 kit lens on there, which the not fixed aperture was driving me crazy for a while. And plus I'm a like prime girl, zooms do nothing for me. And I just hit the ground running. I was photographing anybody, everybody, cats, dogs, bat mitzvahs. Actually did one the other day still. And it was just like an addiction. Nikon was literally chosen for me by my mom. Thanks, Mom. It's a great question. Oh, thanks. Seth even put it on the thing. All right, I'm gonna move it this way. What a guy. All right. You kids. I'm gonna move this to, I talk out loud. I talk like this at my shoots. I like to clue people into the crazy thought process. And my studio does look this messy. Not that you guys asked, but it does. Seth, your studio is not messy. I am making it messy. Can we be clear?
Have you not seen the studio?
I don't want him to be like, oh, you said it was messy.
It looks like a garage sale when me and Dan are done up here.
Okay, because we're using a snoot and we're using the tiny little modeling light on the A2. It's going to be some trial and error, okay? Because it is a little pinpoint of light. Giselle, turn this way. It may be too high. Stand here and like turn your body that way towards the light. Yeah, tilt your chin up towards the light. Perfect. For some reason it says Bluetooth connection successful on here.
Yeah, it's your phone, right?
Oh, okay. Is it gonna go away? No. It's still here.
You could drop on your phone.
We're learning so much together today.
Try that. I'm gonna turn it off on the phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. I'm gonna turn the power up on the snoot. All right, Giselle, yep, no, you're good. So cool. I'm gonna turn this light. I'm gonna use a little bit of atmosphere aerosol. Are you okay if someone do you want to do it? I know who does. I know who does. Again, his wife's out there like, let's analyze it first. Let's look. The light on her face looks slightly bright to me. I will tell you exactly where to spray, and very light because we want Seth to like us still.
What are you, in NASCAR? What are you wearing?
We're getting a picture after this with him holding it. Like, okay. I don't want any over here. What you're gonna do is you're gonna spray right here and go down and then out. Okay, that's it. Yep. On the count. Don't be shy. Like, get it right where the light. So he's not a shy guy. We don't need to tell him that. All right. Here's your big moment. Ready, set, go. Cool, right? Look at that. Got that cool little light on her face. And do you see that snoot just really directs that light exactly where I want
Wait a
it?
second. You're not going to get a clap for Walter? You guys aren't going to clap for...
Clap for Walter. He took the can with him. He's like, this is mine now. Hashtag not sponsored. So I just... Yeah,
let my wife know because she's chastised me on my...
Walter's wife... I'm gonna look at a camera. Walter's wife, we love you.
There's a question in the chat that would actually set up the smoke alarm. The thing is that this is an old building, and I'm not sure what will set up what. So instead of questioning if it will or not, how about we don't, right? So that's my thing.
Feels right.
I did not set up the alarm.
I did not set up the alarm. Yeah, I also use the Smoke Ninja Pro, which is like vapor, basically. I like that personally because I can travel with it. Put it right through security, no problem. My gear stays with me. Every light, every stand. I'm like, not the stands. They're fine. But everything stays with me. It's nice and compact. But like Seth said, we're not going to test that on a live stream. Not today. Not today. All right. So I want to do a full silhouette right now. Let's keep this Magnum on. Walter, what's your favorite color? I'm glad you didn't say blue. I might have red. I might have magenta. That's fine. We can. Your beard used to be red?
I'm 60.
I'm 60. He said, I'm 60. My beard used to be red. That's funny.
But in ginger, that's like 33.
In ginger.
That's good.
You guys have got to come live. For the people watching that are local, it's an absolute fun vibe here. I'm going to do it without a grid. So where's my little grid? I have it here. So you can just pop these on the A2. You can stack them the same. I'm going to show you what it looks like without the grid. Someone who isn't Walter, would somebody like to do the little spray? And again, we got to do a little bit. They both picked each other. That was really cute. I'm a romantic. I like it. All right. Seth, don't kill me. Actually, I was thinking I might need a littler stand, but I want smaller because she's petite. Any questions while Seth's doing the most for me? You guys are great. Is it like thunder, lightning outside? Yeah, I have a flight to catch after this. I'm really hoping it's not like a 5-hour delay. Yeah, especially since my hotel did not, like, I paid for an extra day and they were like, nah, you were here long enough. We're still gonna charge you. Okay, let's put this directly behind her. It might look a little hellish since it's red, but I mean, let's try it out. Yeah. So, okay, we've got C on. I'm the queen of accidentally leaving a light on and then going, why does it look like that? I'm trying to troubleshoot it later. Yes, I would like to put the modeling light on.
Bingo.
Not technical, not me. Oh yeah, look at that. Very cool. There's a little. Perfect. I'm gonna quickly turn this off for 1 second. I'm gonna just get the exposure how I want it. So it should be fairly blocked out is the goal. Yep, perfect. Giselle, this is gonna be a full silhouette, so just pick a side that you like. She's like, all my sides are good. Yeah, that's a great side. Okay, you're gonna stand directly in front of that light. Perfect, keep going, love it. Hi, what's your name? Lacey? Daisy. Daisy, oh wow, I said that very wrong. Daisy, what you're gonna do is you're gonna spray it here. Don't do too much, kind of go light, but this like in a circle. Does that make sense? Okay. You know what, just spray it in a circle twice and then, yep. When? You got this. Oh, see, wasn't that amazing? Thank you. No more to learn from me. I'm sure you're all impressed, which was so funny because I just told you guys that I do this, and I do. There we go. Daisy. Yeah, that was a practice run. I was just seeing if you were like, yeah, she's on, she's ready. Okay. Cool, right? Is she like a villain? No, she's a French. Let's do it one more. I don't feel like I grabbed focus. Let's go ahead and do it again. Stranger Things promo. Yes. I like it even better. You know why I like it is because she concentrated that like spray can right here. And so we could see the details in her face. Walter, our friend Walter said, much better than Walter. We love you, Walter. Be nice to yourself. Thank you. I also want to show you what we can do with this and adding a softbox in, okay? So turn this way this time, Giselle, that way we don't have to move or have Seth move all of the, like I said, he's absolutely doing the most. And we love him for it. All right, this one's going this way. And that is a, okay, perfect. This will be our last lighting setup. So if you guys have any questions for me, again, I have to catch a flight. I would like to stay here all evening with you guys, but I have kids. They need
She lives
me.
a block away. She's lying. She just doesn't want to hang out with you.
I'm local.
You can tell from the way she talks, she's West Coast, clearly.
Okay. Yeah. The guy that was checking me into my hotel was like, are you from California? I was like, whoa, was it really showing? My bad. My bad. All right. I have this at half power. I'm obsessed with Giselle. I'm just a Giselle fangirl here. Okay. We need that much brighter and we need Daisy up here again. Daisy. Go Daisy. Go Daisy. Okay. Yeah, just do a little circle. Wait, before you do that, really quick, let's just test the light. Oh, it's cool. So aim to have it more like like a big circle so we can really catch the yes. Perfect. Cool, right? So we can see the details. We could even bring this more to the side. You could use the snoot again with this setup. Literally just figure out what kind of light you want. Do you want it to be soft, hard? We could have pulled the grid off here. If you wanted it even softer, we could have punched it in really close to get it even softer. Sky's the limit. Thank you so much, Daisy. Thank you so much, Walter. Yeah, we're gonna get a selfie with the three of us for sure. I just wanna give a big thank you to Seth for running this. Everything here is like his baby. Yeah, so we appreciate him. And we appreciate Giselle so much for coming. She's amazing. Like, please, next time, can we do like a full shoot together? Yeah, we're gonna be friends for life. Yeah. And thank you for everyone that showed up here today. It really means a lot to me. Just having that energy and feedback is so important. We're a community, right? Like, just because someone's teaching in front of you doesn't mean that I'm not still learning, that you're not still learning, right? Like, we're all in this together as a community. And I just want to thank Adorama for having me out today. Anytime I'm over here, it's so great to see you guys. All right, thank you so much.
All right. Okay, hi everyone. Thank you so much for coming. So thank you, Seth, for introduction. For those of you who doesn't know my work, I'm a fine and conceptual photographer, and I specialize in conceptual female, like surrealistic conceptual female portraiture. And I usually shoot it on location, and I strive to go beyond traditional portraiture to tell imaginative stories through my art. And I never just take a photo. I usually use photography kind of like as a way of collecting material to create something as possible to capture in camera. And to kind of like create these images, I use setups, props. I travel to real locations. I build up sets. I use props, installations, costumes, and then of course, Photoshop manipulation is essential in my work to kind of like create these compelling images. And today I want to show you a demo on self-portraiture because I do a lot of self-portraits as well, not just, working with a model. And I'm going to show you how I, from start to finish, how I shoot it, how I approach my process, and how I edit it. So a little bit of history, like why I started doing self-portraiture in the first place, because I haven't done it when I first started photography. In fact, I wasn't doing self-portrait for first maybe like 4 or 5 years, like no self-portraits at all, because I thought that being behind a camera would give me much more control, like full control of the process, all the settings, all the composition, and etc. But then 10 years ago, I moved to the United States. I'm from Ukraine originally, so I moved to the United States. And well, by nature, I'm an introverted person, so it's really hard for me, not really, but it's hard for me to reach out to people, to connect, to communicate. So I struggle a little bit with that. But then, moving across the ocean to a foreign country, it was really difficult at first, especially. I had, language barrier, mental barrier, all sorts of barriers. So it was really hard for me for the first period of time. And that's when I thought like, hey, maybe I will do self-portraits because it's going to be so much easier rather than, reach out to a model, organize a full photo shoot, complete photo shoot. So I decided to do self-portraiture. That was my first reason. But then as I started doing it, I was like, hey, I really like it because there are so many kind of like benefits to it. First is that now I can see my images kind of like an alter egos. I've always seen my models as alter egos because my images are kind of like my fantasy world coming to life. So I was like, hey, me being in front of the camera, making it even more personal, maybe making myself as being a part of my own creation. And that was really cool, being a part of that image, that, idea, concept. But also there are some other benefits because when we travel with my husband, for example, we go on vacation or just, travel somewhere. We love traveling. We do it like at least a couple of times a year. And I absolutely love unique places. This is one of my sources of inspiration. I'm inspired by nature and travel and all sorts of like unique places. And every time we travel somewhere, I do research. I come up with itinerary. I do Google search of like places, tourist attractions that are there. And if I see some unique location, I sometimes get inspired by it. And I'm like, wow, this is really cool. Maybe I can use this location as a part of setup, as a part of a concept. And that's very convenient because I don't need a model. You know, I don't have to reach out to local models and then arrange a transportation maybe, or organize a photo shoot, you know, the whole logistics of, you know, bringing another person. It's just me and my husband, and that's it, and my camera. It's very convenient. We just go out there, we're on our own schedule, we do whatever we want, and then I just take a self-portrait. It's really, you know, good. Plus, most of the time you have to pay a model, right? Because, you know, they spend their time and, you know, effort. It's a good thing to pay them, and in case of self-portraits, you don't have to. You just get yourself a dinner, you know, like celebratory dinner or something. So that's also like a benefit. And what else? Also, when you license images, I often license images to for articles, magazines, book covers, whatever. And all these, you know, big companies, especially big companies, they require model release. And I don't know about you guys, but how many of you like sign model releases? Let's be honest, not all the time. Sometimes I forget, and sometimes that can be like a hustle, especially if you shoot somewhere abroad. Then you need to chase down this person, email them, and say like, "Hey, could you please sign me a model release?" And they would be like, maybe not respond, or be like, "Oh, then maybe you should pay me more for the, you know, model release." That happened to me before, but which is fine. Like, I mean, I get it, but my point is that doing a self-portrait, you don't need to go through all of it. You just sign model release yourself as a model, as a subject. So that's also convenient. Yeah, and I think that's like my main reasons why I started doing self-portraits. And, you know, being an introvert, using myself as a subject, as, you know, being part of my own creations, and just convenience, just as a part of convenience. Yeah. I guess that's it. As a little story behind. And today I want you to show how I approach self-portraiture. And there are a lot of different ways how you can do self-portraits. One way is to have a friend, or in my case, a spouse, who would do a self-portrait for you, which is, again, very convenient, especially when you travel. I hate carrying gear. I'm a small person. I don't like carrying gear. It's heavy. It's, you know, I try to avoid gear as much as possible. So I try to avoid tripods. They're heavy, they're bulky, I don't like them. So it's really convenient when we're out there on location with my husband. What I do, I imagine the composition, I see this location, I'm like, perfect. So I use him as a test subject, as like a test person in my shot. So I tell him like, stand right here, and I take a test shot with like, you know, composition and everything. And then I give him a camera and I show him the shot and I tell him like, do exactly the same, but with me instead on the same spot. And, you know, he does video, so, you know, he knows what he's doing, he knows about cameras, he knows about composition. So that one of the options that you can do while doing self-portraiture. The other option is, of course, you would need a tripod. If it's just you, nobody's helping you, then of course you will need a tripod. And you can use either a remote control, or you can, of course, do a timer. But I don't like timer. I've never used timers because you have to like run back and forth, and then it's only like, I think, 10 seconds stops that you can set the timer, which sometimes is not enough, you know, running back and forth, because oftentimes I need to click the shutter, then run back, and then pick up the props or something else. So, you know, 10 seconds is not enough. Or what I usually do, I use my cell phone. So I establish Wi-Fi connection on my camera, and I connect with my cell phone to my camera, and I use it as a remote control. And it's really convenient because I can, first of all, I can change all the settings on my phone. I mean, most of the settings, I can change it on my phone. I can set the timer on my phone, because again, when I click the button, I still need a few seconds to like put the phone down and, you know, grab something. And I can see the photo, I can see the shot, because it's like live view thing going on from my camera to my phone, which is very convenient. I guess there's the question.
Someone in the chat's asking, they see you using a constant light for this. Do you use that for self-portraits mostly, or strobe?
Well, to be honest, I'm a natural light photographer. So I mostly, because I mostly shoot on location, I work with natural light, and I set up my shoot during the end of the day, during the sunset, or when it's overcast. And I would maybe use a reflector, or if it's very dark, sometimes that happened to me, like maybe I'm in the woods and it's really dark, I would use a strobe, but I prefer continuous light. To be honest, I'm not that good with working with light. And for my type of photography, it doesn't really require light. I usually use like very simple setup, one light, 45 degrees, if it's dark, just for the purpose of lighting up the set. Or I would use a light kind of like a part of a setup, if it makes sense. Like I would use it kind of like as a prop. I would use a light. So I remember I have an image where I used a plastic sphere, like a globe, which is an actual light modifier for 360 degrees light to shoot interiors. So I use it as a prop. I put a strobe inside of it and I flashed, and then I converted it into a moon. So that's what I mean when I use, and yeah, just continuous light I prefer because I can see right away what the light situation, how it looks, and I don't know, just prefer continuous light.
There's someone also asking if you use continuous shooting burst mode and get a few shots, or you just do single shots.
I normally do single shots. Using the phone is really convenient because, there's no movement. So I don't need like a series of multiple shots. I take a pose and I do the click and then I take a look, and that's pretty much it. I guess I answered the question. All right. No more questions for now? Okay, I think we're good. So I've already in my dress prepared for the shoot. So I usually, if the outfit, if the styling is not a part of a concept, I usually opt for timeless, vintage-inspired pieces because, we want our photography to be timeless. We don't want to use modern clothes like graphic t-shirts because, you never know. It looks cool now, but maybe in 5-10 years, it will look old-fashioned, outdated, and it will look, cringy. We don't want that. So I always opt for timeless, vintage-inspired pieces. You don't have to be like authentically vintage. You can just get, this is not authentic. This is like from Amazon, but it's vintage-inspired. And I always usually opt for like, I avoid busy patterns and bright, like busy colors. I prefer one tone, muted colors like white, blue, pink, whatever. But I usually prefer like, unless it's a part of a concept. If it's not, subtle, timeless, and not busy, like simple cuts, dresses, simple cuts, sweaters, coats, something like this. So I'm in my dress now, all ready to go. And what I prepared for you today, I have a little concept. So as a conceptual photographer, I like to play with associations and symbolism and things like that, metaphors, to convey like abstract ideas, abstract intangible ideas. So I usually like to take a like ordinary object and kind of look at it from a different angle and think a bit of it like take an ordinary object and think of it as something else. What can what kind of association I can apply to it? What can I turn it into to create this kind of like surrealistic, image? So, so what I did today, I thought, well, maybe I can, because it's very simple setup, we have like a seamless backdrop. So I really want to concentrate the attention to the prop. And I thought about what can I, use and convert into something. And I thought maybe I can do like a huge fruit or a berry of some sort. And I'm a strong advocate for using real props as much as possible and shooting on set as much as possible. Because first of all, props, even if they're like simple, just, the shape or a color, like simple stand-ins for something, they are really helpful for further compositing because they give you natural interaction. For example, if a model holding something, it creates a natural interaction, like hand position and placement, instead of like, hogging the air, which could make like arm positioning weird and not natural, not realistic. And the prop would give you like a natural, interaction. Plus, props create natural shadows and highlights, which are also can be really tricky and hard to imitate during compositing, especially when you're using stock images. It's really hard, to find the right stock image that would perfectly match with your scene, and then you will probably still need to spend some time during editing to like match shadows and highlights. So props help with that. Plus, they create if it's colored, you can create color casts and things like that. So let me show you what I mean. So my idea today was to create a giant blueberry. And I was thinking like blueberry is, it's a sphere, it's round shaped and it's blue. So what I can use, I guess I could probably build a fake prop blueberry out of a papier-mâché or something and, like paint over and create like kind of like, a resemblance. But I'm not that crafty, to be honest. I'm a little too lazy. For me, it's easier to do it in Photoshop. I guess you can, maybe spend some time and look for it online, and maybe there's props out there that like realistic looking, because I was able to get an apple from Amazon before, but it was like not this big. It was bigger than the real apple, but still not big enough. I wanted something really big, so it was like this big. So maybe there's blueberries out there somewhere, but again, I couldn't find it. So I was thinking like, what can I use instead that is round, sphere, blue, and lightweight, because again, I don't want to carry a lot of heavy stuff. And I thought about paper lanterns. And this is what I have today. They're very lightweight, they're compact. You could just, transport them like this. And then you fold them out and they become a sphere. So that's what I'm going to use today. Yeah, so here, this is your blueberry. Of course, this is not blueberry, right? It's, the surface is textured, but we need, like a base for further editing. And this is what I'm talking about, because I'm going to be holding like an actual blue sphere. First of all, it's going to create natural interaction, like hand positioning. It's going to create maybe like natural wrinkles on my dress, because I'm going to, hold it close to me. Maybe it's because it's blue, maybe it will help with like blue color cast, because colorful objects, they cast the color onto nearby surfaces. And it will create like shadow on my dress, on my arm, things like that. And then in Photoshop, it will be pretty easy, at least for me, to transform it into a blueberry. And I want to go even further with that. Instead of using like maybe a stock photo for that, put on your blueberry texture on top, I'm going to be using real blueberries. And I will photograph one of those right here, right now, with the same setup, with the same lighting, with everything. So it will be really easy and pretty seamless for me to do it in Photoshop. Just, take this blueberry, cut it out in Photoshop, just with a simple elliptical marquee tool, put it on top, maybe like mask it a little bit, and, that's pretty much it. And this blueberry prop will help me with like my shadowing. If I need to adjust my shadows a little bit, I will be able to see like, okay, I can see that right here might need to be like darker. All right, so that's what I'm going to do. And because I want it to be a little bit more conceptual than just, me standing with a blueberry, I want to use some body paint. Kind of like the juice, like blue juice coming out of the blueberry. So first of all, let me put this down on the floor. First of all, I'm going to put dark navy lipstick on my lips, kind of like maybe I took a bite and I stained my lips with the blueberry, this kind of idea. So I'm going to do this first. I'm not going to spend too much time, but, to give you guys an idea, I can always fix it in post. Okay, and it's a little old lipstick, so it's a little dry. That's okay. Okay, all right, that's good enough. And the other thing I want to do, I want to stain at least one on my hand. And I got the body paint. And right here, I have a little cup. I'm going to pour a little bit of water in there. I'm using black and blue because I've done this before with just blue paint and it was way too light. And our blueberry, they tend to be like on the darker side, kind of like almost black. So that's why I want to mix those two together.
Someone's asking if you use a different color lipstick, how much harder would it be, or a different colored lantern, how much harder would it be to make this happen in post for the blueberry?
I mean, it depends on the color. If I aim for like, dark blue, it would be really hard to convert opposite to blue, which is like yellow or red color, into blue. But I could probably go away with like dark green or dark purple. That would be pretty easy to just, shift the hue a little bit, select it, shift the hue. But I would not take like red or yellow because it would be really hard to, Plus it will cast the color on me, which is, again, I will need to adjust.
But while she's doing that, if you're in this chat, there's like 100 of you, and I bet you're not all subscribed. Anya feels better when you guys subscribe. She gets paid by likes, so make sure you hit like.
And comments.
And yeah, she lives for comments and affirmation, like the rest of her generation.
All right. Oh, that's too black. Okay. So the idea is that, I grab this berry. Oops, I made a mess. Oh, but still, it's okay. I have wipes. But the idea is kind of like the juice is dripping down. Okay, it's a little messy, but I have wipes over there. Okay, I'm gonna give it a second to like dry a little bit. All right. Okay. That should be fun to now operate my camera. All right. That's fine. Okay, so now let's set up the camera. Okay, so the camera is on. Now I go to the menu and I choose connect to smart device on my camera, and I choose Wi-Fi connection, establish Wi-Fi connection. And then I go and grab my phone. And I choose the app for Nikon. I shoot with Nikon, the Snap Bridge for Nikon. And I choose remote photography. There you go. Okay. Let me move this out of the way. And move this thing a little closer. I feel like it's way too pale. I'm gonna add a little bit of more paint, but less water this time.
While you're doing that, someone in the chat's asking, who would your 3 favorite artists be? Who are your inspirations?
My favorite artists?
Top 3.
Top 3? Oh, wow, top 3. Let me name the photographers. I think it would be easier. So my top 3 favorite photographers would be Rodney Smith. He was really a big inspiration for me in terms of composition. He's a New York-based fashion photographer. The next one would be Tim Walker. He's, I think, he's a fashion photographer as well, but he does like these whimsical, real like props setups, like huge props setups. He does like whimsical fashion photography. And the third one would be, okay, let's forget photographers. I would say, oh my God, what's his name? Completely fell out of my head. The director, filmmaker, Tim Burton. Oh my God. He, introduced me to this like dark beauty and, kind of like fantasy world. I really love his work. All right. I think should be okay. So I grab my phone. Let me set the timer. Self timer is on. 10 seconds. Now let me do a test shot. Taking 10 seconds. Okay, and let me pull up. Here's my test shot. Okay, now let's try and do a couple of self-portraits. Double check the timer. Okay, Okay, now I'm gonna grab the prop, set off the timer. Okay. Maybe 10 seconds is a little bit too much. Let's try and do 5 seconds instead, so it's a little bit faster. Okay. Let's see. Okay, maybe a less evil face. And I don't like that's a little bit way too cropped in the bottom of the frame, so I'll move back a bit. Yes, I think that would be better because we have cable. Just a bit, To make sure that the focus is on my face. Okay. Okay, I like it. I just don't like this arm because you can't really see the paint, so I need to rotate it.
Someone's actually asking, is that paint glossy or do you try to get a different type of finish?
Hold on. No, it's just wet. When it dries, it's matte. It's just I just use way too much water, but it's not supposed to be glossy. But I mean, hey, it's juice. It's supposed to be, wet. Oh no, it's not in focus. All right, do it again. Maybe let's do 10 seconds after all. I just need one perfect shot. Okay. Okay, a little bit, one more. I'm gonna do a couple of more and then I think I'm good.
Box on there so the phone is higher.
Yeah, let's do that. Oh, I need not to forget to photograph the berries separately. There's a little green there. Oh yeah, this is much better. Thank you. Much better. Okay, I can actually see now. Everything good. All right. Oh yeah, this is almost it. Let's do one more time. Okay. Oh yeah, I think I like this one. All right, let's not, we have limited time today, so let's not waste more time. I think that's good enough for the demo. I'm pretty happy with like everything. All right. Now let's photograph the blueberries separately. Okay. What I'm going to do, I'm going to switch my lens because currently I'm shooting with 50mm 1.8, and it's the minimum focus length is way too big. So I'm going to switch to the wide angle lens, the 28 2.8, and it has like shorter focus distance. So it would be better for me to get the blueberry a bit, bigger resolution. Okay. Should I turn off the camera? Okay, that's okay. We can establish the connection again.
Is there any questions while she's doing this?
Jesus. All right. You know what? Let me wipe off the body paint real quick.
Yeah. It's just a simple question. Do you have a flip screen on the camera, or is that something you can't rely on since it's like 6 feet away?
No, no, it's not a flip. Actually, I mean, if it's a tilt, yeah, it tilts a little, but it doesn't flip. Yeah, I don't think it would help because it's way too far, and I'm short-sighted, so I would still need something like up to my face. All right. Okay, almost clean. All right. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to choose a pretty one. I brought options. Okay, can we move this closer to the camera?
Do you want this taller?
No, it's fine. I just need it, you know, closer, like maybe here, so I can put the phone down. And maybe help, yeah, like right here. Yeah, awesome. Thank you. All right, let's connect to the camera again. Well, no, actually, you know what? That's a good thing because we need to, no, that's a good thing you asked because we need to use the same setup, right? And I was standing there, so the light goes there. That means that I need to move my camera, not the prop. Makes sense? So let's move back. Yeah, this should be good.
Yeah, this will help you.
All right. Where's the Wi-Fi? Oh, there you go. Connecting. Connected. Let's go back to our app, remote photography. Okay, now let's choose a pretty one. Which one do I like? I think I like this one. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab a toothpick. I'm going to insert it into the blueberry. And I'm going to photograph it as close as I can. And I'm going to also close my aperture to make it as, you know, as sharp as possible. More in focus. Let's try, yeah, a little bit more, please. Okay, and maybe increase ISO. Okay, let's try this. Okay, I think this is the closest that I can get. I'm just rotating it slightly for like different angles, just in case. Okay, and it looks something like this. Okay, I think it looks good. All right, and that's it for the shooting part. So we need to change this set a little bit because now I need to sit down, you know, with my computer. I'm going to upload the photos. While Seth is helping with the setup, let me copy the files to my computer real quick. Any questions maybe while we're doing this? Yeah.
When shooting your composite shots, do you find any advantage or disadvantage shooting with a macro lens versus non-macro lens for your details? Or is it you're building a lot more texture and stuff?
I'm sorry? Oh yeah, so the question is if I'm using macro lens for my composite photography or not, right?
Yes, and do you find advantage?
If I find an advantage. Well, to be honest, I don't own a macro lens. But I think if you, well, these type of setups are not that often. I don't really shoot like teeny tiny details that often, maybe like pretty rare, like once in a while. So I don't own a macro lens, but if I would be using it frequently, that maybe I would consider purchasing one. But I think for my purposes, that's good enough. I mean, you know, I can blow it up a bit, you know, maybe enhance the details, that's fine. I don't know about you guys, but I can't do editing without pen tablet. Highly recommend if you don't own one and you've never tried. It's funny because, I don't know, every time I do self-portraiture somewhere on location, it's a show every time. I remember one time I was in Iceland with my husband and we went, but actually there's this photo right there with the plane, this one. So we were there on location, like we hiked to the location, and it's a very famous tourist attraction. If you've never been to Iceland, like it's very famous, like tourist destination. Everybody go there. It's like a crashed plane, American crashed plane from the 70s, and it's been since then. Now it's all, you know, decayed and destroyed, but now it's a tourist spot. Okay, let me unplug the memory card. So anyway, we got to location, and there's a lot of tourists, a lot of like photographers with like landscape photographers with tripods. Everybody's, you know, wearing like the tourist gear. And then I show up and I start pulling up the huge paper plane out of my backpack, and I put my, you know, pilot goggles and a hat and a scarf, and my husband starts taking picture. It was so funny because everybody's like, and they gathered behind my husband and started taking pictures of me as well, which I don't mind. Yeah, usually I don't mind. That's fine. Okay, so the question if all those pictures on my website is me, well, yeah, the top two, no, actually, no, this one is not me. But the first two rows, yeah, that's all me. If you see a blue-haired girl, that's most likely me. But yeah, if you scroll down, so this is not me, obviously. This is not me. This is also not me, but you know, this is not me. But you know, you see what I mean. Like, if you see blue hair, that's, you know, 90% chance it is me. All right, it's just like it happens so that, you know, my most favorite pictures are self-portraits. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so here are my files. And I'm going to start, well, actually, you know what? Let's open them up in an, what's going on? In an image browser. There you go. And let's choose the one that I like. I think the last one was pretty good. Yeah, the first three are tests. Okay. Yeah, I like these two. Yeah, this one is, this one is not in focus, so this is definitely not. Not a fan of hand positioning. So these two I like. Both of them are good. Let's take this one. This one is fine. So I'm not going to, usually I edit the whole set just in case I might need to pull out pieces from different photos so they already, you know, all edited. But for the purpose of this demonstration, I'm going to do just one. And I'm going to choose a couple of blueberries. Just need to make sure that, you know, they're in focus. Because this one, no, yeah, it is. Oh, it looks good. All right, I think I like this one, and this is like the biggest, the closest shot that I got. So I'm going to choose these two, oh, maybe this one, and I'm going to open them in Lightroom because I photograph in RAW, so we need to process these images first. So I'm going to import them in Lightroom and do some quick edits. Here they are. Go to develop mode.
They're asking if that's a Wacom tablet.
Yes, it's a Wacom tablet, Intuos Pro, medium size. Okay, so what I usually do in Lightroom, I'm going to be real quick with this. I don't want to spend too much time on the Lightroom, but what I usually do, like my go-to process in Lightroom, I usually change the profile from Adobe Color to whatever my camera profile is. I know I just like the Nikon colors for some reason a little bit better. I feel like I tend to gravitate towards less contrast and muted tones, and I feel like Nikon colors are a bit less contrasted. So I go to Portrait. And what I usually do, like the exposure is fine. It's not too dark, not too bright. Maybe, again, I gravitate towards cooler tones. So I will shift the color temperature, make the image cooler.
So they're asking why process them in Lightroom instead of Photoshop.
Good question. You mean like camera raw? I don't know. I just like, because usually, like in general, as a rule of thumb, my like from the photo shoot, I would have maybe like 200 images set, and I feel like if I would do that in camera raw, that would be like a lot images. Plus, I might, you know, go to Lightroom, process the whole set, and then close it and come back to it the next day and tweak the colors, you know, go over the whole set again. But in camera, I'm not sure you can do that because, you know, Lightroom gives me more flexibility in terms of like working with catalogs and keeping all my photo shoots right there in the system, because oftentimes I would go back to some previous photo shoot and pull up the colors, meaning I would like create a preset based on that photo shoot. So, you know, I can go back and forth all sorts of photo shoots. And if you go to my library, well, okay, it's not my work computer, but on my desktop computer at home, you would see like all the photo shoots for the years with, you know, saved settings. I don't know, I just find it useful. Okay, so what I usually do, I expand my dynamic range by reducing highlights and increasing shadows a bit. Maybe I feel like it's a bit too bright. Something like this is good. And I would crop it. All my work is square. There's no specific reason why, just my personal preference, like artistic choice. So I go to crop tool and choose 1 by 1. Oops, no, 1 by 1. 1 by 1 and crop it to a square. You know, whites, blacks, everything looks good. I don't need, you know, to increase saturation, nothing like this. So I go straight to tone curve. And in tone curve, again, this is like my signature style of way of editing. I would create 2 points, one for the, oops, go back. One in the shadows, just slightly pull it down, and one for the highlights, with just a little bit of contrast. But then what I would do, I would pull down the white point like this and pull up the black point for kind of like faded effect. And maybe create one right here to kind of like slightly like flatten and even out the shadows on the face. So something like this. And then I go to color mixer. So the idea is to kind of like keep the image monochrome, meaning I'm keeping all the blues, kind of like one shade of blues. So what I would do, first of all, my hair is a little bit on the green side. So I would go to, first of all, yellows, because a lot of these greenish tones, they live in yellow color, and maybe move its hue. And like see the tips of my hair getting red. Well, I don't need red, but I can just desaturate it like this to kill out some of those greens. Then go to greens and also see, maybe make them cooler, kind of like more tealish green, and again desaturate. The aqua tones, I feel I want it to be slightly more teal, and the blue, same thing. Something like this. I don't have any purples or magentas in my image, but sometimes you see how the like navy blue, it lives in purple oftentimes. So again, I'm going to, and again, if we look at the blueberry, it tends to be darker and more like desaturated. So I'm going to get my prop as close as possible. So I'm going to darken it, and also the blue color. There you go. So it's kind of like easier for me to then put the actual blueberry on top of that. All right, I think it's good. So here's before and after. And then I like to do some color grading. I go to highlights and I tone my highlights into a cool tone. Something like this. I choose blue. Saturation, I think it looks good. Maybe like a little bit more of a blend. Slightly less saturation. Okay, I like it. I like the toning. I won't do any toning for shadows or midtones. I think it looks good. Detail, I skip the detail because I think it's pretty sharp. I don't need like, it looks pretty good to me. Lens correction, maybe enable the profile and choose Nikon camera in here. So it fixes any like lens distortion. And then transform again, I need transform, I don't need lens blur, so I go to effects and I add a little bit of vignette. And then, oops, and then I go to camera calibration. And in camera calibration, I usually like to shift the hue of the blue channel to the left. But now my skin tones are a bit too red, so I go to red and move it hue slightly to the right. I feel like my skin is now way too saturated for my taste, so I reduce the saturation of this channel and maybe compensate it a bit with the green, so it's not too desaturated. Okay, let's see. Before and after. Now I can see that it kind of like killed some of that, you know, darkness of my prop, so I go back to color mixer and maybe darken it a bit more. Like this, and maybe slightly greener tint, something like this. And I feel like it's a bit too bright, so let's move the exposure and maybe increase the shadows a bit more to open up those shadows. And another thing, again, I don't like my skin tones, so I go to orange, maybe like bright. Yes, it's good. I mean, I'm not going to spend way too much time. I just want to give you guys the idea of the process that I usually do. So let's see the before and after of all the edits in Lightroom. I don't know, maybe I went a bit too far with the shadows, but again, it's just my personal preference to kind of like less contrast, go with the less contrast, but there's no like, doesn't mean you have to. All right. I think it looks good. So now what I want to do, I want to apply all these settings to the rest of the photos. So I'm going to select them all right here down in the film strip with the shift key. And right here I have this button synchronize. So I click on it, I check all, and I click synchronize. So now all the edits are applied to all the photos from the set. So when I have like 200 images, I just, you know, batch edit all the images all together. And then if I feel like to, I might go through all of them and tweak maybe exposure or color balance if I need to. Like here, for example, I feel like I want this to be a little bit more centered, so I fix the crop. And what's going on? No, I want it this way. There you go. And click on this. And instead of sync, now I have the previous. So I click previous and it applies all the settings from the previous photo. There you go. Okay, so now I need to export them. So I select them all and I right click for the export. And usually like my, again, go-to settings would be I would export them in TIFFs. I would put them in subfolder and name the subfolder TIFF. And I would choose like Adobe, RGB, and 16-bit. But that would be like a perfect, you know, scenario. If I like at home, I have my desktop computer, like I have a powerful computer at home. But because today I'm working from a laptop and it's not the most, you know, it's an old laptop, it's not the most powerful. So for the sake of this presentation, I'm going to export them in JPEGs because TIFFs I tend to be heavy and they, you know, use a lot of computer resources and it's going to be slow. We don't want that. So just for the sake of this presentation, I'm going to export them in JPEGs. I choose sRGB like a standard FOAP color space sRGB. I'm going to put it in subfolder and call it JPEG. Make sure that it's not resized. I still want the original size. And I usually export in 300 pixels per inch. And I click export. And it's going to take a few seconds right here. There's like a process bar. Oh, I can see somebody said in chat, it's Nikon. Of course it's sharp. Okay, almost done. Done. All right, so I go back to my image browser. Here's my folder, JPEG. And here are my images. Okay, I'm going to close Lightroom now and go to the Photoshop. No, I'm not gonna back up for now. All right, okay, so here's my Photoshop. So I'm going to open this image in Photoshop by dragging and dropping. All right. So the first thing I always do when I edit, I do a layer copy because I want my editing to be non-destructive. So I always want to keep my, original image untouched. So I hit Control J for a layer copy. You can see right here on the right at the layer panel. And the first thing that I would like to do, usually I go to liquify to do a little bit of shaping. Not that I need much, but maybe we can like fix some things here, just a few things. Maybe like, I don't know, give me a full hair. Use forward warp tool, so I just, kind of like a finger, and I just pull the pixels. Yeah, I mean, not much for the liquify filter here. Maybe like give the prop a more like sphere shape, but again, it's not necessarily we're gonna cover it with the blueberry on top anyway. Okay, but that's pretty much it. So usually I do liquify first. I do all the shaping because it's, I'm moving pixels. And then on top of that, I do any sorts of retouching. And for that, I either, again, create a layer copy or create a new empty layer by hitting this icon right here. So I create a new layer copy, not copy, sorry, like a new empty layer. And the first thing that I notice is this, cord from my microphone. I want to remove that. Obviously, we don't need that. And to do that, I'm going to use the remove tool. And I usually use it in auto mode. And because I'm working on the empty layer, I make sure that I have sample all layers checked. And what I do, let's uncheck the remove after each stroke. And when you use remove tool and you're removing things, make sure that you also select the shadow that the object that you're removing casts, and any like reflections. Because if you keep the shadow, Photoshop will think that there needs to be something to cast that shadow, so it might generate something on top. We don't want that. We don't want the cord to be completely gone. Oh, and I have my touch on. I don't want that. Okay. So I'm going a little bit over my object as well, not just the shadow, but like a little bit over to give Photoshop some space. And I click OK. And Photoshop should automatically analyze the image and generate new pixels on top of it to cover up my microphone. There you go, almost perfect. So I can still think, let me zoom in, still a few things here. So that's okay. I just paint over and click OK. And right here, you can see this is what I meant. There was probably some shadow from the microphone cord there. So I need to go over again.
Someone's asking, why did you export the files from Lightroom instead of just opening them in Photoshop via Lightroom?
I guess you could do that, but again, because normally my set contains like at least 100 images, and I like to export them all first and then do my selection. Like I do the color grading, I can see like how it, looks like with all the color grading applied to it. And then again, I'm like, oh, I didn't see that. I think I'm all dirty. Okay, while I'm answering, let me clean up myself. So I like to, again, maybe I export my images today and 2 days later, I decide to continue working on this image. So I go back and I do my selection and I open it in Photoshop. I don't know, I just feel like for me, it works better to kind of like separate all the steps from each other, because sometimes it might take me multiple days to edit the photo. Maybe I'll edit for 30 minutes today and for 30 minutes the next day. Just works for me this way. All right, it's much better. Okay, is this dirt on my screen or is it dirt on my, no, it's my screen. Okay, good idea to clean up your screen, because it happened to me before, like, oh, is this dirt or it's on the image? All right, what else? I think I'm gonna remove my eye bags. Let's try the remove tool. Work its magic. Ooh, I like it. It's incredible. I hate it and I like it. I'm wearing contacts, so my eyes is a little bit dry and red. And you can see like a little bit of contact thing here, so I want to remove that. Again, I'm not gonna spend too much time because usually it might take me, an hour to do just retouching part, because I really like to be like very annoying and 200 zoom crop and do every single pore and every single like flyaway hair. We're not gonna do it today, but maybe like the shadow from my hair on the forehead. Not cute. And I kind of hate my smile lines, but I'm not going to remove them completely because that's going to look unnatural. I just want to soften them. But what I do, I'm going to remove them completely first, or at least, let Photoshop do that for me, and then erase back some of that. Oh, I actually did a pretty good job. Maybe brush back a little bit. I'm taking that razor tool with 50% opacity, slightly brush it back, and maybe try one more time real quick. I would also like spend some time and remove some of the flyaways, especially like here on my neck, to just like, tidy it up. But I'm not gonna do it today. We're here for the transformation, not the retouching part. Okay, I think it looks good. So now let's do the blueberry part. It's always a good idea to save in the middle of your process. Save it in the PSD. Okay, and now let me pull up my blueberries. I kind of like this one, like slightly rotated. Here it is. Okay, so I'm going to open this image in Photoshop. And because I don't need the whole image, I just need this, part of it. So I'm grabbing an elliptical marquee tool, selecting it slightly over the berry, and I will deal with it later. I'm taking the move tool, grabbing and dropping it onto my image. It's smaller, which is fine. I'm clicking Control T for free transformation. Before that, I want to be able to see both the actual blueberry, and the prop to see where I should position exactly the blueberry, shape over shape. So to do that, I'm going to reduce the opacity of the layer. Now I can see kind of like both what's going in the background and my layer. Control T for free transformation. And now I can just scale it up. I can see that the prop was not perfect sphere, I guess. So I pull it down to cover the prop completely. Okay. Now I'm going to bring back the opacity back to 100%. And that's actually a shortcut key to do that. So when I have any of my selection tools active, kind of like move tool, the marquee tool, or maybe lasso tool, so any of like the first group of selective tools, and I hit a number on my keyboard, it changes the opacity of the layer. So right now, my layer is 45%. If I hit 3, it's gonna change the opacity to 30%, 8 for 80, and 0 for 100. It's very convenient. So now I need to mask it. I need to remove all these like edges, right? We can't keep them, obviously. So instead of like erasing them, again, for the non-destructive editing, I'm going to use masks. So I'm going to kind of like cover. Mask is basically like a cover. I'm covering the layer. I'm not deleting any of the information. So to do that, I'm going to select my blueberry first, and I'm going to use the quick selection tool. Because it's pretty contrasted, like the berry is much darker than the background, plus it's a pretty simple shape, so the quick selection tool should work pretty fine. right there, that's it. The only thing that I would do, I would go up here in the top panel to select and mask, to kind of like refine my selection a little bit, make it smoother. So right here, so Photoshop remembers the previous settings, automatically keeps them. So I've already used that before. That's why I have these settings not set to 0, but some, number. And I would choose like smooth and feather. To kind of like smooth the shape and click OK. And now I'm going to apply a mask by hitting this little icon right here. And Photoshop will apply a mask based on my selection. So here's the alt click, here's my mask. And now, of course, I need to, bring back my fingers to create the realistic effect. But instead of working on this mask, because I want to keep the sphere just in case, because this sphere is what I'm going to keep for the berry. But I want 2 separate masks. I want one mask for the berry, for the blueberry, and another mask for, covering my fingers. To do that, I'm going to create a group. Here's a group. I'm going to put this layer into the group, and I'm going to click on the group and apply a mask to the group. Grab a brush with black color. And again, quick little tip, when you want to change the opacity of the tool, like brush, clone stamp, what else, like bucket tool, and you hit a number on the keyboard, it's going to change the opacity of your tool, not the layer. So I have my brush tool selected, and I hit 0, and it changes the opacity to 100%. And now I can work separately. I can mask my fingers without touching the mask of the blueberry. I hope it makes sense. So I'm going to paint over, like very loosely, very roughly, like this. And now I don't have to worry about that sphere-shaped mask. I can just switch back to white color and just brush around my fingers. And I switch between colors by hitting letter X on my keyboard. See, like black and white right there. Switching between them. So I'm going to be switching between black and white constantly. If I went a little bit over, I'm switching to black. If I'm revealing my mask back around my fingers, I switch it to white. All right, I think looks good. Okay. Now what I need to do, I turn off the group to see my prop. And now on my prop, I can see that because I was holding it, my hand kind of like created this deep dark shadow between the hand and the prop. And that's telling me that the same thing needs to be happening right here on my blueberry. But because there was no hand on the actual blueberry, I need to create that shadow, right? And now to do that, I'm going to create a curves adjustment layer right here down in the layer panel. Go here and I create curves adjustment, and I'm going to pull the RGB curve down to darken. But as you can see now, this curves adjustment is applied on the whole image because it's on top of everything, so it applies on every layer underneath the curves, right? But I want this curves to be only applied to my blueberry layer. Let me name it blueberry for convenience. Blueberry. I hope I spelled it right. Okay, so now you can see the blueberry layer. And to do that, I'm going to click on my curves again, and I'm going to create a clipping mask by hitting this little icon down here in the properties panel. So now my curves layer are clipped to my blueberries layer, and it only affects the blueberries layer. So now when I change the curve, you can see how it only applies to the blueberry layer. So I pull it down, I darken it, right? But I want only tiny section right here on the arm, right? So I hit Control-I to invert the mask from white to black, completely like covering the layer, grabbing my brush with white color, and revealing it right here. Okay, and because I have my curves as an adjustment, I can always, you know, click it on and off and see, maybe I can, you know, darken it even further. And I feel like that's the case. I want it to be darker. And let's see. Can you see it? Looks much better, I think. More realistic. All right, what else? What else? One thing that I can see that we didn't cover, these kind of like wires completely, and that's fine. I go back to my empty layer where I was doing all the retouching, and I can either grab clone stamp tool and like simply cover this whole thing. We just need the background information. I can see that it's a little bit, you know, I can see the brush kind of like smudge over there. So I'm taking healing brush and smoothing this transition a little bit. All right, I think looks good. And let me turn the group back on. All right, and I think looks good. Let me double check the mask. You can see like a little halo around the blueberry, like a little bright thing, which we do not want. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on the mask and I'm going to filter other, and it's either going to be maximum or minimum. I always forget which one is like expands and which one like shrinks. Let's try minimum. Yeah, you see how it like shrinked my mask a little bit, but of course not this far. So maybe like 2-3 pixel radius. Let's see, maybe 5. Yeah, I think 5 looks good. Okay, can you see right there the difference? Let me go back in history. There you go. So before and after. And that's pretty much it. We got the blueberry. I think it looks pretty realistic. Maybe I would do a little bit of retouching on the blueberry. So here's my blueberry, right? And I'm going to create an empty layer on top. And again, I want it to be clipped to my blueberry just in case I don't go over. So to clip the empty layer, because we don't have a properties panel for an empty layer, I hold Alt or Option key on Mac. And if I move my cursor between the layers, you can see a little arrow icon with a square. I click and now my empty layer is clipped to the blueberry. And now I can do, you know, like remove these scratches or something to make it even more like perfect and smooth. Not necessary, but I found that doing this, like clean up props in the background, really helps to make you like polish your image, give it like more polished and professional look. Something like this. I think looks better this way. All right, Control S to save. I think that's it. It's already 6:20. I mean, unless you guys want to stay till 7, I don't mind. Seth is like, no. I want to go home. All right, any questions? Yes.
Quick question.
Sure.
The narrative thread. There seems to be something happening with your portfolio. Where does that come from? The story behind your images.
So kind of like inspiration. Okay, so the question was where I get my inspiration from, kind of like the stories and good question. I'm inspired by different things. Like I mentioned before, I'm inspired by, you know, traveling and landscapes and nature, and, you know, just go out, experience unique places out there in the world. That's one of my biggest source of inspirations. When I see a cool place, I instantly think of how I can use it as a setup, as a part of my concept. So let me pull up my website real quick. Another source of inspiration for me is cinematography and literature. As I mentioned before, Tim Burton was my, one of my favorite directors, and I have like one image is inspired by one of his cartoons, this one. Also like mythology, fairy tales, mythical creatures. I have a lot of images with like unicorns, mermaids, kind of like my own interpretations. I transform girls into like deer and, like creature animals. Like this one is deer. I have another one where she's like mama sheep, kind of like, because this is ram horns, this is male horns, but whatever, it's fantasy. It doesn't have to be true to life. But also I find that just experiencing art in any sort of form, any medium, really helps you kind of like build this inner library and catalog of different things that you can pull inspiration from. Because, let's be honest, every single artist is inspired by something else. We don't invent anything new. We just draw inspiration from here and there and interpret and transform it in our own way. So either you like go to gallery, go to an exhibition, experience their art, trying to analyze why you like it, why other people like it, what's good about it, what's kind of like drawing attention, what's about it. If you like cinematography, then watch, good movies. And then eventually, in time, you will build this kind of like inner library of different elements, and at one point it just comes to you, if it makes sense. So now that I see, if I go, for example, to an arts and crafts store and I see a thing, for example, let me see this one. I went to an arts and crafts store and I see this giant like foam sphere that they use for floral arrangements. And then I saw a big chunky yellow yarn and I was like, I can create a ball of yarn and I can turn my subject into this kind of like symbolic seasonal creature that knits the fabric of fall out of the falling foliage type of concept. Did I answer the question? Yeah. All right. Yes.
Come from a graphic design background and then got into photography, or did you find yourself getting into photography and then needing to start to learn the ins and outs of Photoshop, because there's so many bells and whistles to it, to where like it seems like you're very confident exactly in what moves you're doing quick.
Okay, so the question, I need to repeat it for the online audience. The question was that if I'm coming from the graphic design background, or did I start photography first? The question is no, I don't come from a graphic design background, but I've been doing Photoshop for over 15 years now. And I was still in college and I was trying to figure out what to do with my life. And I was always like kind of like a creative person. I've been, a little bit good at drawings and paintings. So I thought about becoming a graphic designer, maybe like a web designer or a graphic designer. So I started learning Photoshop before photography. It was maybe like a year before photography. I was learning like how to do, layers, like I did icons. Then I got my first pen tablet, like a really small one, and I tried to like do digital paintings on that. But then I discovered photography, and because I never went to an art school, I don't really have even like an art or photography education. I'm a self-taught, and because I've never went to an art school, I never learned how to draw properly or to paint. I can copy if I look at the image and I can copy it onto the paper. But that's pretty much it. So photography was kind of like an easy way for me to create images because, it's a click of a button and then you have an image. But then I've always wanted to create something beyond that. I wanted to, explore different techniques. And then I thought, maybe I can use Photoshop to kind of like expand on that and introduce myself to compositing. All right. I think that's it. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. And thank you for the compliments, Seth. The sentiment's mutual. So, no, thank you so much, Adorama, for having me here. Thank you, Flashpoint, for having me here. Thank you, Printique, for having me here. I'm being told to step forward. I know, whenever there's live stuff like this, I always find myself in exactly the wrong space. We're just gonna work through this. We just wanted to do something for you today where I was deconstructing my process. And I think for a lot of these things, I was just talking with the live audience here, you know, you see a setup like this and then you feel like you walk into it and everything's already done. I want to deconstruct all of this down to baser thought process. So I want you to know why I'm doing the things that I'm doing, not just how I'm doing the things that I'm doing. And I want this to be interactive. So I could sit here and talk to you for an hour straight. He can vouch for this. I could probably do that for about 10 hours straight because I like to talk and I'm good at it. But I want this to be a dialogue between us. So if you have any questions, you're here in the audience, ask. Have any questions out there on the stream, please ask. There are no bad questions, right? And more than likely, if you have a question, there's 5 other people who are wondering the exact same thing. So just ask it and give me a chance to address that and be of service to you. We have Gerald here with us, who I'm so excited to photograph. I had an opportunity to pick who I wanted to photograph. Come on, people, clap for Gerald, everyone. Darn it. I had an opportunity to select who I wanted to photograph, and it was a couple of things. Obviously, he has a wonderful aesthetic, but in his photos, he just had an energy about him. And I talk about that a lot with my portrait subjects. I really just like to photograph unique human beings. And I think we're all wonderfully unique in our own ways, but there was, for some reason, I just felt drawn to him, and we've been talking. He was in the fashion industry. I was in the fashion industry. He heard that I'm from Denver, and he's like, no way. Whereabouts? And I'm like, oh, well, here. And I'm like, where are you from? He said, Wheat Ridge. It's literally like 5 minutes away from where my studio's at. So he's now here in Denver. He's been in Paris. I'm all over the place. And we have like half a degree of separation. So that actually goes back to the thing that I want to start with, or I guess circles into the thing that I wanted to start with, and that is connection. And that's what my process is really all about. So we have lights, we have backdrops, we have lenses, we have gear, we have all of the fancy stuff, the stuff we nerd out on, the really fun stuff. But really, this is an art form that's about human beings. It's about people. And so if we lose sight of that, nothing else matters. You can have a photograph that's technically sound, you can have a photograph that's really beautiful, but if it doesn't have depth, if you're not taking the time to connect with the human being in front of you, then ultimately it's going to be hollow. So more than anything else, I want to encourage you to return to that. Stay connected to yourself and stay connected to the people in front of you. And that's when you're going to create images that are really impactful. And especially for those of you who are doing this for work, remember, when your client is looking at a photo after the fact, they're not seeing the photo, they're seeing the experience. So if Gerald retained me to photograph him in this way, he's not going to be reviewing the images after going like, oh, I really like how he used Rembrandt light and his 2:1 ratio is fantastic. And the fact that he used an 85 1.4 Sony GM made me look stellar. He's not going to be thinking any of those things. He's going to say, oh, we laughed together, we cried together, we told stories, we were there. He's going to feel what he felt. It is an archive of the moments that you share with the people in front of you. And that's what's most important. Now, with that being said, obviously, we're going to get into lighting because light and shadow is how we speak language. It's how we tell other people's stories. But I think it's really important to just set an energetic precedent of staying in that space of mind and not losing sight of the person. I know for me, when I first got into this, I was hyper fixated on wanting to look like a professional, right? So people walked into my studio and I'm like, I have big lights and I have big lenses and I have big things and they're shiny and this and that, you know? And it was then I would walk around with my lats flared and I'm like, yeah, I'm a big deal. And it's because I was masquerading because I didn't feel comfortable in my art form, right? I wanted people to perceive me in a way that I myself didn't perceive. Seth, mute. Sorry. No, I'm just joking. No, Seth's just ripping me over here. But like, I wanted people to perceive me in a way that I did not perceive myself. And so I built that up. But what I didn't realize is as I was building that up, I was building distance between me and the person in front because I wasn't staying present. And if I'm not present, there's no space for Gerald to be present. If I'm not authentic, there's not space for Gerald to be authentic. So the people in front of our camera mirror our energy. They mirror our space, they mirror our place, they mirror our mindset. So it all comes back to that. And with that being said, I'm going to get into this because I could just do my TED Talk for the entire hour and someone out there is going to be like, Jonny, I wanted to learn about lighting. Let's get into lighting. So the first thing that I'll talk about is the set, and I did not know what Gerald was going to wear, all right? So this is a happy coincidence that he came in with the blues and the blacks. We have the black on the table. We have these kind of greens and yellows behind him. But what Seth and I came to was we wanted to have layers for a set because that's how I tend to shoot. So in my studio, I work with a lot of canvas. I work with a lot of layered sets, and what I really want is depth and dimension. Because with photography, of course, we're working with a two-dimensional medium, and I want to create the illusion of a third dimension. So I do that through light, I do that through shadow, and I do that through texture. In this case, we have two of these. Are these 5x7s or are these 7x7s or 5x7s? I think they're 5x7. No, I don't think so either. I think they're 7x7s. But we have these really cool modular 7x7 background systems from Manfrotto. And so we pulled two of these out. And initially, I was just thinking of doing this in black and white. But this little bit of space here allows us to light this background separately, Gerald separately, and create a sense of depth in this. So depending on what our settings are here, we're gonna see this front portion, we're gonna see this portion right behind Gerald, and then we're gonna see a back portion. And that's going to lend itself to depth in our scene. I never want something to feel flat. One of the greatest compliments on the technical side to me is when someone's like, Johnny, it feels like I can reach out and touch the people in your photos. And I'm like, don't do that without consent, right? Ask first. But ultimately, bad jokes aside, like I want there to be a sense of depth. And then we start to lean into that with shadow. The other thing that's really compelling to me are just the textural elements. If you know my work, you know I leave light stands in, you know I leave background stands in, and there's sort of an industrial feel to that. And it makes even more sense to me when Gerald came in and we talked about his background. As a hairstylist, as a multi-medium artist, he spent 3 decades on sets for fashion. And so he has been in these environments. So it was kind of an unintentional consequence. But now when I'm looking at this and seeing Gerald on a set, I'm seeing even more about him because this is part of his story. Being on sets like this, on stages like this is part of who he was for a very long time and part of who he is now, even though he shifted into painting more, which we were talking about. That's one other thing that I want to say here is it's really kind of curious because ultimately I want to show you what my process is. But I'm kind of constricted because if we were here alone and you weren't here like we were earlier, I would just be sitting here talking. We're like, oh, this and oh, that. But obviously I'm having to educate at the same time. And I love that. And I appreciate you all being here. But there's an element of what I do that you can't see because the fact that all of you are watching and I'm teaching to you while you're watching precludes me being able to do that in real time. But I just want you to know that generally speaking, like I'm talking a lot more with the people who are in front of my camera. I think that's one thing that we don't do enough of as photographers is just spend time connecting and communicating. And I'm working with, normally if Gerald came in, I would be setting up these lights around him just as another back note. So I have a general idea of what I'm going to do, but I don't have my lights set and metered before someone comes in. And the reason being is when Gerald walks into my studio, I lift this light up and I start adjusting for it and I look and then I light this light up. And by the time I actually get to taking the first real photo, I know about the man, I know about the person, I know about the human being, and he knows about me. So now there's a reciprocal energy that's at place where he's feeling comfortable, I'm feeling comfortable, and we can focus on making some really incredible art. So that's sort of just the precedent of what's going on there. On the technical side, we're using Flashpoint gear today. Once again, thank you, Flashpoint. I'm gonna get into these lights one at a time so I don't overwhelm you with technical information. And then camera-wise, I'm using a Sony a7R4. Lens-wise right now, I'm using a 35 1.2 from Viltrox. The lenses are really great from Viltrox. If you haven't used them, I definitely recommend checking them out. They punch way above their price. Categorically speaking, I use the 35 a lot. So if you know my work at all, 90% of my work is shot with the 35. We were talking about this a little bit earlier, and what I really love about the 35 is it very closely approximates the way the human eye sees. So if I'm this close, pardon me invading your space for a second, Gerald, but if I'm this close to Gerald, right, his face is going to distort a little. So people talk about distortion with the 35, but if he's in my frame of vision, his face is going to distort, and that's what the 35 does. So to me, the 35, the distortion from it is very natural, because if someone's face is filling the frame, it feels like you're present with them in that space. So there's a certain level of like visceral intimacy about this focal length that I find very compelling. I still use 85s now and again too, but the way that the 85 creates compression in the face, that's not how a person looks when you're that close to them. And there's even that division, which I'm sure some of you have had before, where someone sees a photo taken with an 85 or a 135 and they're like, that's not me, right? Because they're not familiar with their face. The psychological ramifications of that are twofold, because most of us now know our faces based on our phones, okay? So most of us know this. We have a phone in front of us, and guess what? That is a wide-angle lens on that phone. You are not looking at yourself with a 50 or an 85. You're looking at yourself with a 16, an 18, a 24. So your nose is getting a little bit bigger. Your face is slimming. And then we're on our phones, and then we do this. We go, huh? And then we do this, and then we do that, and then we do this, and we find our lines. And then someone sees their face with more natural lighting with an 85, and they're like, that's not me. That's not what my face looks like. And that's beyond the scope of what we're gonna get into right now. But I will just say, if you haven't tried working with something like a 35 for portraits, I suggest giving it a go. And they're all tools. So before we really get into this, the other thing that I wanna say is there is no right or wrong. We're artists. You know, we're not technicians. There's no right lighting, there's no wrong lighting, there's no right lens, there's no wrong lens. I know people who use 200mm lenses and get great results. I know people who use 16mm lens and get great results. It's about what your vision is, what you are trying to say and convey, and the story you're trying to tell about the person in front of your camera. And there's enough dogma on that stuff, so just leave that by the wayside. Just play and experiment and see what feels right. And as you see me go through this, that's what I'm very driven by. There's an intuitive point at some point here that I'm going to go, that just looks right to me. It feels right to me. And I'm going to do my best to deconstruct that, but it's not because of a ratio. It's not because of a lighting pattern. It's not because it's Loop or Rembrandt or whatever Seth was making fun of me for earlier that I can't even recall. It's simply because it feels right relative to the person in front of me. So you have to learn to trust yourself. And once you start to trust yourself, that's where your vision and voice as an artist starts to emerge. As you build on that, that's when you have people like Gerald coming to you going, hey, Seth, I want you to photograph me because I love what you do and only you do what you do. And that really comes down to just standing in your own shoes confidently. But obviously that's a stepwise process. So with that being said, we're going to start building out our light, and we have a Flashpoint 600 SE. I use these extensively. Generally speaking, when I'm in my studio, I have at least 600 watts on my strobe heads. And if you have a 200, it's okay, everyone. So if you're out there and you're like, I only have 200, that's a 200 too. So we're going to get into that as well. But I just like to have more power than I need, especially because I shoot on location a lot as well. So if I'm outdoors and I'm battling the sun, I'd rather have that 600 watts to work with than be struggling trying to stack two 200s together. But that's a use case scenario. But we're starting with that 600 4R key, and that has the 36-inch Parasnap on it with a grid. So the cool thing about the Parasnaps, if you haven't seen them, I'm not going to break this down right now, is they literally snap together and they fold flat. So if you're actually bringing something on location, or let's say your studio is like my first studio and you have like 100 square feet, instead of having this giant modifier rolled up in the corner, they fold flat almost like paper and you can stack them. And also, yeah, Seth is like, just show the people what they want to see. All right, so, okay, where? Wait, right where?
Your matcha can go under here.
Oh, I thought you said there's a couple more right here, and that made no sense to me.
I just don't want to see a cup of matcha hit the floor. So
that's part of my process. Yeah. My process is ruined now, Seth. I have to spill matcha every shoot.
Artists will tell you anything.
Oh, we're rowing again. I'm telling you. See, now Seth, I'm going to bring one of these down, and I'm going to just look like an ass. Anyway, okay, so literally, if you're opening one of these up, it's down, it's folded flat. This is kind of a paid advertisement. No, not really. But they're just really cool. So, I mean, especially if you're having to build stuff down and break it up, they're really, really easy. You want to undo this, it's down. So they're great in terms of space saving and just ease of access. We have the grid on here, and that's important because we're controlling our light and we're controlling our shadow. So if you haven't worked with grids before, one of the big things is if this wasn't on here right now, the light would be coming out in all directions. So it would be coming off the lip of our modifier and it would be hitting back here. It would be hitting over here. It would be coming lower on here. It would be going to the ceiling. I want to control where the light is hitting in my environment. I want to define the light, but more importantly, I want to define the shadow. I want to be able to decide where the edge of shadow is on my backdrop. I want to be able to decide where the edge of shadow is on my subject. So we're really shaping light when we start to integrate things like grids onto modifiers. So I'm almost always using a grid on my key. And then what we're going to do from there after we structure our shadows is we're going to start to fill those shadows. We're going to start to modulate, and then we're going to build layers of light into the scene from there. So I don't know what I had this at before. I'm just going to take a test shot. I will say I don't meter things, and I have really bad ADHD, if you can't tell. And so really what that turns out to be is I have to get started. If I try and plan the perfect setup in my mind, I will never do anything. It's literally paralysis by analysis. So if I happen to have a light up like this and Gerald walks into the studio, I might start here, and then I'm going to go, oh, it's too hard, it's too soft, it's too close, it's too far away. What'd you do, buddy? It's one of those things, and then I just make a decision from there. And my camera went to sleep, of course. Also, come on, friend. Seth, what did you do to my computer? And my battery is exhausted. So we were just talking about me being a pro. Even pros run out of batteries sometimes. Come on, Seth.
Some of us talk so much that our batteries run out. That's what happens.
Seth's social battery ran out about 2 hours ago, so it only figures that my camera follows suit. So I will say,
that's the only thing that goes wrong. You're fine.
I will say a really big thing too that I think is one of the best skills that we can have as I'm opening this up as photographers is just to be able to roll with the punches, right? Things are going to happen on set, and like Gerald's attitude as my client, as my subject is going to depend on me. So if all of a sudden one of my strobes doesn't fire and I'm like, I don't know what's going on, or just it's one of those days, then all of a sudden he's going to start taking that on, right? So like we'll work around it no matter what happens. If I have to use Seth's camera, I'm going to make it work. So just maintain that level of confidence, and even if you're not feeling it, fake it till you make it. Because ultimately, whoever is there in the room with you is going to be picking up on that energy for better and for worse. And Seth, you'll be happy to know I have 4 backup batteries in my bag.
Oh,
thank you.
It's a clap for that? Oh, man. Oh.
See, when you set the precedent low for yourself, Seth, like, you can just jump up on it.
Never.
That's gonna quit the industry after this live. Like,
This is quitting during this live. I am out, man. You guys have any questions while he's, being unprepared?
Valid point. No, seriously, does anyone have any questions in the chat, or do any of you have any questions or comments or anything right now? No? Good. Well, and I think for me, one of the big things is just to see, like, in my mind, I always assumed that the people I looked up to as photographers, like, it was like Fantasia, right? They walked in and they snapped their fingers and the lights moved around. They took 2 frames and like, I'm done. And they walked out. It's like, as long as we've been doing this, Seth and I worked into this process today. We worked into the lights, we worked into the backgrounds, we worked into all of this. We modified, we shifted, we shaped. It is a stepwise process. All right, let there be camera battery.
While he's doing that, if you guys are in the chat, there's 105 of you and only 28 likes. He feeds himself on likes.
I will stop talking unless I get 10 more likes.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah,
That's my
absolutely.
guy.
This is nonviolent resistance. Give me more likes. Give Adorama, give Seth more likes too. Seth needs it. Seth's having a rough day, everyone. Like, if he doesn't get more likes, like, seriously, like, I'm gonna have to take him to therapy after this. So
Get shooting.
okay. Anyway, I told you I talk a lot.
What did I pay you for? Let's go.
So to those who are out there right now, like I mentioned, when we first got onto the live, we have these 2 backdrops that we have layered for depth. Here we have that 600 with a 36-inch octa with a grid. That's going to be our key. For our fill light, we're using a can on this. So it's another 600 watt pro, and we're bouncing this into the ceiling and corner. So we're going to use this for environmental fill. We're going to see what that looks like in a second. And then we're using this as a background light. So it's a 200 watt AD, and we have that with a 24-inch Perisnap beauty dish with a grid. So we'll actually start building this out one by one so you can see what's going on. So let's just take our first shot here, and we're just going to see what it looks like and then kind of build out. Now, Gerald is really good at this, right? He's so comfortable being on set, so you're not going to see me having to work him into being easeful. As we're talking, he's just like, GQ, dapper, fabulous, fantastic, right? So, like, I don't even have to really give him any cues on this, but earlier he had dropped into this pose and he was talking about being in Paris and things, and I was like, I love that. So we're starting with that as a central pose. I'm just going to start with wherever this light is, like I said, and we're just going to take a peek at what this is like, and then we're going to go from there. So that is the beginning of our light. So what I'm looking at here is, what does the structure of light look like on Gerald's face? How are our shadows looking? How is our light looking? What's going on with all of this? And this to me is a really good base to start. So we're almost completely direct with this modifier. We're not feathered off. We have direct light. We have controlled light. I'm keeping the light soft, even though it's contrasty, because that modifier is close to Gerald. Remember, the bigger the size of the modifier relative to your subject, the softer the light. So if we take something big and get it close, the light's going to be soft, but it's also going to have rapid fall off, and it's going to be contrasty. So if you look at my work and you see kind of, they'll call it painterly. We had a row about this earlier. But if you see that, it really starts with large, soft, contrasty light, or harder light sources that we then modulate. But this is looking good to start. And now what we're going to do is we're going to add in our second light. So I'm looking at the shadows on camera left, the right side of Gerald's face in this photo, and I want to start to lift those, because to me those transitions right now are pretty abrupt. It's falling into dense shadow, and we're sort of moving directly from highlights here or midtones into shadows, and it's a rough transition. So one thing that I like to see in skin for my photos is smooth tonal transitions. So when we move to highlights, to midtones, to shadows, there's density in each one of those, but there's a smooth roll-off throughout, and we're gonna do that by adding in this fill. Now, of course, when we do that, we're not just filling Gerald, we're filling the entire scene. So we're gonna bring more detail into the texture of these backdrops. We're gonna start to see more of the depth of those backdrops, and we're gonna lift the shadows and the exposure in our entire scene. So we're gonna go ahead and bring that in next. Am I moving at a good pace for you now, Seth? You happy?
It's your. I'm not. What is this? I'm
putting you on the spot.
I'm quiet, man.
I'm teasing.
Look at this guy.
Oh.
I don't know. I'm feeling vulnerable and abused now. I don't know. Why am I being bullied?
This is going to be the hashtag cancel Johnny. He bullied Seth. All right. So I currently have this set to 1/8 power. Just for those of you out there who are, driven by that, this is at 132. So our key is at 132 power. Our fill light is currently set at 1/8 power. I am at f6.3, 35 millimeters, of course, for the focal length, 1/200th of a second, and ISO 200. So I'm just going to take another test shot here. And now I brought that fill light into the scene. And we're going to see what this looks like. So that made a massive difference. Let's zoom this out for a second and just toggle that. So as we bounce that into the back, look at how that dramatically changed everything. So we've lifted the overall exposure of our scene. We've modulated the shadows on Gerald. And we've kept that lighting pattern, right? That lighting and the structure in his face, the dimensionality, the depth is still there, but now we have smoother tonal transitions through the skin. So especially as we start to look into that shadow side, this just beautifully bleeds off from highlights to midtones to shadows. Now that I'm opening this up and thinking about Gerald more and knowing him more, I'm actually gonna bring that fill light down a little bit because I think we've lost some of the mystery there. It's a little bit too bright in the shadows for me. So I'm gonna bring that down probably half a stop and take a peek, but he was talking about Paris, he was talking about fashion. I'm like, this guy's been there, done that. So we need to add some shadows into his story a little bit more, right? So I'm just gonna bring that down a smidge, then we're gonna take one more test shot. And this is what I do in terms of process. I create an anchor. So for the anchor, we had colors, we had layers on the set. For the anchor with our light, we had our key. We get that anchor in place. We don't adjust anything else. And then we start bringing in these other elements piecewise, one at a time.
There's a question in the chat.
Please.
So Heidi's asking, do you just go with the glasses then fix when there are reflections?
No, so if there's, I do everything I can to avoid reflections, right? So one of the big things right away is that we're not using direct light. So it's almost like when you play pool, right? The way you keep reflections out of glasses is you alter your subject's face relative to the light or the light relative to your subject's face. So at some point I might see when Gerald turns his nose this way toward the light that there's a reflection. Rather than dealing with that in post, I would rather just say, hey, Gerald, bring your chin down and over an inch. Right, so I'm constantly trying to fix that. Seth and I talked about this earlier. I try and get it right in camera. Not because I'm a purist, but because that makes me feel like an artist. One thing I've always struggled with my life and as a photographer is feeling like a genuine creative and artist. And if I can look at the back of my camera and say, I've taken the time to get it right, that makes me feel fulfilled. If you're doing things like taking care of glasses in post, using AI, doing compositing, whatever that might be, that's great, right? It's all process. But for me to feel my best, I would rather focus on getting it right here and keeping as little work as possible on the back end for me because I've spent my days, 60-hour weeks working in front of a computer and in a corporate environment, and that's not why I picked up a camera. So I'd rather stay here, be traveling, or doing something else instead of sitting at my workstation wondering what the point of it all is. But that's an existential, jaded thing that we won't get into right now. So I've turned that down to from 1/8 to we're going to go to 1/16 here in terms of our power. Da-da-da, da-da. And that's perfect, just like that, Joe. And a deep breath in. And normally I do the breathing thing to get people relaxed, but it looks like he was born to be in front of the camera. So this makes my job very easy. And there's always this feedback, right? So that's another thing that I'm doing with the people in front of my camera. I'm always giving them reinforcement. Another thing that can happen is we get really quiet. And here's this, right? Let's say Gerald has never been in front of the camera before. And now I'm sitting here and I haven't used strobes before. It's my first time using 2 strobes and I'm nervous. So I'm shaking in my boots and I'm looking at it and I don't understand why my strobe's not flashing and I'm making this face. I'm going, ugh, ugh. And I'm looking at him and he's like, what is going on with my face? Do I look like a monster? Right? Simply communicating and saying that out loud. Hey, this is a new light. I'm trying to figure it out. Thank you for being patient with me. It diminishes that right away. So just make sure that you're constantly staying in communication with the person in front of your camera so they're not wondering and creating a narrative of their own in their mind. So this to me is looking lovely now, right? It's structured, it's dimensional, it's kind of regal. Overall, as a base level exposure, this is looking really, really solid. The one thing that I am noticing is that this metal frame is throwing me for a bit of a loop here, right? The way that we read images is we see the brightest part of the image, the part with most contrast, and the part with the greatest degree of separation. So given the fact that this is just pure metal, bare metal, my eyes are going to the frame. So Seth and I talked about this earlier. He's going to be kind enough to throw some gaff tape on there. Obviously, because of this setup, I might be floating a backdrop normally using something like a Mathellini clamp over the top. We didn't have that available to us, so when in doubt, gaff it up, right? We're just going to throw some gaff tape on it. That's going to completely change the tone here, and now it's going to appear as though it's floating, and it's... Okay, perfect. But this alone is going to make a huge difference. So I'm going to take that same frame one more time, Gerald. Perfect. And I'm getting a little bit closer here just to make sure I'm not getting those overhead bars as well. That's huge. Huge, huge difference, right? And that's one of those details that you wouldn't notice or some people wouldn't notice at first, but that's going to draw focus away. If we are not deciding where people start in our image and where they end, it's being decided for us. So anytime I'm looking at a scene, I'm going, what is pulling my focus away from my subject? Another thing that we did is I had Teresa, who's in the back right now. Hi, Teresa. She's wonderful. And I had her bring us a tablecloth. And the reason being is we wanted to have this stage, but the way that this texture and color is, this would have drawn all the attention to the top, right? It's brighter, it's highly reflective, it looks acrylic. Everything else out here is highly textured and organic. So we bring in something that's inorganic and that's brighter than anything else in the scene. Instead of keeping our eyes on Gerald, it's gonna go here. We didn't have another canvas to throw over the top. This isn't an expensive muslin. This is literally just a piece of random fabric that we throw down the top to make sure that we're keeping cohesion in our scene. So it's little details like that that make a huge difference. This is all looking really, really good to me now. The one thing that I wanna do is show off this depth a little bit more, right? That was my funny bone, and it wasn't funny at all. So I want to show off this depth a little bit more. So what we're going to do now is we're going to use this beauty dish, that 24-inch that has the grid on it, and we're going to start throwing some light down. Now, the position I have this in, it's going to throw some light to the backdrop here, but we're also allowing some of that light to skirt in to get a little bit of highlight here as well. And then we're going to start to see a greater division between those two pieces. And this is another thing. I think I have it at 132 power right now. There's no direct significance of that. I'm just going to turn it on, and if it's too bright, I lower it. If it's too bright, or if it's too dark, I raise it, right? So it's just a stepwise process for everything. So we're going to turn that light on. You're doing amazing, by the way, Gerald.
Oh, thank you.
And it's so funny because like the people I wind up photographing at events like this are the folks I would want to spend like a day with or a half day with and just photograph them and get to know them. So I was like, next time you're in Denver, please drop me a note so we can spend a day together at the studio just creating portraits and, you know, getting to know each other a little bit better. All right, so that's at 132 power for reference for all of you on that backlight right now. I'm going to take a test shot and just see what that looks like. And so you can see that's a subtle difference to start, right? But you can actually just start to see that gaff tape a little bit more, and I kind of like that because what's happening here to my eye is I'm seeing more dimension. I'm seeing more depth. We've lost a little bit of that shadow there, but I can clearly see that these are two different pieces in the scene. I'm probably not going to turn that up anymore, but I might actually want to get a little bit more light off of this, right? I might be throwing a little bit too much light on this, and it's just personal preference. So all that I'm going to do is start to feather that light to the background a little. And we're going to do this, and obviously as we're doing that, we're throwing more light onto this back layer, and we're throwing less light onto the front layer and that gaff tape, and we're just going to take another shot. So when I say we work into the process, this is it. And I kind of futz around, and if Gerald was in the studio with me the entire time, I'd be talking to him. I'd say, so tell me, what was your favorite project you did in Paris? Oh, you worked with them too? That's so fantastic. So the entire time, as I'm adjusting all of this, I'm staying in communication with my subject, and we're building more and more rapport. So they're not sitting there going like, oh, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. They're sitting there going, oh, wow, he's taking the time to get this right, and he's asking me questions, and he's actively listening, and we have these things in common. So when I pick up my camera again, instead of there being more distance between us, we're closer energetically. And so each successive change is actually bringing us closer, not further apart. And I think that's really important to take note of. So we're just going to give that one more go. And once again, once we get this light dialed in, then we're going to play with posing and all that type of stuff as well. And let's just take a peek here. So we can see what happens. Like up in the left-hand corner, you can see how there's more light being thrown onto the backdrop there versus there. And I like that. So to my eye, that's a really, really nice fade right now. The back obviously is a little bit brighter than the front, but Gerald is more heavily exposed than anything else. So his skin is now the brightest part of the image. We have these really lovely layers coming back and through. In post, I might change this to blue. I can even do that and capture one real quick. So I might shift this purple more to blue to play with what's going on with the underlayer in his outfit a little bit. In an ideal world, I would have done that up front, but we were working with a few different backdrops and just making it work to some extent. But this is a great starting point. To me, this is something that I would feel really good about out of the gate. So we're just going to work through a couple of poses here, and then we'll just do a reassessment. So are you a person who would ever bring hands up like this into something contemplative, thinking about your paintings? Sure. We were talking about some of the paintings that he does earlier, and it's fascinating. And I always ask somebody if it feels right to them, right? Because like I'm an anxious person, if you can't tell. So I'm like this. Like if I'm sitting and I'm hanging on to things, but some people just aren't like that, right? Some people don't go to face. So I'll say, hey, would you ever bring your hand up and think that way? And if they go, no, I'm like, shake that out. We're not going to do it. If they are, we just sort of play with it and see how that works. Yeah.
Question in the chat.
Please.
If your subject has bright earrings or a bright shirt or something distracting on, how do you keep the attention of the shot on the face?
So in that, if it's something like earrings, I'm just going to say maybe take those earrings off, unless they're vitally important to the shoot or the person. So if it's like, oh, my grandmother gave me these earrings and it's really special, at that point I might look at more controlled lighting or something like that. For a shirt, I'm never going to put myself in a position where I have to talk about that in the shoot. Right? So if you came to me, I would be very clear about the colors that I want. I would be very clear about the patterns that I want. I would say, hey, no white, no saturated pinks, no this and that. So if you have an opportunity to, this is where being communicative in consultations, whether it's creative work or paid work, really, really comes in handy. Same thing, whenever I have an opportunity, whether it's personal work or commissioned work, I ask people to send me the things that they're going to bring. So I'm not trying to sidestep that question. I just find it's a lot easier to deal with that beforehand, so you're not having to deal with that on set. If we are talking about a shirt, of course, what we could do here, let's say he was wearing a white shirt, we could raise this back, or the modifier up a little. We could bring a flag in, we could bring netting in. There's a bunch of different ways we could deal with that on set, but I would just rather not have to accommodate in that way. The other thing is, to me, that's sort of telling someone that what they did is wrong. right? If I have to ask someone to take their earrings out, or I have to build something around, or tell them to take their clothes off, if you're already uncomfortable in front of the camera, and I'm like, go change into a different outfit. Take those earrings off, they're not working. Like automatically, there's sort of an energetic shift there. So that just comes down to being very, very communicative up front. But it just depends on the scenario too, whoever asked that question. You know, ideally, you wouldn't be in that position, but then there's modifications you can make relative to what's going on. And that's sort of the gist of it for me. But anything that I could do to not run into problems like that in set, I'd rather head off at the pass than have to deal with. That's great, just like this. And chin's gonna come up just a little. That's perfect. When I'm cueing people, a really important thing is cueing effectively. So it's not even about like, oh, posing with triangles, you know, all of these triangles and all the geometric stuff. If I'm saying, Gerald, bring your eyes up, I'm gonna say, bring your eyes here. If I'm asking someone to tilt their head, I'm gonna say, tilt your head this way as I do it. One of the ways that you can really be discouraging to the people in front of your camera, if you're like, hey, just move your head a little. Hey, can you just do something different with your shoulders? The person is there because you're a professional. You need to professionally guide them through positioning. So be very clear when you're saying it. If I want eyes here, I'm gonna say eyes right here. Bring your eyes up, you're gonna look behind me, you're gonna look through me. So all of it is very clear instruction. And that way when I go to take the photo, there's no back and forth, because then I don't have to say, Gerald, look at me, but not like that. Oh, that's almost there, but not quite there. Not quite there, not like that. And then you start micromanaging, and then the person's like, they don't know what I'm doing, or maybe my face just doesn't work for photos, and it just gets really weird really quick. So that's perfect, just like that. And chin's gonna come up just a little. And a deep breath in again. And I'm always cueing on breathing, just like that, perfect. And I'm gonna just play with some different positions here, and we're gonna see what we're looking at. That's great. And I'm gonna kind of let this bleed over into the other background. Chin's gonna come down a little now, just like that. And do you see that difference between those two, everyone? The glasses, right? So this shot to this shot. The difference in having the reflection in the glasses versus it not being there was movement in the chin of about an inch or so. So really the details matter so much for these types of shoots. I will say another reason why I like to build out sets like this where it's layered, and oftentimes I won't just have layers of backdrops, but in my studio, or if I had another one of these, I might have another backdrop here coming in at an L. And the reason being is because then I can step into the short side of light, the shadowed side of light, and shoot. So I can shoot from frontal, I can shoot from camera left, I can shoot from camera right. So without changing anything in the scene, that's drastically changing. And I'm gonna shoot 3 different positions really quickly so that you can see how different that light looks. And we'll just stay in the same position. Perfect, that's great, Gerald. And we'll stay there, and your eyes will just stay right here. And so ignoring the ancillary stuff in the background, if we just take a peek at how different all 3 of these look, there is a massive difference in how these images read, right? This one right here is very kind of broad, it's open. I would call it commercial and expected. The one into short side light, people would say that's very cinematic, it's very moody, it's very dramatic. And then the one where I was shooting dead on is somewhere in between. But just by pivoting around 3 or 4 feet relative to my setup, I'm getting a very, very different type of image. Very similarly, if I were to come in, and we'll stay right here like this, Gerald, if I were to shoot over the top versus I were to shoot here, versus shooting low to high, the way that all of these images are going to read is also incredibly different. So if we look at these 3 next to each other, that reads so different. So if you combine up, down, and then side to side, just by pivoting around and altering the angle relative to your subject, you're telling a completely different story. One big thing that I really avoid doing is this. And obviously this isn't exactly lighting, but it's shooting over the top of someone. Because now all of you who are here with me looking at this photo, and all of you who are out there watching the stream, you're looking down on Gerald, right? The perspective is you're looking down on him. There is something really, really powerful in a bad way to me about now looking down on this man whom I'm trying to celebrate. So you will almost always see me shooting at eye level or below, because I want to be seeing a person here, or I want to be lifting them up. I never want to be diminishing them. And there's a really big thing that we do, or some people do in the industry, that to me just gets under my skin. And especially if, let's say, you're full figured and you put your head forward and they turn shoulders away and they shoot with a 35 and they do this, and you minimize a person. You minimize their body, you minimize their presence. Don't be the person who does that, right? Every body deserves to be celebrated, so keep a close eye on what you're doing angle-wise. It makes a really massive difference, and especially when someone looks at that photo of themselves, if they're looking at a photo and they're being minimized like that, you're reinforcing a really, really negative pattern there. So we have power, a lot of power as photographers. It's important that we maintain that and know that we can either be lifting people up and celebrating them or diminishing them. And it's really our choice depending on what we're doing and what's happening creatively on our sets. So let's see here. What do we want to play with? Let's do this, Gerald. I'm going to have you take up space. Okay. So like instead of just being kind of compressed here, we can play with hands coming off the edge of the table. We can kind of shift through here. Okay. The reason I like doing this is because I love the metaphor of starting with boxes, because I feel like we all put ourselves in boxes. Family puts us in boxes, partners put us in boxes, society puts us in boxes. And so the metaphor of starting here and then starting to break out of that is really, really strong for me. And it's also getting someone being more comfortable taking up space. So we start here really guarded, and then we start to move out and take up more space. And we start to build some authority in ourselves with that. That's perfect. And then we can even go a little bit wider if you're comfortable. Great. And then chin's gonna come out toward, I know, oh no, my neoprene is slipping. You know, a pro photographer would have clipped this. No, we'll play with it, we'll leave it. Cool, thank you. All right, that's great, Gerald. And then we can kind of just move through the shoulders if that feels all right to you. There it is, a little shimmy shake. That's great, love, 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 love. Perfect, Gerald. And what I'm gonna do now is we're gonna bump up our key just a little bit. And actually, I'm going to raise this key up a little bit too. So that's the other thing that happened, right? Earlier, Gerald was down here. And I had that light set up to him being down here because we're working with the grid and because we're working with controlled light. When Gerald stands up, the light's now in a different position. So before it was closer to him, but it was also above him. Now if we look at the axis of our light, instead of going in an ideal position, we're actually coming down to mid-chest. So since he stood up a couple of feet, we're just going to take the time to raise that light up a couple of feet as well to maintain the quality of the light and the dimension that we are creating in his features. That's looking fantastic. Perfect. And then I'm just going to do this again and kind of flood into position.
So the chat's asking, so what about a heavy set type person frame? I guess they're asking, like, how would you approach that?
I mean, so a big part of this comes down to the consultation again, right? Like what's going on with them. Like I really try and convey to the people who I photograph that I want them to be celebrated and seen exactly as they are. You know, so I don't want someone to feel like they have to change. I don't want them to feel like they have to be minimized. So I would pose as someone who is more heavy set or full figure, just like I would pose anybody else. We would lean into those curves, we would lean into those lines, we would lean into those shapes. I think like there's ways of doing it that's intelligent, but that really comes down to how that person wants to be seen. So I'm asked questions like this: how would you pose someone who's more full figured? How would you pose a man versus a woman, for instance? How does that person want to be seen? Right? A man can come to me, or a male identifying person, and be like, I'm very soft and feminine. Okay, we're gonna do feminine posing. I have a lot of women who come to me and they don't want fluffy dresses. They don't want pearls and flowing things. They're like, I want to put on a suit and I want to sit here and be a bad B word. I'm going to censor that for Adorama, right? But I want to be a bad B. And I'm like, let's do that. I am going to see them that way. So I do not put my definitions onto the people that I photograph. So I would just have a conversation with them, get to the root of it, and then play with the posing and that type of thing from there. Obviously, depending on body proportions, I'm a little bit more aware of what I'm doing focal length-wise. As most of you know, if you're using something like a 35, whatever's closest to the camera is going to be enlarged, right? So if I put my hands forward and you are all photographing me, my hands are going to be sizably bigger than my body proportionately. So I might consider where I'm photographing or my angles a little bit more carefully in that instance, but I'm certainly not going to say, oh, I'm going to move to a different set of posing because they have a different body type. That's just not the way that I personally photograph individuals. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'd played with this earlier. Let's go back into that pose again where you kind of came down a little like this, Gerald. And let's just even bring hands down here, there. And so I'm actually going to move my key light. And the reason I'm going to do that is because I do this a lot in my sessions. If any of you have ever seen any of the time lapses with me, it's almost kind of like an Oompa Loompa thing. Like it's up, it's down, it's all around. I joke around. It's like capoeira sometimes when I'm doing this because I'm here, I'm there, I'm down. My lights are always moving. And because I'm trying to explore narrative and story through my lighting. So what we're going to move into here is, Seth will rag on me, but short side lighting. So all that means, everyone, is now the side of the face that's closest to me is going to have shadow on it versus the opposite side. And we're just going to see how that plays into sort of that mystery that I was trying to convey earlier. So I'm just going to bring this around carefully, trying not to destroy this curated set because I don't want to have to buy anything for Seth. As much as I love you, bro. All right.
It's just an excuse for me to retire.
There you go. Okay. Well, I'll just start breaking things. That's cool. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to be very mindful of this position. Now, I don't have the modeling lamp on here. In this instance, this is the time when I would turn the modeling lamp on, especially if I had less ambient light in the space. Obviously, we have all of these video lights right now. Yeah, can you turn those off for a second? Oh, just so we can kind of see what's going on. All right. Okay, so I would want to turn my modeling lamp on here because now I can see what's going on with that light, right? If you don't have a modeling lamp or if you have too much ambient light, you're just guessing. And I don't want to guess. I'd rather be more efficient with my time. So now looking at this, and Seth, can we turn the backlight off for 1 second as well? Now I can actually see what's going on this side, right? So I can start to see the shadow building in. Because of where this light's positioned, even with the grid, I'm still getting a decent amount of wrap, but we're just gonna take a shot here and take a peek at it because right now, to me, given what I wanna shoot, this is looking really good. It's so much easier to just be able to see what's happening in real time using that modeling lamp. So just like we've been doing, I'm gonna take a little test shot here, and then I'll make any adjustments as needed. And that was 2 test shots. That's looking really nice, right? So now, this is one of those instances I love the light right now. I really, really love it. The whole exposure is a little bit dark, so now instead of changing anything with my lights, I'm just gonna make a global change to my aperture. So I'm at 6.3 right now. I'm actually just going to open up to 5.6, and I'm gonna take that same frame, and then we'll see what's going on. And that's just about perfect for me. So now I'm gonna keep him in this position. Gerald, you look absolutely incredible. And Gerald, your nose is gonna come to me just a little. And then your eyes are gonna go right to Seth. Perfect. And we're gonna play into this. And these are looking really, really nice. And we'll drop your chin just a hair. And now we'll close your eyes here. Very contemplative. Think about being back in Paris. Think about your paintings. Think about the gentleman we both know in Denver. I just get my meditative NPR voice. I'm like, we're just gonna go ahead and go into that place. Let's just relax. Let's just have the tension we're feeling.
Let's paint some happy trees.
Yeah,
just
happy
tap,
trees.
tap, tap.
We're just gonna put a nice little background light right there. You don't need to if you don't want to. It's fine.
This is some Bob Ross.
John Ross. John Ross. Oh, he's a legend. I would never. That's sacrilegious. Bob Ross has my heart. All right, so same thing here. I'm just gonna allow myself to pivot around Gerald now that we have this lighting position in play. What happens if I start to step in and see him move on to that back layer? You know, what's that feeling like? What happens if I move around to the broad side a little bit more? And then you're gonna look right through the camera here, right there. And this is just giving me a chance to see what these different angles look like, and each one of these are reading. So, and I love that frame. So I didn't think I was gonna like it with more direct light, and it turns out that I did, but I'm giving myself a chance to move and try different things. It is so, so important. So let's actually see, Gerald. I wanna build this up a little bit more here. I will say, I tend to shoot for long periods of time with people. So if Gerald came into my studio, we might have a 4-hour session, right? I'm not like a mini session person. It's just not how I work. And as we did that, we might play with different styles. We might deconstruct this. We might take that external vest off. We might add other pieces into here. But what I want to see is if I bring a little bit of a buildup in here, how this works. So I'm just going to slide a little quarter box in.
Are you saying they're asking if you're shooting single light now, or is everything?
No. So everything is still firing, everyone. So everything that we had on from the beginning is still on. In here, let me get this box and I'll take a shot with and without the fill, just for reference. Or I'm just making that up and I'm not paying attention to my light. We'll find out in a second. What's that? Let's see. Yeah, it's all going. Your eyes good? Sorry, dude.
I'm used to it.
That's it. This is how you destroy your tech. All right, so obviously the modeling light, so we can turn the lights back on. You already have the house lights back on. We can turn those back on. So I just want to see if this is built up a little bit more. Like what happens if we kind of come and lean into me here? Okay, this is great. And to me, this changes it drastically too, right? Having a little bit more height here and even having some separation from how flat the table is, it's just an interesting little effect. I'm not saying it's good, I'm not saying it's bad, but I tend to build layers up as well. If I have someone sit, a lot of times I won't have them sit on a stool. I'll have apple boxes at different angles, and we're just bringing some geometry and lines into the frame to make it a little bit more visually interesting. And we're adding a little bit of visual intrigue without taking away from Gerald. So this is just a way to add into something where someone's gonna stop. I don't create for other people. However, I do create with the awareness that all of my business comes from social media. So I don't spend any marketing dollars. It's all off of primarily Instagram. So I have to get people to stop, right? It's really important for me as an artist to get people to stop to look at my work. So I tend to shoot in series, and I'll put something that I know is a little bit weird or different as the first photo so that people will take the time to stop and swipe through. Because all of a sudden they're like, what's going on there? What is this guy doing? Next. And then they're like, oh, that's not bad. Next, okay. And then they spend a minute on there, and then the algorithm goes, this guy is creating valuable content for the system, and then more people see my work. So it's just a thought, like even adding in a little bit of visual intrigue can go a long way, taking something from expected to unexpected in terms of how people are relating to your work or how it's being seen relative to the game that we're all playing with social media, which is just part of our life, for better and for worse. All right, I already know that because I changed his position so much, I don't need to take a test shot here. This light is way too off and it's in the wrong position. I can just eyeball this, and I see that so much of this light is now going behind Gerald because he's leaned forward. He's higher, so before I do anything else, I'm just gonna move that forward a little bit. And if anyone hears that sound right now, that's just my brain whirring, trying to figure out my lighting. Don't worry about that. So I'm just gonna bring this light back in and now take another test shot. And I really, really like how this is looking overall. And now something's not firing. And you know what I did? I upped my aperture. So this lens has the aperture ring here. And so I accidentally have this set to unclick. So I move my aperture without thinking about it. I always double check this type of stuff, and I didn't that time. I also, for some reason, have my ISO set to my wheel. And like, I'll just press my face up against the camera and change ISO all the time. So you would think that I would change these settings, and I don't. I just keep struggling. I'm sure my therapist has something to say about that, but we won't get into that right now. We're just gonna carry this forward and chin just a little bit this way, Gerald. That's great, just like that. Ah, that's so fantastic. That is so, so, so fantastic. I really, really love this. Perfect, Gerald. And then eyes will come through me. This is great. I will say, if I was shooting Gerald in my studio, I always start with someone sitting at a table. Always, some sort of table. And the reason being, it's safe, right? You sit at bars together, you sit at restaurants together. I'm half Sicilian. I grew up around a table. So being around a table is so familiar to me. So it's you put someone there, and then you don't have to worry about your legs. And it's just a position that we find ourselves in often. I'm like, hey, I like your look. You know, we just happen to be out somewhere. So it's a safe place. Then we take the table away. And now we're sitting and we're a little bit more exposed, but we're still sitting. And then finally, we take that chair away. And by then, someone's like, all right, I got this. The nerves have gone away. They've seen a couple of great photos. They're starting to feel themselves. That's my stepwise process, knowing how we psychologically respond to being photographed. Never lose sight of the fact that it's very vulnerable to be in front of the camera, even for people who are experienced doing it. So I'm always just very mindful of that. So that's just a trick I use. If you're starting with people standing, give yourself a chance to try it a different way and just see how your clients or the individuals in front of your camera respond to that. This is amazing. And going back to it, everyone, too, once again, we only have an hour to work together here, and that's kind of unfortunate. If we had more time, if you were in my studio, if it was just Seth and me playing creative, whatever, something rather, we would be moving these backdrops around more. I might bring that backdrop in to make an L here and then use that to flag part of the light coming down. I might bring this in L over. If I had a smaller backdrop, I might bring it in here. So there would be a lot of experimentation going on. So where I'm going is, as I get to these sets and series, you're seeing me try a lot of things. And I don't believe in failure necessarily as we relate to it, but I have to try those things to get to where I want to be. So someone's like, well, you know, I created a bunch of images I don't like. I'm like, great. You have to create those to get to the images you like, right? I tried a technique and I didn't like it. Great. That's a process of elimination. And now your voice is starting to emerge from knowing not just what works for you, but what doesn't. So it's just the act of creating. I stay in motion. I keep trying new things. And then I'm going to stumble onto something or work through a problem to an endpoint that feels right and that feels visually compelling. And let's go all the way into profile here, Gerald. So you're going to go all the way over that shoulder, and chin's going to come high. That's great, and we're gonna stay there. And I know I wanna see shadows on this side, so I'm gonna have to push that light in, right? If I don't push that light in, let's take a look at what it's looking like. Brilliant. And that's cool, that's a good start. There's nothing wrong with that, but if I start to move that key in deeper here, and I bring that down just a smidge, we're gonna start getting more shadow on this side here. And to me, that's going to be a more intriguing portrait and a more intriguing character study. That. Now we're getting more contrast out of that. And then if I stay here and I up my aperture just a little, and right now I'm exposing for highlights. So whenever I'm setting the settings on my camera, I'm always looking at highlights first. So in this case, I'm looking at these highlights on Gerald's nose and face. I'm going to expose for those. And then if the shadows are too dark, I'm going to take care of them separately. So if I get to the point where the highlights look good, I'm going to anchor that. That's going to stay where it's at. And then I'm going to change my fill. And then we'll fill those shadows with our fill light because I don't want to be changing things globally. So I'm using my aperture to define the highlights. And that's looking really, really nice. I can even play with going up to 7.1 here. Seven one. Change camera. It's not me, it's my camera's fault. It's totally not me. Come on, friend. There we go. You got to be nice. So you sweet talk the camera, it all starts working. You're having a hard day. I'm having a hard day too. Seth's having a hard day. Amazing. Okay, so we're going to 7.1 now, and we'll look at a little comparison between those two. And so looking at this, I actually like the 6.3 better. So I'm going to go back to 6.3. And once again, everyone, this is personal preference. If you show me a photo and you're like, Johnny, what do you think of this? What do you think of the lighting? I'm going to say, what were you trying to say with the lighting, right? Like, what were you trying to convey with the lighting? And you're like, well, you know, I really like this idea. The person I was photographing is going through a tough time, and they're stuck in this place of creative rut. And I'm like, wow, that low-key lighting makes a lot of sense, right? If you're like, oh, they're an esthetician and they wanted something that was really light and bubbly that they could put on Pinterest, I'm like, we might need to alter the ratios a little bit there. So even in terms of what you like or don't like, or what works or doesn't work, it all has to do with that intention again. So it comes back to, what are we trying to say and do and communicate through our lighting?
Kevin's asking, how long is a photo session usually with you?
I mean, so if you came to me, generally speaking, I don't do anything under 2 hours. I like a half day, if at all possible. I really like a half day, and I sort of have become a photographer's photographer, which I love. So I mainly photograph photographers as clients now. They seek me out, and I either go to them or they come to me. And in those cases, I'll book out an entire day. I'll say, hey, let's do it. We're going to do some more traditional stuff first half of the day. We're going to go out and get lunch. You know, after that, we'll come back. We'll feel a little bit more free form, and then we'll get more expressive. So I tend to shoot for very long periods of time because I want to feel free to explore all of this. And if someone needs a moment or they want to try something different, I don't want to constrict it. I used to do those sessions where I'm like, I'm going to back them all up. I'm going to get 6 in a day. I'm going to do the Costco mentality. And by the end of it, I was energetically exhausted. I was actually making less money, and my clients were kind of like, it was good, but could have been better. So that was a lose, lose, lose for me. I would rather focus on quality over quantity, give someone an experience they can't get anywhere else, and then be able to walk away at the end of the day and say, I did something significant for the person who was in front of my camera. And we are coming up on 8 minutes left here, everyone, which is very unfortunate because I'm having a great time with all of you right now.
You can go over a little bit, but you know.
Oh no,
no, so much Johnny.
You're only paying me to 6, so I'm out at 6. No, I'm teasing everyone. We could definitely stay.
We got the detox from you.
That's a really great question, and that's something that Seth and I talked about earlier. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn all of these off. So sorry for everyone who's in the stream. I already forgot about doing that. So the question was, how do I make sure that the ambient light is not affecting the exposure? So how do I know that it's not intermingling with the lights that are on the set? We do a test for that. So all that I'm going to do is I'm going to turn all of these lights off. And then we're going to take a look at what this looks like without anything. Now, part of it is just being familiar with the lights. We purposely went to like right around F6 or F8, somewhere around there. And generally speaking, that's going to negate, but it is a good thing just to double check on that. So let me just take a shot here. And now I have all of those lights off. And that's how we know. So in this case, all of the light, it's a perfectly black frame. If there was any bleed, we would see it here. This becomes even more important. Obviously, I'm working with strobes here. If you're an individual who works with constant lights, that's an even bigger consideration. But it's always nice just to have a frame of reference, and then we can build these lights in one at a time. Even in this case, if I was in the studio by myself right now, what I would do, since I was checking that, is I would just take a second to see what each one of these lights is doing. And chin up just a little, Gerald, right there. And so I'm just going to use that key light again and build these in. So that's just the key light. And that's pretty compelling on its own. I'm not going to lie, right? So this goes back to that idea that, hey, you can do a lot with one light. So also I want to impress upon all of you out there that if you only have one light, you could do really incredible things with it. You don't need 2 lights. You don't need 6 lights. You can literally use a Home Depot light bounced off a sheet and create world-class photographs. So it's really nice having this great gear and having multiple lights, but it's not necessary to create a significant portrait. So now I'm going to turn that fill light back on, and now that I saw it without the fill light, I'm probably going to turn my fill light down to allow more shadow to come into that scene. So that fill light's coming in now. All right. And actually that looks pretty good. So I don't have the background light on. So now that we've changed into this setup, I actually prefer the way this looks. We're not getting any light onto that backdrop. We're not seeing the depth of the backdrop, but this feels a little bit more classical to me. It's a very almost Caesar-esque pose. The chin is high, he's open, and that would be usually with a window light or something like that. So relative to pose and mood, it makes more sense for me to keep that background light off. That's where it comes back to, this is a constant dance. When I'm changing posing, when I'm changing mood, I'm giving myself a chance to breathe and ask, so thank you for asking that question. And once I assessed it, I'm like, oh, this looks perfect. but then I tried something else. I'm like, wait, that wasn't perfect. This looks perfect now. So it's giving yourself a chance to play and make sure you know what all of your lights are doing as you're making these adjustments throughout. And just for my reference here, I'll bring your chin back to me just a little bit more. And then your eyes are going to come right here to this little signed piece that I signed earlier, because now I've been at Adorama. Thanks, Adorama. Hooray. Okay. And I just want to see what this looks like as chin comes in. And so chin's going to come down just a little. And I'm just looking at the reflection in the glasses, everyone. And I can still see it from the modeling lamp here, so I know I'm going to get it a little bit more. And we're working, and chin's going to come down even a little bit more and a little bit to me. Right there. And we won't move from there, Gerald, please. So that's looking really nice. And even just ascension more this way with the face. And this is that little back. You're doing great. I'm just working on my light. You look amazing. We're going to keep building you up there. And we're still catching the edge. Before I change anything else here, what I'm going to do is turn my key up, because I like what this light is doing, but obviously we don't have enough light for my taste coming in from the key. So I'm going to bump that from 132 to 116. And then you'll come in even a little bit more here, right there. And that's looking pretty compelling. And then you're going to look right past me. And then I'm going to play into horizontal. And I'm just going to kind of move around here and see what's going on. And once again, this is just play. Now, I preferred the lighting earlier, to be completely honest with you. You look great still here. But for personal preference, I preferred that more. And it's really just a give and take for me, everyone. So we're just trying all of these different things. We're seeing what works the best. We're playing with lighting. We're playing with our ratios. We're turning things on. We're turning things off. And we're doing so in a way where we're not constraining ourselves by expectation. I think that's one of the biggest things that I've had to adjust to get to the point where I'm at in my career now, is I used to expect so much. And I'll tell a super quick anecdote, and then we'll open it up to some questions and things like that. But it was years ago, a friend of mine was really dedicated to getting on the cover of Vogue Italia. That was like their whole goal. Like Vogue Italia and I can die, right? That was their bit. And so they got on the cover of Vogue Arabia, and we were losing it. All of us were literally losing it. We're dancing. I was like popping champagne in Denver. I was doing whatever that is. I don't know. I was just really excited. And all of a sudden I call, and he has this monotone voice. And I'm like, hey, he's like, hey. And I'm like, what's going on? And some of you know where this is going. He's like, hey. And I'm like, you got on the cover of Vogue Arabia. He's like, it's not Vogue Italia. It was a failure. Not only was it not a win, it was a failure. That is the vileness of expectation. Because when we have expectation, we lock ourselves into this. We are so hyper fixated on this narrow piece in front of us that we're missing out on everything in the periphery. And it's the same thing with this. If you have a defined expectation of lighting, of ratios, of style, you're going to walk in and you're going to be hyper fixated on this one thing, and you're going to miss out on so much amazing stuff. So it's allowing yourself to be liberated from the tyranny of expectation so that you can be freed by creative expression. And then you see where that takes you. You see where that takes your art. You see where that takes you and your client. And then when you get into that free flow space, we're in here, we're listening to music we both like. You know, there's a little bit of a dance happening, literally and metaphorically. I'm playing with stuff. I'm like, what do you think? No, I like the shadows better. And these really beautiful things emerge when we give ourselves to the moment, and we create space for that person to participate in the creative process as well. The person who's in front of us. So if I can impress anything upon all of you, it would be to explore more. It would be to embrace failure more, and it would be to take some of the pressure off of yourselves. Just play. That's what I really want for all of you, is to be excited to pick up your camera again, to be excited about the lights, and to not go in and be like, I have to create a branding setup because I'm doing new marketing materials, because I'm going to the Chamber of Converse for Dallas, and I need cards that show this. And it's like, that's great. Do that, but then also get in there and just mess things up. Go like, I'm going to uplight, I'm going to downlight, I'm going to overhead light, I'm going to add a flashlight, I'm going to add a phone light, take someone into a bathroom, use candles, you know, hang upside down like a possum and shoot them, like do whatever. Get a little bit experimental and just play and find joy in the process, because that joy for your craft, that joy for your art is going to translate into your images. And if it's not there, you can't Photoshop joy into a photo. You can't Photoshop connection into a photo. There's not AI generative emotion yet. It's close. Right? It's probably happening, but we're not quite there yet. So it's just to embrace the process and embrace yourselves as artists more, and just see where that takes you in your art. That's what the biggest thing for me is. So
someone's asking, do you show your model the tether, the screen during the shoot?
It depends on the person, right? So a lot of times, and some of you who are like, oh, Jonny might be a pro, are going to scoff at this. A lot of times I don't tether at all. I know, bad Jonny, bad Jonny. One of the biggest reasons is I'm so manic. You are seeing the most reserved version of me right now, which might be hard to believe, like quite literally. Normally there's like this gremlin dance going on while I'm shooting. I have destroyed the port in the Sony a7R IV 3 times now. Literally 3 times I've had to send it in from kicking it out. I have the most like crazy setup. I have my L bracket pushed into the cable and then a tether stop, and I usually have another one because I'm just all over the place. So I'll trip, I'll fall, I've knocked my MacBook down. So the first thing is fundamentally, I don't want to damage my gear. The other thing is, for a lot of the people that I photograph, everyone thinks I only photograph models, but I photograph a lot of quote unquote everyday people. The difference is they look like what people perceive as models in the photos because they're confident. So if you saw that person on the street going down, you know, whatever, like 42nd, and they're just like, ugh, and then you saw them in the photo, you wouldn't think it was the same person, right? And now I completely lost my train of thought. But where it goes with the tethering, it came back. It puts me in a position, if I have a screen, I have one of two choices if Gerald is here. Now I know Gerald feels confident, right? I have that sense. He's been in front of the camera a lot, but if he hadn't been, if I'm tethering to this screen, I can either have it facing him, in which case he's gonna be deconstructing everything, right? If you've ever been photographed and you can see the photos in real time, you're like, is that what my face looks like? It's kind of like when I hear this video later, I'm gonna be like, Seth, did I really sound like that on set? It's gonna sound like this? Do I sound like lighting?
It's exactly what you sound like.
Thanks, dude. I appreciate you reinforcing that. Anyway, there's that aspect, right? The deconstruction that happens. Now, I can turn that away. I can turn that toward me, but if I turn that toward me, now Gerald's seeing me judging him on the back of a big screen, and I'm just making adjustments there. So I either have to isolate him from the process, or I have to bring him in which case I'm gonna have him connected to a screen instead of to me. So like I do tether, of course, for all of my commercial work. I tether when I'm educating, but more often than not, when I'm in my studio on my own, it's just free form. And then it feels organic and right, and I can come over and be like, Gerald, look at this. He's like, that's me. I'm like, not only is that you, but that's you in the back of my camera. There's something more powerful about seeing the frame on the back of a camera than on a screen, because someone associates the screen with software and with programs and with Photoshop. I'm like, that's you in this moment. It's undeniable proof of how beautiful you are, how magical you are, how powerful you are, how radiant you are, whatever it might be. So that's my personal preference for this type of stuff. Of course, if I'm working with an art director, I have it there so they can be like, the greens aren't quite green enough. And I'm like, all right, we'll make them more green for you, Julian, or whatever. I don't know, I've known a lot of art directors named Julian. It's just a thing.
And they're always under 26, and they lose their job a week later anyway. So it's like, I don't understand.
We were just talking about being jaded. Both of us are jaded. It's fine. So the question was, how much post-processing would I do before actually delivering these? And I would say probably not a lot. So if I go back to one of these photos, I can quickly work through something. I like we had this conversation earlier. I really try and keep things as solid in camera as I can possibly get. So like what I'll do a lot of times, I'll lower contrast, I'll play with the tones, I'll play with the color temp a little. Now that the AI retouching tools are in Capture One, it makes my life a lot easier. So I'm rarely leaving Capture One anymore. Before, I might go into Photoshop and do a little bit of dodge and burn, a little bit of skin cleanup and things like that. But the Capture One tools approximate my process so closely that I can go in there, play with the sliders a little bit, keep it looking natural, do some cleanup, play with the highlights. Then obviously I'm just copying and pasting that to a gallery. And so I could have these done, let's say a set of 10 for Gerald in 30 minutes, and they're deliverable. And then of course, if he has any additional retouching requests, he's like, hey, you know, can you just add a little speck here into my beard, or that was out of, your beard looks perfect. But like if there was anything going on with that, you know, I could address that in tow. But especially for doing things like client reveals now and stuff like that, even in the AI retouching tools in Capture One, if those of you who aren't familiar with it, you can use that when tethering too. So you can actually make AI adjustments. Let's say your client's like, hey, and this happened to me earlier because I'm wearing hats all the time. I had this giant pimple on my head that was like the size of a baby's hand, you know? And I'm just like, I would want to do something with that. So if Seth was photographing me, he could just set that to remove the blemish. And then every photo that I see on the back of that screen, if I'm seeing them in real time, I'm not having to look at that pimple on my face. So whatever it might be, but I try and stay as hands-off as possible with that. And I sort of operate on this bit about authenticity. Seth and I had a chat about something being more documentarian in nature. Obviously, it's smoke and mirrors with the lighting, the styling, the posing, the focal lengths, the aperture, all of that. But beyond that, I want to try and represent Gerald as accurately as possible. And when someone sees that photo, I want them to go like, oh, that's Gerald, not like, oh, that's a more posh, more professional, more polished person who kind of looks like Gerald. He's already enough of those things. But just so I'm not allowing people to go out there and catfish and stuff like that, I don't want to contribute to common catfish syndrome. So we're going to keep things a little bit more real and a little bit less plastic, more than less. So yeah. And does anyone else in the chat have any questions, or do any of you have any questions or thoughts or anything else? I either did a really good job or a really bad job. Either way, I'm comfortable with it. But no, like, this has been fantastic, everyone. So going back to it, there's so much more that we could go into this. There were infinite variations that we could do with this setup. We could have even changed this. You know, we could have brought a background light in. We could have used that beauty dish that's in the back as a key. That would have been a harder light source. more specular light source, but it's really just about play. Take the tools that you currently have, see what you can do with them. Even with modifiers, it's like take the grid off, take the inner baffle off, take the outer baffle off, take all the baffles off and just shoot without any diffusion at all. Give yourself a chance to see what light does in different scenarios. Seth and I had that talk earlier, and I'm like, the one thing for me that's like creative freedom is I know no matter what gear I have, put me in any space with any light, with any camera, with any lens, with any person, I'm going to create a great portrait. Now, I might not be able to create that portrait to spec, right? Because if you're like, well, create a 3-point lighting setup, I'm like, I only have one light. I can't do that. But I know I can create a beautiful portrait in any set and scene, and that's because I know how to see light, I know how to shape light, and I know how to work with my subject and my camera and my gear relative to that. So please. I do, yeah. So I work with continuous lighting a lot as well, especially when I'm teaching. So it's a little bit easier sometimes to see some of those fundamental principles. There's a time and a place for each one of these tools. So if I wanted to capture motion, or if I was working with the designer and I needed to be shooting at f11 to show all of the tooth in the fabric, I'm going to reach for my strobes right away, right? Because you're not going to want to put the power out in a continuous to shoot at something like f11 and ISO 100. His beard would have melted off. That wouldn't be good for anyone. So that's not an ideal scenario. So it just depends on the client. It depends on the situation and that type of thing. I've been doing a lot more location work outdoors recently and everywhere else, and I'm always reaching for my strobes for that. And it also depends on someone's comfort. Sometimes it is easier to work with continuous if someone's not comfortable in front of the camera because you don't have that flash effect sort of happening. But it's a case-by-case basis. And we have to remember that ultimately light is light. So even if these were all continuous lights, we would have set up the same things. If we would have metered it, our ratios would be the exact same. We would just work into that process a little bit differently. But beyond anything else, same modifiers, same position, same light, same shadow. Yeah. I don't know.
Last question. How do you work with an insecure person?
No, I was going to say trepidatiously. No, I was just joking. And so, I think in that way, like I just meet them where they're at. I think that's one of the biggest things, right? If someone comes in and they're like, hey, you know what? I hate being photographed. I would be like, for a long time, so did I. I'm looking for some sort of bridge there, or so do a lot of the people who come in. Like, I don't want to diminish the person and what they're experiencing, but I want them to know they're not alone in that feeling, because most of us feel that way. So it's like, I'm not going to try and fix it. And I would just say, hey, you're uncomfortable right now. Let's take a few frames. After those frames, if you need to take a break or breath, we're going to go ahead and do that. I'm not going to try and fix the problem. I'm not going to try and be a therapist to the person. I'm just going to say, hey, yeah, I get that. It is being in here, being in the studio, being in front of people. Like, it's nerve-wracking. But I really believe that if you give this a chance and if you trust me, we're going to get to the point where you're less nervous, you're more excited, and I know that we're going to create some really incredible images of you. And we'll get there, but just be with me through this process and I'll hold my hand with you through that. So it's just allowing someone to feel comfortable and to feel seen in that. And especially if someone vocalizes that to me, we're already in a good place, right? Because if someone just simply says out loud, I don't know if any of you suffer with anxiety. I feel like all of us do in today's world. But like, sometimes it's just so nice to be like, I'm anxious. Like, if I say that out loud, literally, if I'm talking to a friend and I'm like, hey, this is about to start, I'm anxious, and I feel fine. It's simply vocalizing that. So if someone shares that with me, I know they're already getting to a good place. But yeah, it's just meeting people where they're at. And we're all human. We all struggle. We all deal with good and bad days, good and bad times. We all have body image issues. We all think of ourselves in ways other people don't. We all look at our work in ways that no one else does. If Seth and I took the exact same photo of Gerald today, and I'm looking at Seth's photo, I'd be like, wow, dude, that's really good. I'm like, despite all of our differences, I'm not from Brooklyn, but like, still, I can appreciate your work.
What differences? What do you want? What are you trying to start here?
What I'm trying to say is that if I looked at that, and I looked at but I took the same photo, right? I would look at it and go, oh, I don't know. Maybe I should have shot that at 2.8 instead of 5.6. Maybe I could have added a hair light. I would be deconstructing every pixel of it. But for Seth, I could just appreciate it for what it was. So I think it's just understanding that ultimately we're all on the same journey. And, sometimes someone just needs someone to be there to hear it. And then just say, hey, let's just see where this goes.
If you're not looking at your own work critically, you're not growing.
This is also true. Absolutely. And that's a fine line, right? So you have to look at it critically enough where you can identify areas where you can build up, but not so much where you're just like, my work is terrible, I'm terrible, I need to sell off my gear so that I can go to Costa Rica and live with sloths, although that is pretty cool.
I'm down.
I know, actually, I'm like, actually, everyone, this is it. This is the last time Johnny's going to teach. You can find me on the beach with the beard, hanging out with sloths. That's
going to rent out jet skis to rich people and sloths all day.
Exactly.
Down. Let's do this.
No, I mean, this has been great. So thank you all so much for those of you who came here to learn from me today. Thank you, Gerald, so much for being here. Seth, thank you for holding down the fort on the tech and dealing with my BS. Adorama, Printique, Flashpoint, thank you so much for giving me the tools and the space. All of you who decided to join the stream, you could have been doom scrolling on TikTok, but instead you're here with us, so thank you for doing that. Anytime I have an opportunity to do this, it's still surreal for me. It really is. It's such a beautiful thing to know that I'm creating work that resonates with people and that you would want to know what my process was. Like, it's really wild. This past weekend, I taught with Lindsay Adler at her studio in Jersey City, and it was this watershed moment for me. Right? I've been working toward this for the past decade of my life, obsessively, sacrificially. I've given up so much. I've grinded harder than anyone else that I know. And so to see the fruition of that and to have all of you just wanting to spend an afternoon in the city when it's hot AF out there, you know, especially for those of you who took the subway and you sweated to be here with me, to spend a little bit of time for me and deal with my craziness, I seriously cannot express how much it means to me. And I love you all so much and I appreciate you all so much. And I want you to show yourself some love. So if you could do me one favor, person to person, human to human, artist to artist, love on yourself a little, create some art for you, allow yourself to explore and realize how incredible that you are so that you can then pass that along to another person and give them the torch so that they can realize how incredible they are. And that's the power that we have as photographers. And I think it's really important that we own that because we get to embody the change that we want to see in the world and we get to heal and elevate and lift up and celebrate people. And that's an honorific that I hold very dear. And it's a sacred thing to me. And I hope it is to you too. So love y'all. Thank you so much for being here. See you again. Ciao.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Adorama Event Space. And thank you for coming here this afternoon. And thank you to Adorama for hosting us. My name is Debbie. I'm the Regional Director of APA New York. APA is very proud to be collaborating with Adorama on these monthly events. And we are also proud when we get to collaborate with Joe Sinnott from School of Visual Arts, AKA SVA. So it's great to bring all three of us together today. And now a little bit about APA before I introduce Joe. We are American photographic artists. APA exists to provide business tools that help photographic artists of all levels run a smarter, more creative and profitable business. And we've been doing it for over 40 years. APA has a strong heritage of providing benefits which help our members achieve creative and financial success. And our benefits come in many forms. And by joining APA, individual artists join a community which can amplify their voice on the national stage. There are 5 different levels of membership, starting at just $50. So check them out and choose the level that's right for you. And now on to SVA and Joe Sinnott, who's here helping us out today. Joe has over 30 years of experience as a staff photographer for 13 WNET, the largest PBS station in the country. And as a faculty member at the School of Visual Arts, Joe's diverse body of work includes celebrity portraiture, news, public affairs, performance, corporate, and communication events. And this webinar is just a little tidbit of the kind of information that you can get if you take one of Joe's classes at SVA Continuing Education. He'll give you the links later. He has new classes starting in June. And we are really thrilled to have him here today. So without further ado, here's Joe Sinnott.
Good evening. Thank you very much for coming. Tonight we're talking about photography pricing, how to price your work. If you've ever been in a class with me or heard me talk about this topic before, some of this might be a little bit of a repeat, some of it will be new and different, and I'll be stopping at various points so that people can ask questions, and then at the end I'll take the flood of questions. What do people pay you for? I mean, in the great grand landscape of trading your precious life for money, what do people pay you for? 3 things. People pay you for toil, brains, and responsibility. Toil, the sweat of your brow, picking things up and putting things down, like moving the bags from point A to point B. Brains, like bigger brains are worth more money than tiny brains. Good ideas are worth more money than bad ideas. And in the world of photography, brains usually is just another word for talent, right? Like better pictures are worth more money than less better pictures. And responsibility, being in charge, owning it. How big is it? How complicated is it? How many moving parts are there? What are the logistics? Being in charge of all of that, taking on big responsibility is worth money. In the entire world of work, this is what people pay you for. Some jobs skew more towards one than the other. Like the smartest ditch digger in the world probably makes about the same amount of money as the least smart ditch digger in the world. And corporate CEOs, they don't make their big money because they're necessarily the smartest person in the corporation. They make their big money for being responsible because the buck stops there. Whatever job you work probably involves some combination of these 3 things. So what are you worth? We're going to interact for a second. So I've been taken pictures for money for about 35 years. I'm very fortunate that I've been able to make a living at doing something that I'm good at and that I like for a long time. If we're comparing you to me, maybe you've been taking pictures for less time, or you're just starting out, or you have less experience. There's probably an argument to be made that somebody with more experience who's been doing it longer can prove that they're worth more money than somebody with less experience who's been doing it less time. But the biggest mistake I see people make is that they think that less experience means massively less money. Let's take those three things again: toil, brains, and responsibility. I'm going to pick you because you're definitely much younger than me. If I'm pitching myself on an assignment and I'll call it a 2-hour business event, right? Like a 2-hour grip and grins business event. Normally I'd open at about $900 for a job like that. Now, you're dressed like this, camera, lens, flash on camera, taking pictures of people, like having fun. Would you do that job for less than $900?
Yes.
Okay. So in a little while, we're going to talk about how much less and how you think about that. But assuming that you might be worth a little bit less than me, it's not like you're worth half, or it's not like you're worth a quarter. You're worth more than that. Because of those three things, toil, brains, and responsibility, two of those things are no different between you and me. The amount of toil we're going to put in on the job is not going to be any different just because I've been doing it for longer. The job's the job. And the responsibility is no different between you and me. The only thing that might be different between you and me is brains, quality of the pictures. And without looking at any pictures at all, it's possible my pictures are better, so I'm worth more money. But it's also possible that your pictures are better, in which case you're worth more money. And the amount of time I've spent doing it doesn't have anything to do with it. Right? Do you smell what I'm cooking? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? The idea that you might sell yourself at a lower price than somebody who's been doing it for longer, that might make sense. And it's often the case that people that are younger than me can sell themselves at lower prices. I just turned 60. So my expenses are higher. My lifestyle is different. There's only so low I can go before I'm eating a loss. People that are younger have a competitive advantage that way. And I'm not saying that you should sell yourself on price. I'm not saying that you should race to the bottom. All I'm saying is don't be so prepared to sell yourself really low, because between you and the most experienced, gifted photographer in the world, mostly that job is the same. Things that you should think about when you're trying to figure out your fee. How much work do you have to do before and after the job? Some jobs, you shoot a couple hundred pictures. Some jobs, you shoot a couple thousand pictures. The amount of time you spend sitting at home going, arrow, 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 delete, arrow, zoom, arrow, delete, back, forward, zoom, delete, ooh, delete. Like the amount of time you spend doing that, that's time. You got to get paid for your time. We don't normally articulate that time as part of the job. You build it into your fee. How much equipment do you have to carry? I charge more money to show up with 200 pounds worth of gear on a cart than I do to show up with one bag that fits over my shoulder. More gear is more work. What extra services are you providing? We're going to talk more about that. I am going to lead by saying for commercial assignments, retouching is usually not included in the price. Your client may ask you what retouching costs, but unless you've negotiated some threshold of retouching as part of the price, that is above and beyond your estimate after the fact. How fast does the job need to happen? Pictures that I deliver in 3 days don't need to cost as much as pictures that I need to deliver tomorrow. If I'm shooting today and I'm delivering tomorrow, what am I not doing tonight? Sleeping. And do I get paid for that? I do. How far do you need to go to do the job? Like, are you taking a 1-hour drive? Are you taking a 3-hour drive? Do you have to sit in a chair in the sky? The amount of time you spend, you have to factor that into how much are you going to estimate for an assignment. How many people are on the job? Not just like you, an assistant, models, stylists. These are all people that you may be paying, that are under your supervision, that potentially your insurance has to cover. More people is more responsibility. Responsibility is work. You get paid for work. How good does the work need to be? And I will grant you, we all try to do our best work all the time. That's the goal. Do your best work all the time. But you can't make $1 out of 15 cents. If the client says, like, I want to photograph a teacup on black velvet with an elephant, they clearly have money to spend, right? Elephant rental is expensive. If the client has money to spend, if they have resources to invest in the assignment, that affords an opportunity to do bigger, better things. You can't make things that you can't make. If there's no money to pay for things, there's no money to do those things. We all try to do our best work, and you want to do the best you can out of the resources that you have to work with. And knowing what those resources are gives you a pretty good insight into what the client expects from the assignment, what the end result should look like. Okay, question.
Kevin in the chat's asking, they feel like the average person might not understand the time it takes to select, edit, might not understand why you need so much gear. How do you convince them otherwise?
I don't. In a very, very real sense, I don't. There was way back when, there was a men's clothing store, Sims. I don't know if you remember Sims. And Cy Sims used to say, an educated consumer is our best customer. And I guess that phrase has stuck with me all these years because it's useful. I suppose there is some amount of education that I have to do. Like I was having a conversation with a client about this last night. They were talking about delivery needs, and I was talking about the challenges associated with those delivery needs. But I don't try to explain to people how much gear I need or how much it costs. I explain to people what I charge. It's not like my rates are ridiculous or out of line with the rest of the industry. There's always somebody willing to do it for less. My strategy for my entire career has just been to wait them out. They'll put themselves out of business. If you don't charge rates that are sustainable for your business, you're not going to stay in business. I'm still here. A lot of people I know are not. That worked out. The time it takes to select and edit, I build that into my estimate. I don't usually articulate it as a separate charge. I just make it be part of the fee. I figure out how much time I'm going to take to shoot. I figure out how much time I'm going to take sitting in front of the computer going arrow, arrow, delete, arrow, zoom, arrow, delete. And then I formulate a fee that's based on that. If the client says, why is it so high? Usually my initial response is, it's not so high. You're asking for a lot. This is a phrase I find myself using over and over and over again in my classes. And it actually starts with a question. What does more cost? What does more cost? More. The thing that more costs is more. When people want more, it costs more. What do you know? Commerce. How is that? It is worth it to know what other people have been paid for in your market to do the same kind of work. In The Art of War, in the last chapter, the title of the chapter is On the Use of Spies. And I am not saying that you should be like planting listening devices in your client's place of work, but finding out what other people have gotten paid to do the same work, communicating with other photographers you know, finding out what other people charge in your same market for similar kinds of work, gives you an insight into what the market will bear for that kind of work. A little market research goes a long way. It's helpful to know what, and I'm not saying that you should necessarily charge what other people are charging to do the same work, but knowing what other people are charging to do the same work and what they're getting paid to do the same kind of work gives you a really, really good basis to help figure out your own prices. Yes, sir.
Do you ever ask people budget?
The question is, do I ever ask people what their budget is? And the answer is no. Because if I ask that question, I'm inviting a response that could be none of your damned business. They might not say that, but they might. And if I do, our business relationship is off on the wrong foot. On a very fundamental level, their budget is none of my business. Because their response is basically, why do you think that you get to know how much money I have in the bank? It's much better for me to figure out what I want to get paid for the job. If I pitch a number and they go, great, that's great, we'll see you Thursday. There's a little devilish person in the back of my brain that goes, damn. Because clearly they were ready to spend more and I left some money on the table. But there is a bigger, better, smarter, healthier person who's been to therapy in my brain that also says, what are you complaining about? You're getting paid what you asked to get paid to do the work they're asking you to do. What's the problem? And you didn't have to struggle or whinge or fight. You pitched a number, they said yes. Easy. Why are you complaining that it was easy? And I usually try to listen to that one more than the other one.
You got a question in the chat. Do you itemize all the things, labor, crew, equipment, when sending out invoices or estimates?
I'm going to address this a little later in the slideshow, but there are line items on my estimate and invoice for categories of expense. Transportation covers all of the things associated with transportation. Gas, mileage, tolls, airfare, taxis, subway rides, anything that's transportation goes there. Assistance and talent, that line covers photo assistant, prop stylist, potentially models, anybody other than me who I'm paying on the assignment. On commercial jobs with billable expenses, commercial photography is a 100% cost recovery business. So all of the expenses that are associated with a given assignment are billable back to the client. You have to account for them responsibly and honestly. So the short answer is yes. I don't do that with every kind of assignment because some assignments have small numbers of, small amounts of expenses, and I just fold it into the fee. Another thing that helps you figure out your fee is knowing how much money your client has, because how much money do you have? Please give it all to me. Ultimately, that is my goal. My goal is to empty everybody's bank account and to walk away with all of the money in the world. The client's goal is different. The client's goal is to try to get me to do the job for 2 cheese sandwiches and a shaker of salt. That's why we negotiate. That's business. But seriously, 3 things you need, whenever you're starting negotiating any assignment, there are 3 things you need to know. How much money do you want to make? How much money are you going to start negotiating at? Which is going to be a higher number than the amount of money you want to make. And what is the lowest amount of money that you will do the assignment for? In a lot of ways, this is the most important number you need to know. Knowing what you want to make, that's probably not that hard to figure out. Knowing where you're going to start negotiating at, it's going to be more money than what you want to make. But knowing your walkaway number, that one's much more of a struggle. Your walkaway number is the number below which you will not do that assignment. You will say no. So let's suppose I start, let's play this game again. So the $900 assignment. Would you be willing to do the job for less than $900, the 2-hour gig?
Yeah, probably.
Good, okay. What is the lowest amount of money you would do that assignment for?
For 2 hours and all the labor afterwards, like 400 to 500.
All right, let's say 400, okay? Because 400 to 500, that's a 25% difference. That's a big difference. Let's say 400, which means if the client turns around to you and says, oh my God, I'm so sorry, we don't have $400, but could you do it for $350? You will say, I'm so sorry. I really wish that I could work with you. I hope you'll keep me in mind if another opportunity arises where our resources align better. You're like at $350, you're going to say no. You're going to say no? Okay. And what about at 375? At 375, would you say no?
If I hear number 3, I'm starting with.
All right, I think you're fixating on the wrong thing. What about 385? Would you do it for 385? It's only $15 less than your $400 number.
I guess at that point.
So 400 was not your walkaway number. You blew it.
Where does it end, kid? Where does it end?
You blew it. Your walkaway number is your walkaway number. If 400 is your walkaway number and they say $399.99, one, they're being a jerk. But two, if they say 1 penny less than $400, you say, I'm so sorry. I really wish that I could work with you on this. I hope you'll keep me in mind for another opportunity.
There's a thing in my mind where it's like, if I walk away from an opportunity, it's almost like $0 in my head now. Like I didn't get nothing. I didn't get the job.
And this is the point. I guess in a way, this is the point I'm trying to make. If you don't have a walkaway number, you never know what you're worth. You're probably not going to pick a walkaway number that is like massively below, that is so out of line with the rest of the industry. Like if they say 400 and you say 200, they weren't serious. I had somebody reach out to me recently. Like they were referred to me by somebody else. They needed somebody that night. It was like a quick 3-hour thing, very like relatively simple. And then they gave me the number, $100. And I said, I'm so sorry. I would love to be able to work with you. I hope you'll keep me in mind for some other opportunity. And like they asked me what my rate was. And I said, for this kind of work, I usually start at $450 an hour with a 2-hour minimum. There's no reconciling the gap between $1,350 and $100. And you're never gonna. Don't worry about those jobs. The thing I would suggest is if you hit that bottom number, if your client comes back below that bottom number, but you're still interested in the assignment for whatever reason, your bottom number describes a set of conditions that have been defined by the client, right? That set of conditions could be the duration of the assignment. It could be when the pictures are due. It could be things like that. What if you can redefine the assignment? If the client is doing a 2-hour gig, what if you say, well, all right, for $350, I couldn't give you the full 2 hours, but I could give you an hour and a half. Or for $350, when do you need the pictures? Oh, you don't need the pictures for 2 weeks? All right, if I got 2 weeks to deliver the pictures, I have a lot of opportunity to get other things done in between. If you redefine the assignment, your bottom number no longer applies. Now you can think of a new bottom number for the redefined assignment. But for a given set of parameters, whatever your bottom number is, that's your bottom number. And if you don't stick to it, you're never going to know what you're worth. And everybody's always going to know that they can negotiate you as low as they want to go. That's their job. Their job is to get their goods and services for the smallest amount of money that they can pay. Your job is different. Okay? How are we doing so far? A little advice about negotiating in general. Don't give people immediate numbers. It's a fool's game. It's a negotiating tactic. You don't have to do it. You're walking down the street, your client calls, hi, can you give me a ballpark figure on this? You're walking down the street on your phone. There are taxis, trains, like it's New York City. Are you really in a good situation to be thinking about all of the moving parts in a legitimate estimate while you're walking down the street on your phone? Don't get me wrong. If you can do that and do it well, do whatever makes sense to you. But I'm not recommending it. When people ask you for immediate numbers, they're engaged in a negotiating tactic. They want to try and lock you into a range before you've had a chance to really think about it. And they're playing on all of our motivation to work. We all want to work. We want to work as much as possible. Don't give immediate numbers. Nobody ever really needs them. The negotiating tactic is to lock you into something before you've had a chance to really think about it, to ask the questions that you need to ask to come up with a proper estimate. And there's nothing wrong with them doing that. There's just something wrong with you falling for it. Don't fall for it. that like, oh, but couldn't you give me a ballpark? I'm so sorry. I'll be back at my office in just a few minutes. I have a few questions. I'll be able to ask proper questions then and get real numbers. Oh, but like we just need it really, really fast. I know. I'm so sorry. I really want to help you out. Now, like I said, I'll be back to my office in just 15 minutes. Don't fall for it. They don't really need it. You don't really need to give it. Try not to make deals walking down the street on your phone, and try to do business in writing as much as possible. Talking on the phone and talking about the details of an assignment and like payment and rates and value added, the phone is not a great way to do that. Try to do business in writing as much as humanly possible, and try and keep your writing all in one channel. The one I use for business, email. And I'm not saying that all of the different messaging platforms we have to communicate are things that you can't or shouldn't use. But whichever one you start using to make a deal, try and stay inside that channel. Any questions about that? Moving right along. Shoot.
How often do people try to negotiate you down and ask a number?
The question is, how often do people try to negotiate me down? Almost every time, which is why I start with a higher number than what I actually want to make. Sometimes people don't try to negotiate me down at all. Sometimes people do. The times that people do, definitely more than the times that people don't. Okay? And by the way, there are clients and assignments and projects I work on where one of the reasons why I think that people don't try to negotiate me down is they know that I won't.
When you're trying to determine what your price is, there's the labor aspect. How do you determine where you land in that scale of pricing? Do you go as low as like minimum wage, all the way to like as high as you want to?
I would never. So the question is, how do I determine the range of pricing? I usually start by trying to figure out my time at about $4.50 an hour. That's different when somebody wants to book me for a full day. Usually I'm trying to get about $3,000 a day, $2,000 for a half day. There are people that charge more. There are people that charge less. There is no world where minimum wage compensates me for my time and the expense of doing business. Just my capital equipment expenses amortized over the range of assignments I'm going to use that equipment for, $15 an hour wouldn't cover it. And then all of my other business expenses, the business insurance, the cell phone bill, the internet service, like there are a lot of business expenses. There's no world where minimum wage is going to make that happen for you. I am going to submit, excuse me, that you might be worth more than $4.50 an hour. You might be worth less than $4.50 an hour. I know very few people who are competent in handling a camera and taking pictures for other people who are worth less than $200 an hour. And that's in my mind, that's a spectacularly low number. Like the thing I'm talking about there are, fresh, like people going to school for like photography students. Does that give you a range? I live to serve. Sure.
In the chat, they're asking, is it unethical or tacky to change contingency fee and an additional overhead fee at percentage of the total invoice?
Yes. The short answer is yes. You should. Anybody ever take an airplane anywhere? Anybody ever take a plane? And when you go to get on the plane and they charge you a whole bunch of fees that you didn't know about, how do you feel about that? Does it feel honest or crooked? Right. Maybe it's not crooked, but it doesn't feel honest, does it? It is much better to tell, believe it or not, the essence of a good business transaction is honesty. And people knowing what they should expect to pay, knowing what you're charging them, that's an important part of having a good business reputation. I want to be clear that I'm talking about a defined assignment that you're fulfilling within the parameters described. You show up on the job and they change the parameters of the assignment and they make the assignment bigger. What does more cost? more. And the important thing there is not to proceed with the assignment as it has changed at the lower rate that you agreed to. The important thing there is that as soon as the client describes a change in the assignment, you need to say to the client, these changes are going to increase the cost of the assignment. And that's that.
Someone's asking, how many hours is a day's work or a half day?
How many hours? Shweta. Hi, Shweta. How many hours is a day's work? Like normal business hours are 8 hours. You can make your day be as many hours as you want or as few as you want. Like I normally think of my work day, my shoot day as being 9 hours long because on a 9-hour day, I want to sit down and eat lunch for an hour if I can. I tend to think of my half days as being 4 or 5 hours long. No more than 5 hours. Once we go over 5 hours, that's a full day. Once we go over 5 hours, it's not a half day anymore, is it? Right? How'd we do? Okay. Yeah. Billable expenses. There are basically two kinds of business expenses as a photographer. Billable expenses are expenses associated with the assignment that you're working on for a given client. One assignment, one job, one client. It includes a lot of the things that you see on this list. It probably includes things that aren't on this list, but these show up as line items on your invoice. If you gave your client an estimate, there are estimated costs associated with all of these things that will actually happen on your job. If you're not hiring models, there's going to be no line item for models. If there's no retouching, or you're not hiring stylists, or there are no props, there's going to be nothing on those lines. They're going to be blank. But these expenses are above and beyond your fee and don't have anything to do with your fee. This is just what it costs to get the materials and the expertise that your client has asked for to do the job that they're asking you to do. Another kind of expense is overhead. The expenses associated with the day-to-day operations of your business. You don't bill these to your client as line items. The cost of my cell phone is not billed to my client. Like if I figure out how much I pay for cell phone service per day and I spend a day working on a job, there's not a cell phone charge for that day. Those expenses, the expenses that are just the overhead that it takes to run your business, are part of your fee. You don't wind up putting your entire fee in your pocket. Part of your fee pays for the expenses that it takes to operate your business. Knowing what your overhead is going to have an impact on what you can charge as a fee. You can't charge less money than it takes for you to stay in business. You need to have a fee that not only gives you enough money to pay your business overhead, but also enough money to pay your living expenses, which I'll talk about in a minute. Beyond your photography fee, the creative fee for being a photographer, taking beautiful pictures, there are also value-added fees. Pre-production or prep days, post-production days, if they're relevant to the assignment, travel days, which are usually billed at about half your day rate, the kit fee, which I'll talk about more in a minute. The raw processing fee is usually charged as a unit cost per image. It doesn't apply to every kind of commercial photography, but if you're doing something that involves a raw processing fee, you usually charge a flat amount of money to process each raw file as a high-resolution TIFF that your client is going to use for precision purposes. Retouching. I already talked a little bit about retouching, but I want to talk about the kit fee for just a minute. A kit fee is a way to amortize the cost of your capital equipment expenses in a way that you're only charging the assignments that use those tools for the use of those tools. It is kind of like this, it's almost as though you're renting equipment to your client that you actually already own. And I'm not opposed to the kit fee. It is far more prevalent in the industry now than it was when I started. In the early days of the kit fee, it was mostly about finding a way to recover the expenses of massively expensive new digital cameras when measured against most photographers' capital investment. Most photographers, like, commercial photographers, probably own $20,000 or $30,000 worth of equipment. You buy a $20,000 camera and another $10,000 worth of lenses, you've doubled your capital equipment investment. If you're going to make the investment in a tool like that, how do you recover the cost? One way is to raise your rates. But if you raise your rates, you have the potential of pricing yourself out of your current clients. Another way is to just raise your rates on the assignments where you use that particular super expensive piece of gear. That's where kit fees came from. And now they get used more profligately and a little differently. Whether or not you decide to do that is completely up to you. I don't do kit fees. I recover the expenses on all of my capital equipment by building it all into my fee. Everybody's paying for my equipment on some level over time, just as would be true for any business. If you're charging a kit fee, the implication is that your creative fee might be a little lower so that your rates, at the end of the day, broadly align with the rates of people that don't charge a kit fee and just charge a higher creative fee. How you do it is completely up to you. Just be consistent, do it with everybody, and be consistent in the way that you do it. Don't charge massively different amounts of money for the same kit on an assignment by assignment basis. Set numbers that are fixed and keep them there until you have a reason to raise those numbers for everybody. Questions?
You were mentioning about shooting an event, a couple hours or something like that here in the city. And do you charge for transportation, your cab going there and back?
So the question is, do I charge transportation expenses when I shoot events? The answer is no. Because for events, I've decided to just fold those costs into my fee and make it be that way. Because most of my clients for whom I shoot events, they're not really interested in variable line item invoices for what is basically identical work on it, every time they ask me to do it. I've just made my fee accommodate the average of those costs so that it works out for me. What was the
person who was asking about additional fees being tacky is also asking, do you transparently share with clients that charge will include on top of the cost, or do you not charge tax?
Sales tax? Are we talking about sales tax? Sales tax applies to exchanges of goods. So I've made it my mission in life to never exchange goods. I don't charge sales tax because the law does not require me to charge sales tax. Any others? Did I miss any other questions? Yes, sir.
About sales tax, I used to charge sales tax all the time when I was shooting commercially. Versus events. Now, almost all my deliveries is through the internet, and so supposedly through the internet, you don't have to charge.
That's correct, because you're not delivering if I drop that stuff onto an optical disc and hand it to the client, theoretically I should be charging sales tax on the optical disc. And film and other material, like when I hand somebody a thing, whatever that thing is, like something made of matter as defined by physics, sales tax. Like other things that are ephemeral, what do you know? Ephemeral. Okay?
So,
sorry, go ahead.
Your friend Shweta is asking, I imagine you can't charge a kit fee unless your client base is fixed and you use the same equipment across these clients.
You know what? When I want to have the absolutely worst, most horrible argument possible with my spouse, I use words like always and never. Like always and never are definitely the key words to having the worst possible argument. So I'm not going to say always and never to something like this. I can probably create a situation in my mind where I charge a kit fee Well, first off, it doesn't matter whether your client base is fixed or not. If you're using the kit fee model in your pricing, that's something you should be doing with all of your clients, new and old. And it doesn't really matter whether I use the same equipment with all of these clients because the kit varies. And you charge different amounts of money for kits that are comprised of different assets. The kit fee that I charge for this camera and this lens and this other lens is not because I charge a different fee for this camera and this lens than I do for this camera and the other lens and the fourth lens. So figuring out what I'm charging for each item in my capital equipment inventory, that's something I've got to sit down and do. And then once I do it, when I put together a kit on a given assignment, I total up all of those numbers from my list, and that's my kit fee for that assignment. It's not like my kit fee is always $400 or always $600 or always $1,000. It depends on what's in the kit. Okay? There's a typical cycle when you're doing commercial assignments. Estimate, confirmation, invoice. I'm not going to talk about the whole cycle and all the details associated with it, but like an estimate is something that you draw up after getting information from your client. What kinds of photographs are you creating? What kinds of usage rights do they want? How far do they want to use those pictures? How many eyes are going to see them over what period of time? When are the pictures due? When are you supposed to deliver them? What sorts of other fees, like value-added fees, are going to be part of the estimate? All of these things are part of making an estimate, including an advance. If you're working on a commercial assignment, getting an advance to cover your expenses is not an uncommon practice. I don't ask for an advance every time I shoot a commercial job. For me, I have a $1,000 threshold. Once my out-of-pocket expenses hit $1,000, I'm asking for an advance. And most people are not going to whinge about it because you're not a bank, because none of us are banks. Have any of you ever been to a bank? Have any of you ever borrowed money from a bank? Nobody has ever borrowed money from a bank because banks don't loan you money. They rent it to you. And they charge you to rent you the money. An advance allows you to have the money to do the pre-production work and to accumulate the materials and to pay the labor associated with working on that client's specific assignment. It's the client's money, not your money. And you have to track it and account for it and keep receipts and know that you can itemize and justify every nickel of that money that you spent. But you're not going to start working on the assignment and buying things and accumulating things and booking things and putting deposits on things until you have the money to do it with. And if your client wants those things, your client will provide an advance so that you have the money to do it. At the end of the assignment, you'll return any remaining advance money to your client by deducting it from the bill. If they gave you a $2,000 advance and your fee is $3,000 and the actual expenses were $1,700, there's $300 worth of advance money left over, right? You don't write them a check for $300, you just deduct it from the amount due. You were going to ask me a question, sir.
Yes. You don't ask for a deposit to save the date?
The question was, do I ask for a deposit to save the date? That's different. That's not an advance on expenses. And I'm going to talk about that more when I talk about photography markets, commercial and consumer. When the job is completed, you send the bill and you include the fees and expenses minus any advance. Remember that your fee not only has to cover your business expenses, it has to cover your life. Figuring out a fee that's appropriate for your work and your clients and your assignments is in part about knowing how much it costs you to live. At periodic intervals, I sit down and figure out how much it costs me to live each month. And I do it over a 3-month period so I can average it out because some months are more expensive to live than others. But knowing how much it costs me to live each month gives me some pretty good insight in how much money I have to make each month. That does not mean that, oh wow, I only got one, it cost me $10,000 to live this month and I only have one job to shoot, so I have to charge that client $10,000. That's probably not going to work out for you. But knowing how much it costs you to live does give you some insight into how to price and structure your work. There are two primary markets in photography: commercial work, which is executed for a business purpose, and consumer work that is executed for a personal purpose. This is a very general way of talking about this. I don't want you to think it's binary, because some things are, but how many of you have heard of an entertainment called figure skating? Anybody ever heard of figure skating? All right, is figure skating a sport or an entertainment? Both. Both. It's both. What do you know? Human things can be both. Human things are not light switches. Human things can be both. And sometimes it's like figuring out what, you know, commercial work, if I'm shooting business portraits for a corporation to use on their website and the corporation is paying me, very easy to talk about commercial work. Consumer work, you're shooting a wedding, pretty obviously consumer work. What about an actor's headshot? Is an actor's headshot personal or is it commercial? Why not both? Why not both? Right? Because you're not doing business with a business, you're doing business with an individual. Why not both? Generally speaking, though, it's easier to think about photography as breaking down into these two types of work. Commercial work largely breaks out into advertising, editorial, and public relations. I might be the only person that makes public relations a different thing. Most people lump public relations into advertising. And although there are a lot of good reasons to do that, and I know why people, I'm not arguing with the people that do it, they've got good reasons for doing it. I don't, because if you price public relations jobs the same way you price advertising jobs, you are likely to price yourself out of the public relations job. Advertising jobs usually have very, at least comparatively, very high budgets. And of these three, editorial jobs tend to have the lower budgets. Public relations kind of falls in between. Advertising, like we've all seen advertising, it sells or promotes a product or service. The space it was, the ads occupy was paid for. When you're flipping through a magazine, you can tell the difference between the articles and the ads, right? Because the pages that the ads are on, those were paid for by the advertiser. The pages that the articles are on, that's owned by the magazine. That's their own space. The amount that an advertiser pays for space varies by where the space is in the magazine, how big the space is, not just magazines, but anywhere. How big is the space? Where is it? How many issues does it circulate? How many colors is the ad in? All of these things affect the price that an advertiser pays for that space. And knowing what the advertiser pays for that space gives you a little insight into maybe what you should be charging, right? So if you know what magazines the picture is going to show up in, getting their media kit and knowing how much your client is going to pay for those pages gives you a pretty good idea of how much they're going to spend on that campaign, right? On the use of spies. Maybe spies are just good research. Advertising rates are usually described either as day rates or fee for use. You know, at the end of the day, in my mind, I tend to think of all rates as being day rates because ultimately I'm getting paid for a day, but that's not necessarily the way you articulate it to your client. Day rates are about describing how, like a full day's work versus a half day work. Your half day rate should definitely be higher than your full day rate. Higher than half of a full day rate. If your full day is $3,000, your half day should minimally be about $2,000. Your half day rate should be 2/3 to 3/4 of your half day rate. Remember that every time you work a half day, there's an argument to be made that you're taking a little bit of a loss because who's going to hire you for the other half of the day? Nobody. And if somebody else comes along and wants to hire you for the same day, for a full day, you've eaten a loss on that day. Your half day rate, everybody expects your half day rate to be higher than half of your full day rate. Fee for use is about describing your fee in terms of the number of eyes that are going to see it. It relates back to the Copyright Reform Act, and ultimately it is the more widely your picture is going to get used, the more you're going to get paid for that use. Editorial pictures are used to illustrate articles. They're editorial content. The publisher owns the pages that the picture is going to show up in. The pictures are associated with articles that are written for the magazine. The rates are much lower than advertising, or they tend to be much lower than advertising, but the usage is much narrower. The typical narrow usage for a magazine is called First North American Rights, where they can use the picture during the period of time that that issue is out, and that's it. Advertising rates are much higher, in part because the usage is usually much, much broader. Editorial rates are often described as full day, half day, or hourly, or as space rates. Every time I talk about space rates, people tell me nobody does that anymore, and then somebody comes up to me and says, this magazine wants to pay me space rates, what do I do? So I guess some people are still doing it. Space rates, instead of paying you like day rate or half day rate, they pay you by the number of pictures of you they're going to use and how large they're going to use them. 2-page spread, full page, half page, quarter page, and spot. Spot being anything smaller than a quarter of a page. It's not common for every assigned subject to get used when you're doing an editorial job, and it is smart to get a commitment for usage minimums. Like, all right, I'm willing to work for space rates, and you'll negotiate what the space rates are, but under no circumstances can the total bill come to less than X, whatever it is. Or some people that do space rates, they'll do a combination of both. They'll pay you a very, very, very small day rate, and then space rates for all of the pictures that they use on top of that. Public relations are pictures that are shot that are about promoting something, but not necessarily about selling it. The space that those pictures show up in is not paid for. The people that are creating the pictures are creating the pictures in the context of trying to generate influence. Like this is a page from the online press room of a place I used to work, and this place creates pictures to promote their television programs. And they make those pictures available to press outlets to promote their television programs. And people that download these pictures agree to the terms, which means you can only use them for editorial promotion of our programs, of this program. And from the point of view of the people looking at those pictures, they can't tell the difference between those and editorial content. If somebody's going to write a review about a TV show and they want a picture, and they don't or can't send a photographer to photograph that TV show being made, maybe they can go to the online press room and get the picture they need for the review that they're writing. And that's where PR pictures come into play. The potential scope of use is wide, although the duration is usually kind of limited. The rates are significant, and although they are definitely higher than editorial, they are also smaller than advertising. With consumer work, you're not doing the same thing. With consumer work, you're involved in something called package rates. When you're doing weddings and family pictures and family events, pictures that you do for people, usually what you're doing is you're selling a package. It's a defined set of goods and services for a specific flat fee. For this size wedding with this many things, I charge this much. For the wedding with bigger, more albums and more prints and longer, I charge this much, which is more. You need to, when you're figuring out what your package rates are going to be, you also have to figure out what your package overhead is going to be. How much is your photo assistant? How many prints are you going to make? How much does it cost to build albums? What is your sort of average transportation expenses? These are all things you have to think about when you're coming up with package rates. And of course, what will the market bear? What do other photographers in the same area that you're working in charge for their services? Once again, I'm not saying that you necessarily have to charge the same amount, but if everybody else in your area is charging $5,000 for a wedding and you want to charge 10, you are competing with people like in a challenging environment. Because if the other photographers are charging 5, What is it you bring to the table that makes you worth twice as much money? And maybe you bring something to the table that's worth twice as much money, but really think about that before you do it. A lot of the expenses and value-added services associated with commercial work are included in the package. You need to think about what the value of those services are before you determine what your package what your package rates are going to be. It is common and important to get a non-refundable deposit. That's like a hold the date deposit. Somebody books you, they sign the contract, they give you a deposit, that holds the date. They change their mind later, they're out the deposit, because there's no guarantee that you're going to find somebody else to book you on that same date. If you were to return that deposit, you're now out the deposit and that day's work. So for this type of thing, a non-refundable deposit is common. And although I don't do contracts with every single commercial assignment I do, I always do contracts with consumer assignments. And in some ways, they might be more important. Your contracts should talk about the shooting hours that you're contracted for, what are the payment deadlines, what are the delivery deadlines. There should be a force majeure clause, which basically describes your limit of liability. If everything goes horribly wrong, what are you responsible for? And what are you specifically not responsible for? Contracts define the details of an assignment with the client, and they foster relationships based on trust. Things that are in a contract are not subject to, ideally, they are not subject to, I thought this and you said that. It's all in writing. We all have the same contract. We know what's expected of each other. We know what we are each responsible for. When people say, I don't really want to do contracts, that is a red flag for me, because it could create an opportunity for a very unharmonious and rancorous conclusion. You see all the syllables I got in there? Remember, the contracts are governed by the laws of the state in which you're operating and in which the contract is going to be enforced. Can contracts be verbal? No. You are mistaken in the state of New York. In the state of New York, contracts can be verbal. And don't get me wrong, verbal contracts are, by and large, crappy contracts that are hard to enforce. It is not a good way to do business. But in the state of New York, verbal contracts are still contracts. If you find yourselves in a dispute in court, it's going to be a lot of, like, they said, which is challenging and difficult to make anything happen, but they're real. In the absence of a formal contract, other things that are written might be enforceable as a contract. As a choice between a verbal contract and an email chain, which one would you rather have? Email chain, because things are in writing. Because we all read the emails throughout the entire project. We all know what was expected. Okay?
You got a bunch of questions.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Ignore everybody. Don't worry about it. All right. So first
Seth,
of all,
I wasn't ignoring everybody. I was only ignoring you.
Oh, well, what's this button here do? I'll just, so
I keep forgetting I have no leverage in this relationship.
You're in my house, kid.
I am in your house.
Okay. So one is, if you've been offered to do work pro bono, basically you're doing the work for free. You said you're going to do it for free. Do you still send the deposit, probably for tax purposes?
No, if I'm doing the work for free, I'm doing the work for free. Free is free.
If our deposits only for weddings, and what about if the clients say I don't do deposits?
If deposits don't only have to be for weddings, there are other large events than weddings. There are coming of age events. There are events in other religions and cultures that are significant. Like weddings pop into my head because that's like the big one that I have the most personal contact with. And I don't do a lot of weddings. Like I do a couple of weddings a year to keep my wedding muscles strong and make sure that I can still do it. But I can think of a lot of situations where I might collect a deposit other than a wedding. But those situations probably don't include meeting somebody in the park to do a quick headshot. They might include doing headshots in the studio as a scheduled day of headshots. Because if I scheduled 6 people, like rent the studio, we're doing headshot day, like this is how much it costs for your slot, and there's a deposit. Because if you don't show up, there's money I could have made from somebody that would show up. In that case, I would take a deposit.
What do you do if they say they won't take a deposit, though? They don't do deposits.
I guess you're not interested in working with me.
Yeah, you got your own terms. Stick to them.
Well, in this particular case, when somebody says, I don't do deposits, what are they saying? What they're saying is that they want to avoid any responsibility for committing you to your time, but not committing to actually working with you and paying with you.
It's commitment issues.
So, all right. That's for like, you don't do deposits? That's fine. Don't give me a deposit. I will book other work for that day.
And then the last one was, what do you think about posting your rates on your website so it's public?
I am opposed to that for two reasons that are actually pretty different. One is
the question is, what do you think about posting your rates on your website so that they're like fixed in public?
The bigger issue is, do you have any pictures of people on your website? Because if you do, and you do not have model releases for those people, and you post your rates, your website is much more arguably advertising instead of a gallery. And if you use somebody's recognizable likeness for advertising without their explicit consent, you have violated the New York Civil Rights Act of 1909. I am not a lawyer, but I could play one on TV. So, like, to use somebody's recognizable likeness to promote a product or service for a trade purpose, you need their explicit consent. And usually the way we acquire that explicit consent is their signature on a model release. And if you don't have their signature on a model release, putting their face next to your prices is problematic. I'm happy to answer any questions. That's my email address. I get paid to answer questions.
All right, so thanks. We want to thank Joe for joining us tonight. Of course, hit subscribe because you probably aren't subscribed to this. I promise you. Hit subscribe, hit like, drop comments. Joe checks them every day because he's very, very lonely. Joe, thank you so much. Everybody clap for Joe.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, this is JC from Westcott. I'm here tonight to talk to you guys about some entry-level flash stuff that's gonna hopefully take some of the fear out of lighting for you guys. Specifically tonight, we're gonna talk about 2 things. We're gonna talk about creating drama, because I find that whenever I do a live demo, whenever I'm teaching someplace and I talk to the people who walk up and I go, what do you want to do? Do you want it to be nice and natural, or do you want drama? Always everybody goes, I want drama. Because it's like, I think that the reason for that is because it's the opposite of what you can do with natural light. Natural light, it's a lot easier to try to make something that looks natural. So adding that drama is that thing that you can only do this way, or at least easily. So that's what we're going to talk about. We're going to also, as we get into this, we're going to talk about creative mask, which is a mode that Westcott added into the 2 newest lights that we have. It's going to, for me, gives me a little bit of an ability to efficiently, without going back and forth to my triggers and changing things, create multiple looks just from the camera. I'll explain more about that in a second, but let's start here first. So lighting, the first question we should ask ourselves, why do we even need to add light, right? We need to add light so that we can be creative. So, everybody that's in here, I imagine, if they were better, they'd paint, but we've found ourselves being photographers, right? So we're out there and we have a choice between taking photos or making photos. And the biggest way to separate yourself from everybody else is to learn how to add light. Adding light is going to be that thing that separates you from all the rest of the people that are out there. And what I really enjoy is that as I've gotten older, I'm seeing more and more people embrace strobe and embrace lighting in general, and I'm seeing better work than ever. 10 years ago, it was really easy to separate yourself. Now you got to be really good to separate yourself. But we're going to go over a process that's going to make it so that if you understand ISO, aperture, and shutter speed, everybody here does know those 3 things, then you'll be able to add light. Because I run into so many people that are like, I really like available light. And what they usually mean is, I'm scared of adding light to it. And they're unwilling to admit that the strobes are available. The constant lights are available. We can always add that light. And for me, I know that when I get called to do a gig, 9 times out of 10, it's at a time when the natural light is terrible. So I tend to go, there's natural light shooters and there's available light shooters. I'm an available light shooter. Whatever's available to me, I'm going to add to my picture. We're going to do a demo. As I mentioned to you guys here, I had an unfortunate incident with the model that I had for today who sliced her foot open, so she's not here. So we're going to pull some of you good-looking people into the crowd over here to model. I'm also eventually going to get some of you guys to come up and take part in this. But what we're going to talk about is my process, how I go from taking an available light shot to something that's very dramatic. We're going to talk about modifier choices. And then eventually we're going to add this creative mask. So let's start by bringing somebody up here. Who wants a picture? You're back up. He volunteered once today. All right. So one of the most intimidating things to me, as somebody who's now been doing this for a while, it still can be intimidating, is walking into a situation that I don't have a lot of control over. I get booked to go to somebody's office, I get booked to go to their studio, and I'm like, what am I going to do with this? Because I love the idea of pre-visualization of, in my mind, going, what am I going to do? But as Mike Tyson said, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. It's really easy to think, I'm going to do A, B, C, D. And then when you get there, realize that the space isn't the same that you thought. Your ceilings aren't the color, the walls aren't the color. You're going to have to improvise really quick because all of this is problem solving. So I come in here. We've decided, introduce yourself to everybody at home.
Hi guys, my name is Andre.
Yeah. He's our client. So he's decided that he wanted something that made him look a little bit more dramatic, a little bit tougher, because all the rest of his headshots are light and airy. That's the key word these days, right? So we're going to do our best to take him, and instead of him looking like somebody that's really approachable, he maybe looks a little bit like somebody that might be dangerous. We're going to go with that. So I'm going to have him come up. And one of the things that I like to do is, if I'm going to try to create drama, is control where the light goes, right? So if I have that light go anywhere in my picture, then I'm going to create even more drama for myself, not the kind of drama that I want to have in my picture. So if I have him step away from that background, it's easier for me to control the light that goes to the background. Now, I go through the same process all the time. I've been here before. I've done From Fear to Flash, which is the class that I teach that's really an entry-level lighting class. I'm going to start with ISO in my head. In this case, I'm going to shoot at 100 because it's all controlled. I want the best image quality possible. Then I'm going to think about focal length. In this space, I'm a little bit limited, right? So it's going to be somewhere in the 35 to 70 range, depending on how much of him I want to shoot. Now, why that's important is because the first big creative decision that I'm going to make is aperture. And it's aperture not because it's going to control how much total light's coming into my picture, although it is. It's because it's going to dictate what's in focus in my photo. It's going to control the depth of field. Between the lights, between shutter speed, which is coming up next, I have other ways to control the total amount of light that's in my photo. But depth of field, I can only control one way, with my focal length and my aperture. So if I'm shooting the same picture outside and there's something in the background that's distracting, maybe then I'm going to go, let's shoot this at 3.5, let's shoot this at 4, let's shoot this at 1.4, whatever, because I'm trying to control depth of field for a creative reason. But in here, I want to make sure that he's sharp all the way through. Let's pretend that he's got great eyelashes. They're okay. If he had those big eyelashes, some of these cameras now are so good at eye focus, but they will catch the eyelashes instead of the eye. And if I decide to shoot that at 1.4, well, suddenly I've got eyelashes in focus and I've got eyes that are out of focus. If I was shooting him for a barber school, I want to make sure all of his hair is in focus. The thing is, I'm shooting against a black background. So if that goes out of focus, who cares? Even if I was shooting something that had a little bit of texture back there, who cares? What's important to me is that he's in focus. I do a lot of, if you guys are looking at my Instagram by any chance, I do a lot of sports stuff. And one of the things that I'm finding now is that younger me was in love with my fast glass and shooting them fast because I wanted to show off the fact that I had all this fast glass. And when I look at those old pictures, I go, wow, like the guy turned this way and the patch on the arm is out of focus because I decided to shoot this at 2.8 at 135 or something. I'm much more given as I've gotten a little bit older when it doesn't serve me for creative purposes to stop down a little bit. I've got enough light. I've got, all these other abilities. ISO on the cameras is through the roof, right? I can get more light if I need to. So I'm going to look at him, and for the people that are home that maybe are not as comfortable, you haven't failed as often as I have. I'm a big fan of failing forward, of making mistakes and learning from those mistakes. I know that at 50 millimeters at f8 that I've got about 6 or 7 feet of depth of field acceptable. So I'm going to be good at this distance. But there are depth of field calculators. Just Google it. It'll give you the focal length, the distance, and it'll tell you how much you have at that distance. That's the safest way to do it, but eventually you'll incorporate that just into your brain because you'll have made some mistakes or you've just have learned. So I'm going to step back here. I'm going to turn off that light. So I'm using the FJ800 as my main light here. I have it, it's going to be turned way down. I don't need all that power, but it's nice to have because I'm going to stop down a little bit. Now, let's go F8. After I've picked that, the next thing that I'm going to pick is shutter speed. The shutter speed is going to control my ambient light. In this case, what I would like is a black frame. I would like all of the light in this picture to come from where I control it. Because the one reason that I'm adding light to pictures is to be creative. And the more that I can have control over that, the more I can say, this is what my intent was. I like to light with some intent. So this first shot's going to be f8 at, I'm going to switch it down to 2/50th of a second because just about everybody's camera can sync at 2/50th. My camera will sync at 400th, which is a nice thing, but let's do it to something that everybody can do. I'm going to frame him up. There we go. Take a picture. And we got a black frame. All right, that's perfect. Having that black frame means now that this light, that light is not part of this exposure. So whatever I add to him now is going to be with purpose, which is what I'm really trying to do here. So let's turn on A. I did a really brief test right before this, but I have now switched some settings, so it's on purpose going to be messed up because I think that we should work through this the way that you would. The right way to do this would be to get out a light meter. That'd be a great thing to do, but Westcott doesn't sell light meters, so I'm not going to use one. That's my answer. All right, let's take a baby step this way. Hey, I'm being honest, right? All right. All right. So I'm a good guesser. I should have failed worse to make this look like a bad example, but I only am guessing that well because I have failed so many times because I've been doing this for so long. So I ended up at f8 at 2/50th of a second. I had set my power on my lights to 5/6 on that group. Now what that means is we have 9 stops of control on our lights. 9 would be full power, 8 would be 1 stop down from that, 7 would be a stop down from that, and we also have 1/10 of a stop on the right. I don't know if there's a way for me to show that, but it doesn't. The triggers or one camera that I can do that to. It's not important. Okay.
There you go.
There we go. All right. So like I was saying, we've got up to 6 groups on the trigger. This is group A. Now, why would I have multiple groups? Because if I want this second light or a third light or a fourth light to not be the exact same power as the first one, I'm going to set those on different groups. Group A, I have set to 5.6 in this case, which turned out to be a pretty good guess. I think maybe he's a little bit hot on the right side that's lit, right? So I'll turn it down 2/10 of a stop, just, as a guess. Let's first do this. Let's pretend that I knew nothing. I'll put it on 9 power, which should be full power. We'll make some mistakes on purpose because that's, all right. So we blew it out. Now, we're in a studio and we're worried about inverse square law. We're worried about a lot of other things, and that's how the light's going to go past him and go to the background. The closer the light is to him, the faster the fall off's going to be. But this case, it overpowered that, because in the first picture, we didn't have that problem. So I look at him and I go, how bright is he? Is he twice as bright as he should be? That'd be 1 stop. Is he 4 times as bright as he should be? It'd be 2 stops. I think he's much more than that. So I'm going to take a guess based off of a lifetime of failure. I'm going to go down to 6 first because I think there's at least 3 stops too bright. There we go. Okay. We were in the ballpark now. And then that's where I would be. Now, 10 years ago, when the screens were worse on the backs of these cameras, then I was definitely shooting tethered, or I was definitely using a light meter much more often because it was more accurate. The screens have gotten so good now that I feel like I can look at it. It's a pretty accurate representation of what I'm going to see on my screen. So I've gone down to 5.3. Now our model, like almost every model that you'll ever shoot, sees that the light's on that side and has insisted on looking away from it. That's what they all do. If I move the light to this side, I guarantee he'll look that way. But so I'm going to look at this and I'm going to go, okay, now if that's the mood I'm going for, then it's fine. But I'm going to say, hey, Andre, turn this way. Let's look towards the light and see where we're at. So now we got a little bit more light on his face. He's a little bit more approachable. Now, we've created all that drama that we talked about already. And that's cool. It's that proverbial, showing fire to a fish moment where you're like, hey, I couldn't have done that without adding this light. But now I'm going to look at it and I go, if I think that exposure is right, but I don't like the light placement. I don't like the quality of the light on him. Because now we've worked out a mount. A mount is least important to me. Not because it has to be right, but what I'm thinking about more because of the storytelling aspect of it, of how people are going to perceive him in this picture, is direction. So right now, I'm relatively high. I'm like 45, but I'm going to bring it a little bit more in front, but I'm going to think about it as though he's the center of a clock. Because now when I move this light, if I move it closer or farther, I'm suddenly going to make him brighter or less bright, which is I don't want to do because I don't want to go back to what I just did. What I want instead is just to see what a different quality of light will be on him as I move the light around. I can. Will that help you? Here we go. Turn on the modeling lights so the people at home can see him a little bit better. I got plenty of power. I was able to focus anyway, but here we go. All right. So now just by that little move, I moved it what? A foot, this way. But I didn't move it a foot this way, because then geometry would tell us that it would be much closer to him. I pretended that I was on a string. I moved it in a circle. Now, I like that a little better. I think that it's a little less extreme. Without zooming it in, if I zoom it in here, is it going to, it won't, right?
Hit P?
Yeah.
And you can just do a loop.
I want to see it, yeah. Are we all, can we see that modeling light? Because that's the thing that I'm going to kind of be really focused on, and that's going to go a long way towards not only where I decide to place my lights, but it also, for me, is going to depend on which modifiers I pick. Westcott makes rapid boxes in different shapes, different sizes, and they're all going to be something that I'm going to pick for different uses. I tend to really like round soft boxes because I like round catch lights. That's like the #1 reason that I tend to pick them. It's an aesthetic choice more than anything else. Because the softness of the light, though, is going to be dictated by the size of the light source in relation to the size of the subject. So now if I want that light to be softer, and by softer, what we're talking about isn't less intense. I think there's a lot of people at home that are maybe beginners that mistake the intensity of the light for the quality of the light, the softness or hardness of the light. Now, I don't think hard or soft are bad words. Like a lot of people are like, oh, it's a portrait, we got to shoot soft light. Not if it's not the story I want to tell. If it's a story I want to tell, I'm going to make it hard. Now, if this was the only modifier I had, how could I make it softer or harder? Somebody. Move it closer with the light. So there was another answer about maybe we could throw some more diffusion in front of it. That'd be great. But moving it closer. Because even though it is still a 36-inch beauty dish, it is going to be bigger in relation to him. Now, when I move it closer, I'm going to have to turn down the power. But we're going to do it. I'm going to frame it closer to him. Move it down. So you go baby step that way again. Okay. Now, at the same time, I'm going to feather it away from him a little bit so that it doesn't hit my background. Now it's going to be too strong. We know that. Boom. So he got brighter, but the wraparound is a little bit better. If you look at just the part of his face where it stops being lit, it's a little bit more gradual now. There's still shadows, because you can have directional light that is soft, and you can have direct light that's hard if you move it far enough back. Where it goes to shadows would then be faster, the graduation would be less. All right, so we moved it closer. Let's turn down the power. I'm going to say we're going to probably one stop. And I think I probably did it too much. I think he looked better somewhere in the middle of those two. He's like scared of it. There you go. I think that's better. I think that, you know, for me, looking at it on screens and trying to, you know, not really being critical, I really like the way that looks. Now, if I decide that I want more light on the background, what do you think I should do? There's a couple of things. That was a great answer. I could feather it back towards the light. If this was a gray background, let's say, or something where we wanted to get some texture, as long as this light can see him, as long as he can see the light can see him. So if we decide that we want to feather it this way, it's still going to hit him, but more of it's going to spill to the background. That's not what I'm trying to do right now, so we'll take a shot just so you guys can see real quick. Oh, okay. I think with black, it's not going to make a difference, but I did lose some of the light that was coming around to the side of his face. So when I see this situation now, I start going to myself, what can make this better? I don't want to do that. Good call. He said we can move him farther to the back, but it's black. I'm not worried about that. But what I don't like right now is that his hair in the back of his head is being lost. It's not bad. And I know that 15-year-old ago me would go, this is great, because I was able to make something that I couldn't do. But now I'm looking at it, I'm going, all right, so we're losing his hair. Now, if he had, he got cool hair, but if he had cooler hair, then this would be a necessity for us to do something about this. If his hair was the main thing that we were paying attention to, but we're going to add that second light into this equation now. Now, when I decide to add in a second light, the easiest thing to do to make sure that you don't mess this up is to turn off your main light. And we're just going to we're going to work from the back to the front. And anytime that I add a light that's behind my subject, or if I'm adding a light to the background, let's say I decided to use my optical spot and throw it onto the background, I'm always going to start with that to see how that looks without the main light. Because when I look at it quick, on the screen I can see it, but if I looked at it quick here, especially if somebody has light hair, it'll look fine here, and when I get home, it won't be. It'll be blown out. And we all have enough dynamic range in the modern cameras to pull some shadows out, but what I can't do is repair something that's blown out. So I'm going to be a little bit more critical of that backlight than I even am of my front light. Not to say I'm not critical of everything, I am, but all right, let's take a look. Now, my placement for that, this is the art, right? Is where it's going to go. Right now, it's 180 degrees away from my main light. That's always a good place to start. It depends on what I'm doing. A lot of time, like here in this studio, I don't have space behind my backdrop. A lot of times what I'll do is I'll end up taking like my 1x4 or my 1x3. I'll put it right up totally above the background, aim back at me. Modern cameras, less flare, make sure it's high enough. But that means that if I get a subject that wants to turn left or turn right, I've still got a nice hair light across to both shoulders. Separation light, whatever we want to call it. But in this case, let's see where we're at. Boom. I think we could use a little more than that, right? So one of the challenges that we're going to have is just movement. But all right, a little bit better. Now, here. All right, so I'm zoomed in on that. I'm seeing skin detail. I'm seeing that his hair is no longer lost. I'm going to go a little brighter, but not a lot, because I don't want to get to that point where I lose skin detail. All right, so I'm going to turn it up 6. Now, this is an 800 watt light. That's a 400 watt light. So when I'm talking to you about the power settings that I'm using, right off the bat, this one's a stop more powerful. So that one, to be even, would have to be 1 stop above what I have on this one. Then we got to add in the fact that it is much farther back. So I'm going to have to turn it up even more. So even though my main light's at 4.8, my backlight right now is at 6 for this next shot. And I think that we're going to be pretty happy there. I feel good about that. All right, so his hair has become an actual thing. We've got detail on his cheek. Now we're going to put those 2 shots together. The thing that really clicked for me with lighting, where this went from being something where I felt like I was guessing all the time and I was working backwards from trying to work with the lights and then make my settings fit is now I'm going, every lit picture is 2 separate exposures. It's the one that I created here, and now we're gonna add these lights. It's almost like we're doing an HDR with every lit picture. So we had that black frame at the beginning, all this light's now us. This is just gonna be almost like we're doing masks. This is one mask. I've now lit him here correctly. Now I'm gonna add this other one in. Just take a baby step back. There you go. All right, just your head. Okay, I'm using my Jedi powers for you. That little bit of separation to me, if we were able to go back real fast to 3 pictures ago, there to there, I might even start to now move that. Because I like it, and I definitely like it better. But now, as we separate ourselves from, as we learn this and as we get better and better at it, you know, in the words of Thomas Jefferson, let's not throw away our shot, right? So not him, it was Hamilton, right? It wasn't Jefferson, it was Hamilton who didn't want to throw away his shot. We're gonna take this light now and we're gonna go, what am I doing wrong? Let me get it a little bit higher, because right when I look at that picture, it's not on his hair as much as I want. I'm just getting it here. So I'm gonna throw it up a little bit higher. All right, look mean. Look happy. Look mean. It's happy. All right. So that hair light went a little bit higher. Now I made a little mistake and I left it in the picture. Now, if I have a choice now where I'm shooting this between doing 12 seconds of post to take that out of there, if it's at the correct distance for the look that I want, then I'll do the post. I'd rather not. So I'm gonna move it just back a little bit and raise the power a little bit. But I do like where we're at as far as the hair. And we're dealing with, I really can't. We're up against it. Like I said, everybody's got a plan. Sometimes the space is gonna dictate some of the things that we do. We don't like it that way, but we have to sometimes go, what's this space allow us? So what I'm gonna do instead is I'm gonna ask him if he can move over just a little bit. Take a baby step that way. There. I moved everything, tried to move it the same distance. Okay. Cross your arms. Turn your body a little bit more. Mirror me. Yep, there you go. No, you were right. Mirror me. There you go. Now. That looks better, I think. It looks better on my camera for sure. What do you guys think? Is that better as far as just trying to create a little bit of drama? Now, this is easy when we're doing something against a black background. Now, what if you're in a situation where you don't have a black background, but you're still looking for that look? If you can go back to process instead of going to recipes, like one of the things that formed how I teach, which I know sometimes sounds a little bit repetitive and a little bit basics, is because the first class that I ever took and the only class that I ever took, unfortunately said, put light A here, light B here, put it at F8, put this one at 125th, put these at these powers. And unfortunately, that only works in that situation at that spot. So recipes to me for this don't work. I need just to always be able to fall back to process. So come here real quick. You're gonna stand right here. Now, if I decide that I need pretty much that similar picture, but instead I've got this background back here, I can do the same thing. I'm just gonna now work backwards. I'm gonna say, what's important to me in this picture, depth of field wise? You guys are important, but for this picture, you're not. So we're gonna say, I'm gonna still shoot him at, I'm gonna move it to 5.6 or 6.3, something that's gonna eliminate some of the details back there. But mostly I'm gonna control it with shutter speed and ISO. So if I can get myself a black frame shooting this way, I'll end up with the exact same kind of shot that we just did going this way. I think that's something that people generally like to see, so we're gonna try it. You know what? we're going to really get funky. We're going to change our main light source. So I'm going to go back to I'm going to use the smaller light source because like, let's say that he looked at that picture and he said, I still look too kind. I want this. This is my LinkedIn picture for my international arms dealer job. And I need this to be, I need people to be scared of me. All right, so stand right there. Because the last thing that he wants, which way do you feel better looking? But now you got your options. So you tell me, you feel good? That's better for you? Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, thanks, bro. Well, I'm going to shoot that way. Oh, I understand what you're saying. I got you.
Can I throw a bag on that?
Yeah, if it makes you happy.
Chat's already good.
Oh, really? That's fine. All right. There we go. So let's go back to where we started. Let's go back to process. This process is good. So I've turned off A. I've turned off B. I'm at F8 at 200th of a second again. Let's see what happens with that. I think we're going to see a little bit in the background, but not much. So we're seeing just a little bit of Seth's awesome set that he built by hand with blood and sweat. So we see it a little bit. There's going to come a point where it would be easier for me to take it out and post, as much as I don't love that idea, than it would be to change it. What are the lights that are showing up? Is it that one that's over the Sony? Yeah, that's that white. Okay. So I got two choices. I can frame it differently so that's not in the shot anymore, which is what we're going to do. Take a baby step that way. And then we're going to go this way. Okay. Still see it. It's not. Yeah. It's just going to become one of these situations where I go, whatever. All right. Let's turn on the light, see where we're at. So he told us I look too kind in that picture. So we're going to make him a little, oh, a lot. Let's not go half measures. So now I got a smaller light source. I'm gridded. So I'm going to be, and I've moved it a little farther away. So I'm harder all the way around. Because I don't want, he looked at it, the client looked at it and said, no, I look too soft. It's you. You said that. That's group B, put it on, there we go. I think we lost the connection.
That's the frame you just shot.
No.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. Let's find out. Boom. That was odd. I like the eye there. Do that again. Give me that. Very, very, very like, I'm going to leave that one alone. All right, so that's a good look for you, by the way. So let's look at that. What do we think? You tell me. I know I have an opinion. What do you guys think? Oh, I love that. All right, we can do that. But as far as his exposure, what do we think? He's too bright. All right, so at least twice as bright as he should be. So down one stop. I was at 8, now I'm at 7. We're going to do do the same thing. Nope, keep your body there. Just bring your chin. There you go. Give us that. Yeah. Okay. That's much better. That exposure's good, I think. There is a catch light. It's maybe somewhere right in the middle of those two because maybe he's a little dark right now. So I'll go back 7.4 and take the picture. You didn't give me the face that time. What are you doing? You look a little sleepy in that one.
No, I ain't gonna be able to do that again.
Okay, that was definitely, let's take a baby step this way. There you go. All right, so now focal length, I'm going to move it back. It should be a little more flattering to him, a little more out of focus in the background. There you go. All right. Now, I think that the one, you know, again, same problem that we had earlier. The catch light on that side looks great. We're not quite getting it on this side. So then you got to make it, it's going to be a creative choice. Are we going to take the light and bring it around to the front of him a little bit, which will give us that catch light, but it's going to change the total quality of the light, which is going to be a problem. I agree with you, Nairi. He was definitely a little too bright. So let's add a hair light. There's really not a space to do it. What do you think? Oh, I'd have to drop it in there. Yeah, that's what I think we're going to do. I think that's what we're going to do. Who's strong? You keep winning everything. Go on. They told me to look out for you.
Coming to the plate, Eric Bird.
The winner of all things. Yeah, I'm going to get it. Don't let me knock over your camera. There you go. All right, back to your spot. You're going to sneak in over here. I think that he wants to be the model. You saw him, right? I saw it. All right. You're going to go back as far as you can, but don't knock into any of his blood, sweat, and tear hung stuff. Don't want to hurt him. All right, so you're going to have to get back somehow.
Take the chairs, push them out of the way.
Yeah, there's nobody sitting there. There you go. Don't knock the TV over.
Eric, move.
We're going to make this happen. Doing okay on it. Look at that. Back to your spot. All right, there you go. All right, Eric, you're going to take it back as much as you can. Then you're going to go up a little bit and tilt it down just a tiny bit. Okay. Pretend that you are, that was a little premature illumination. No? Not you. You're going to come closer. Eric, I know you're having a hard time, Eric, but you can do it. There we go. All right, you ready? And we're going to turn that one on. Let's see. Oh, that looks much better. What's that? Yeah, he looks good now, right? Yeah, that's... Like, I think that's the best mix of, like, he's giving us his evil playing with the whiskers on his chin. They're not really there. He's kind of doing this, stroking his goatee while we also got some separation, which I'm pretty happy about. Now, let's say that what would I do if I've decided that this is too dramatic and you guys are his evil minions and I want you to be in the picture? What do I do? I see the mouths going, but I'm not hearing anything. I could add a third light, but let's say that this is all I got. Let's slow our shutter speed down. Excellent choice. So we're going to let in more ambient light because every lit picture is 2 separate exposures. So I'm going to drop down. Now, one of the cool parts about using strobes is that I can slow this down a lot because the flash duration means that he's going to stay sharp. The flash is going off at one speed, my shutter's going off at another. So as long as I can stay relatively still, he'll be sharp. You guys might blur a little bit if you decide to move, but we're going to take it down to a 15th because I think that at my age I can still kind of hold a 15th. Let's see where we're at with this after that.
It's only a stabilized camera.
Well, you know, this guy got to always take it away. All right, take a baby step in. All right, let's see where we're at. I can't wait. I'm going to be in the chat talking about you from now on. All right, so now we got a little bit of you guys. but not as much as I'd like. It would probably end up in a situation where I'd have to add a third light for you guys. But let's see what happens once we do throw some of this light on, because some of this light's going to spill forth to you guys. There we go. Oh yeah, chin up a little bit, chin up. Eric, you're really failing me. Oh, Alex wants to know where that light is. It's at 180 degrees behind. Oh, interesting. So he's tack sharp, even though I'm at a 15th. I can keep going slower here. Let's go down to a 5th, see where we're at. We got plenty of depth of field so that, you know, you guys would all be relatively in focus. There we go. Notice the exposure on him is not changing. Shutter speed doesn't control the exposure on our subject. The power that I've picked with my light and my aperture does to a certain extent as well. If I changed my aperture right now, that would control some of the power, but I don't do that. Not because I can't. I will change that aperture if suddenly I decide that I want less or more depth of field, not as a way to control the power of the light. You know, I've been in that situation where it seemed easier to do that. But the thing of it is that I'm putting in depth of field as a creative choice. So if I decide mid-shot to go, oh, he's too bright, let me change the aperture so that it changes the power on him, I've changed my depth of field. It's a lot easier now to take my FJX trigger and pick the right amount of power. Just dial it in. If I think he's a little too hot, a little too cold, you know, a little too cool, then we're going to do that. All right, so let's, yes. I hopefully have an answer. That is fantastic. Yep. So her question was, what's your name? Larissa? Larissa. Okay. Larissa has a great question, which was, and there's a slide in From Fear to Flash that covers it. It's a great example. Why would I change my ISO? And one of the reasons I would change ISO is if I was in a situation just like this, where we've all shot that picture at a birthday party, at a bar, at something where we take a picture, the subject's well lit, and the background goes dark right away, pretty much no matter what. And we get to a certain point where we can keep slowing down that shutter speed, but there's gonna come a point where I can't handhold it, or you guys are gonna be moving. So if you're moving, then that's a problem. So let's think of it that we're shooting a band. You're at the local club, they let you use a flash, which is really nice. They don't always let you do that, but they go, yeah, we want nice pictures of the band, let's do that. Why would I change ISO? So if I picked a shutter speed, so we just saw him. Even if he moved a little bit, he'd still be sharp. The flash freezes him. But the only parts of these pictures that are gonna get frozen are the pictures that the light's hitting. That makes sense, right? If the light hits him, it's frozen. Whatever's in the ambient light is gonna get the same kind of motion that it would get if I was shooting that. If I shot a 1/5 of a second and I moved or you moved, you'd be a blur. So let's say I picked, you're a guitar player, you're the bass player, you're the drummer. You guys are moving. I don't want you guys to be whirling dervishes in the picture. I want you to have the idea of some motion, but I want you to be relatively sharp. So let's say I go 200th of a second. That'd be, let's go even 100th of a second. So we were just at a 5th to get you guys to show up. So 5th to a 10th, to a 20th, to a 40th, to an 80th. That's a giant range of stops difference there. So I go, all right, how can I make you guys brighter but maintain the ability to freeze the action? I could raise the ISO, which is, so you touched it. I wouldn't do it so much with people that aren't moving unless I feel like I have to. But I'm definitely in a situation where if I need more ambient, I'm gonna do it. With the cameras now, like I feel comfortable to a relatively high ISO. You know, I'll just play with that. You know, when I shoot concert stuff now, I'm shooting that at like 1600 ISO, because then I can turn down the power of my flashes. Even though I'm using flashes in my pictures, I can turn them down, lets my battery life go on forever, which is a great question. That was solid. Thanks, Larissa. All right. Yep. Who's got a camera? Who wants to shoot? Come on up, Eric. You want to still model, or are we going to find a new model? All right, we'll get a new model. You can grab a seat. So everybody, we're going to welcome Eric to the event space here. We're going to get him to do a little something. We're going to start this out as though this was a fresh shoot for you. Okay? Thank you. You're going to model. You got, you look, you got a good look. I think it's going to work good for us. You want to shoot this way or you want to shoot that way? Okay, we're going to go that way. Yep. Now, let's give him a seat. I'll give him that stool. Sure, if you don't mind. Okay. I don't know how long this is going to take. So he might have you here for a week. I don't know. I don't know much about Eric.
50 minutes, Eric, right?
So do you think should we try to plug Eric in?
Tether?
Yeah.
Second to tether?
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, but what do you got on there?
It's a USB-C?
Yeah. It'll be,
Okay.
I'm not going to work in the same session, but
Well, let's figure it out. This is the...
So we'll put the white side on a box like that.
Let's see what happens. Again, we're going to reinforce process over recipes. So as long as he listened to anything I just said, it showed up. Yep. As long as he listened to anything I just said, hopefully he can do all this. It shows up.
Okay. Your ISO is cranked.
Yeah, we'll fix it. We'll get to it. Let's take your ISO down to 100.
Let's put you on manual. You're on time value right now. Full manual. All right.
All right. So
Take your ISO down.
a couple of things that'll make your lighting life easier, which we're kind of addressing right now. All the camera companies spent a lot of money to get time value, aperture value, P to work pretty well. But if our main goal here is to be creative and to have some control over this, when you decide to shoot flash, put the camera in manual. We're not even talking about TTL or manual on the lights. I prefer manual. There's a room for both of them. You're doing yourself a disservice if you don't put the camera in manual when you decide to throw some lights in, because camera company's going to say, well, 60th is right, and maybe that's not right for you. So we're going to put it in manual.
So you should be pretty good. We'll leave it at 71.
All right. You feel good looking that way? Is that your way?
Oh,
do you feel better that way?
Which
No. What's your good side, man?
Good side.
I feel like that's your good side, I think.
Right.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna give it to him. Yeah. All right, so the Westcott triggers, we've got two triggers. We got the S trigger, which I've been using because I'm shooting on a Sony, and we got the M trigger, which is the multi-brand trigger. It works on everybody else. So we're gonna put it on. We're gonna pick.
He has to take it off of exposure simulation.
No, it overrides the minute when he does that. But let's make sure that we're okay. Okay, flash is working. Let's put these sleep. All right, so let's go through some choices for you, right? So you've got a camera and you got a lens. So you're gonna pick, for better or worse, there's no judgment here. You've got the kit lens, which is variable. So you're gonna have to pick your focal length first. Because if he decides to pick an aperture first and then he just zooms during it, we might end up in a situation where we lose power and you're gonna be saying to yourself, why is this underexposed? Why is this overexposed? Because you changed it. So you're gonna look at him, you're gonna make a decision. What focal length are you shooting? Are you framed out the way you want right now? So he's at 18 millimeters, it's a crop body, so it's somewhere around 27. So he's got 27 going on. That's gonna give him a lot of freedom as far as aperture because he's got inherently more depth of field because he's got a wider lens. How much depth of field would you like, Eric? This is the next thing that goes through my head. And these things, this process is always what's going through my head. It never changes. I kind of internalize it at this point, so it's happening really fast to where I'm not really thinking each step, but I am going through this every time I do this. How much would you like to be in focus? There's not a wrong answer.
I guess as much as focus as I can be.
So let's go F8. You feel good about F8? All right, F8 and be there. So he's picked F8. If he'd whatever he'd have picked at this point, we'd have been good. As long as he tells me that he's doing it because it's what he wants. If he's doing it because, like, one of the big things to me, one of the reasons I love lights is it allows me to free my camera, you know, to make all these creative choices myself. I don't like the camera making the choices for me. So that's why I shoot in manual. It's why I shoot, you know, my ISO right. It's why I like to shoot, you know, manual with the lights. All right, so we've turned off these. Now let's pick a shutter speed. Inside, we haven't talked about high-speed sync. We don't need to talk about a high-speed sync in here necessarily, although it would work. But for this, we're gonna say, let's go 200th because it's probably the normal sync speed on this camera. And that's I'm gonna be sure that I'm gonna give myself this black frame. Seth's got these beautiful lights around us, and if we decide to shoot this at 1/125th or 60th or something like that, we might end up with some spill from the available light that's already in the room. So 200th, it might only go to 1/160th. Is that what it's topping out at? Yeah. So the top sync speed on this camera is 1/160th of a second. That's something that's important for you to know. We could obviously go past that if we had to, but we don't have to. Let's take a test shot real quick. Did I lose some? Any questions in the audience while we work this out real quick? Yes, sir.
When you started taking the portrait pictures, you positioned the camera like over here, not at the eye level. We usually.
No, it's a solid question. The main reason is that I'm Yeti sized. If I shoot here on anybody who is shorter than me, I'm going to end up tilting just a little bit. Now, a little bit, you're probably not going to see. But if I don't pay attention and I tilt too much, you're going to end up like that old Steve Madden ad with the big heads and the small bodies if I tilt this way. Same thing if I went the other way, we'd end up with a bigger this. I want to keep the camera flat as much as I can for this, unless, again, I'm doing it for a purpose. If I've got a reason to shoot at a certain focal length or a certain tilt or a certain if I'm doing something on purpose, yeah, it's just the raw. Apologize for this getting slow at the last second here. We were doing pretty good for a bit, but Eric came up and messed up the whole thing. We're gonna blame Eric. So I tend to do that. 5 years ago, if I would have seen somebody shooting like this, I inherently was like, about it. But as I've gotten older, first off, my knees don't work as good as they did. But secondly, like when I was younger, I shot film this way. There's really not something wrong with doing it.
But that makes sense.
Yeah, I just like it to be flat.
When it's flat, you try to put it in
Somewhere around the eye. Yeah, somewhere around eye level. One of the beautiful things about the modern mirrorless cameras is that the main thing to me is the focus points go top to bottom. When I'm teaching, sometimes I'll have somebody come up and I see them leaving a ton of space at the top. And I go, you just recently were shooting SLRs, weren't you? And their answer is always yes, because they're so used to having to have so much dead space at the top. The mirrorless body is like, so I can bring it down, frame it the way I like, and the focus point's going to go to the eye anyway. So, all right. All right, let's see where we're at. So we've established a black frame. Let's turn on group B. Let's aim it at our subject. Let's take a test shot. Is that out of your frame? Yep. Okay, this is not, though, I assume, right? All right. Okay. Any one of those should be all right. All right. So when you look at it, what do you think? He's not enough light, right? All right. So that's cool. Now, as you learn, you'll know that at f8 on a 400-watt light that you need more power than where we were. But right now, he used the first time he used this light, first time he's done some lighting here live on stage in front of 1 million people at home. He's nervous. He didn't think about it. So we're going to come down to group B. We're going to press that. I'm going to say 2.5 stops. This is a guess. All right, go ahead, take a picture. He really likes to. Yeah, no, he doesn't have a lot of finger control. It's all right. You're doing good. How do you feel about that one? You can look over here or up there.
Much better.
Much better or good?
Good.
All right. You sure?
So I see the shadow on his face a little bit, but I like
What do you think?
I actually think it's good. I'm kind of sinking into the darkness a little bit.
He's sinking into the darkness a little bit, he says. He says, I really want that little bit of salt and pepper I've been working at to show up in this frame. You started, man. I'm gonna let you have it. All right. So let's give him a hair light. You know, because that's always one of the questions I get from people is like, how many lights should I buy? You know, what do I need? And the answer is you need one. When you decide that you've gotten everything you can get out of that and you feel like you can more creatively express yourself, tell a better story, get a second one. Then there's going to come a point where you've mastered that. Get a third one or a fourth one. But we're going to add him another light. I'm going to get out of the way as much as I can. Now we're backwards from where we were before, but we're going to be close. I think that I'm going to be really close to him because of the space. Is that out of your shot? Okay. Look at him, man. Make some eye contact. Look hard. Look tough. How do you feel about that one? You're happy with that? Eric, good job. Eric, what do you think? Now, do you think you could do that yourself? So what would you do different? Let's just be real critical of ourselves in this last 3 minutes. What would you do to make it different or better?
I guess
Let's see what would happen if we brought the main light more in front of him. He says he wants to see what would happen if we brought the main light more in front of him. Just because he wants to see what that's going to look like. Yeah, we're good. Wait, hold on a second. Let's do this one first. Come on, man. You're going to really let that go? Okay. There's 2 of them. All right. So, I had to make it happen. All right. Now give me that. So separation turned out nice, but I still think that we're not getting quite enough light in his eyes. Like, I'm looking at it. And what's your name, man?
Devin.
Devin?
I go by Denier.
What do you go by?
Denier.
Is it, if I give the first name, or is the cops coming?
Both is my
okay, we're good. Okay. So D, it's just going to be D. So D has got between his pose that he chose, and he's got a well-formed forehead. This light being up on top is throwing us some shadows. So we got a couple choices, and we're going to be done in a second, Seth, right? All right. I'm going to tilt this down a little bit, but then I'm going to raise it a little bit. So frame your shot up. And I'm going to raise this until you can't see it. So just look through and tell me when you don't see it anymore. Out of your shot. All right. Can you go a little bit lower? All right. Can you see it now? No? Can you see it now? Can you see it now? All right. Don't go that low. All right. Let's just take that shot real quick without the second light. So we got all that drama back in for sure. And if we zoom in on just his face, I bet you we got a little more catch light, but I can't tell for sure. So let's do this.
Just tilt it.
I'm going to tilt it a little bit, and we're going to turn up that power a little bit. This is slow down. Just one shot. Pretend you're Eminem. You got one shot. Are you? Oh, it can take it. All right, hold on, Eric. So he keeps tilting down. All right, there. Give it a little bit more room to hit him. Go ahead. All right, let's see that. You're looking pretty hard.
You said look.
I know. I was like, man. All right, and then you get one last one, and then you got to hit him up to make sure he gives you these pictures. But mostly the one I want you to post is the one with me and you. We look very cute together.
Absolutely.
All right, wait, let's do this real quick. There, is that out of your shot? Okay. There. We ended up with, it's not bad, but we ended up with it in the shot. All right, do one more. Does anybody got any questions from home before we shut this down? So because Eric's not using his lens hood, we're getting a little bit of lens flare because this is aimed back at him. Way to go, Eric. Am I out of your frame now? Is there any questions that need an answer, Seth? How do we feel about that?
I'm definitely popping. This is an ideal picture.
You like that one?
A little bit more harsh on the top.
Yeah, I think we're a little bit above, but you know, you're gonna use this for your Tinder?
Oh, absolutely.
We're cool. All right.
Absolutely. It's definitely going up.
All right, brother. Eric, you have fun?
Yes, sir.
All right. Guys, is there any more questions here?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you coming out. Any questions? Is that because like I was so boring that you got nothing, or because I covered what you wanted to hear about? Okay. Well, there's. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you, guys. What am I at? Anything that we need to address?
No. Do you want to do a follow me, whatever, blah, blah?
What's that?
Do you want to do a follow me at whatever, blah, blah, blah?
Yeah. If you guys follow me at JC Photo Media, that'll make me feel good about myself. Thank you. Appreciate you. Aside from that, guys, like one last thing, we can stop streaming real quick because this is only for the people in the store. Because if you don't show up, you don't get this cool benefit that I'm about to talk about.
Why don't you do a proper sign off and then I'll close the stream out.
Hey everybody, it's JC from Westcott. And thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. Remember to support the places that support you.
Yes.
It's a lot of free education on this channel. Seth, all jokes aside, kills himself to make this happen. There are places there's a million places that you guys can buy stuff. For us, price is the same everywhere. So support the places that support you. You know, one twig, easy to break. A community, we get a bunch of twigs, hard to break. Be a community. Support those places that make this possible for you. The first bunch of you got some kind of a bonus.
Sign up. Everyone clap.
Everybody clap, please. All right.